How's it going, ladies and gentlemen? This is Zimcast number 140, which we're doing the daunting task of talking about how ought Godzilla be written. And in this case here, we're on part 2, unfortunately. And I only say unfortunately because, well, it's going to be a long time to get to all the Godzillas in the entire franchise. So that's going to be fun, but I appreciate it every step of the way. Everyone who is with me right here on this wonderful Monday. I know this may be a little bit of a slower day, unfortunately, because we're getting closer to September. Summer's at an end, essentially. So because of that, we are just getting back into the swing of things for school and everything else. I know I myself will probably be a little bit busier as the holidays come up and all of that wonderful goodness. But I just want to say hello to everyone. Hello to you, Martin, Antonia. How's it going? I'm doing well, thank you. A little things here and there. But yeah, so that's yeah. I can't really say why on camera. well. Look at the time. ZG, how's it going? How's it going? Serena, the Ghidorah model. The Ghidorah model is real. Kuru, the Ascended Man, the Chick-fil-A boy. And hello to you, DC Monsters. I'll be here in like 25 minutes because I got a class to get to, but I'll see if I can join if the stream is still going. Hey, I appreciate you in there. Zim's going to touch 98. I always want to touch 98 and beat it. Beat it as I should. Beat it to death. Which I just said that it's only been 2 minutes in, so that's gonna be fun to watch what happens to the stream and how it might get absolutely mollywopped in the algorithm. You can't join for now. Well, hopefully you can join later. I am gonna be obviously going for probably about 4 hours before I bounce out. It's done. What's done? Tell me what is the things that are done. I'd love to know. But what I do know is done, and what I do want to show are obviously some of the wonderful streamception videos, and not videos, artworks, all the wonderful artworks that we do here on the channel. And you know what we're gonna do is I'm going to play everything music wise. Let's sit here and hopefully the music isn't absolutely loud, because I love the music that I have here from the wonderful Blackaroonie, but for some reason the gods hate me, and I always want to make sure that the music is way too loud for the audio and what's going on. But let's begin with the stream submission, starting off with the one, the only Davik, with his Pocho pouch, his Pocho pocket P, as some might say. But yes, it's the Pocho figure right here in this wonderful shade of what I'm just going to call Pocho green from now on, which model is really good quality. Got a little badge here and the box, as well as here's the actual image here that's on the box too. So really good shot right here, I'd say, for the box. The little badge here as well, pretty cool as well. So hopefully he'll start to push these out soon. I do know also Lizard King Productions has his figures as well, so also give him a shout out too, even though I know he didn't post anything in the stream submissions. But we got 2 figure makers in the general group space here. And then next up on the list, we got the one, the only, the stud himself, Nico, with 2 pieces that are fan pieces. So also one of Vic's creations, Yaban, the Mad Titan of like the gargantuan creatures in his universe. So I've always said before, he always kind of reminds me of Aaron, especially with the hair, and that doesn't really change all that much, honestly, with Nico's fan art redesign of him. I would say, if anything, it just sort of gives it like essentially like a cartoonish version of Attack Titan and Eren Yeager. Obviously, the designs are 1-to-1, but it's almost like for the case of Yaban, it's a mixture of the Beast Titan and the Attack Titan. So it's the 2 Yeager brothers mixed into one with a little dragon skin cape on him. But I love the artwork for this as always, Nico, and loving it even more. He also did Gorgoth as well, which I want to say, I love how he did the proportions on it. I'd say like the bottom half being a lot bigger than the top half is awesome here. The head's nice, the tail, like I love it, man. He's just a happy little guy, simple as. That's all there is. He's just a happy little guy, a happy little hippo. And then 2 pieces from Hoshi. We've got the Carnage. Yes, spoil everything, which I think is a reference to the last stream that we did when we were talking about spoilers for Brand New Day, which didn't end up even being spoilers. But a little piece here of Carnage. And then we've also got the shadow piece that he did, which I know Hoshi mentioned that he was going to be doing more physical pieces for a little bit, not as much digital, which is fine. Still do stream submissions that way too, and I appreciate it all the same. And Lau says, reminds me of the Giga from Jurassic World. Yeah, because that's what I use as a reference. It's like, that reminds me of Giga. Yes, always has been. And then we're going to do the last couple, because I know there might be a few people throwing in a few things on the later side, as always, but hey, I appreciate it all the same. So we got 3 pieces from Serena. So, and we'll do one on the end because I have to do it as a separate page. So we have these little guys that she's been working on to sell, they're nice. Like, if I was to buy one, I'd probably buy the good old Ceratosaurus here. I love the colors on that, as well as one of the sauropods, probably this one, which I assume, based on the fact that it's got the spines on the back, it's supposed to be Diplodocus. That would be my guess, I'd assume. As well as the Spino's really good. And actually, speaking of which, Rita, didn't you do a whole like Spino piece that was in these exact colors, like actually there? But overall, love the stuff as always. And I also I spotted that Cardo right there in the background. Oh, someone bought the Dilophosaur. Let me see if I can find it. No, it's not that one. Try. It might be the angle, but is this the Dilopho? Because I can see like the crest here pointing up there. I'd assume that's the Dilopho. Is that the Gorgosaurus? I could be wrong. Because I don't see anything else that has the crest on it. Oh, no. Of course, as always, the stream's a little bit behind. So that's supposed to be Gorgosaurus. The Carno is actually right here, which the horns are even more noticeable. Oh, so if Uranus is that one, I would assume the Dilopho is probably... Would that be that one? Because I'm still trying to find one that has like really noticeable crests. Because I'm assuming that one's also the Allosaurus, obviously Parasaurolophus, Ichthyosaurus. There's some that Concavinator. There's some of them like I can definitely tell which is which, and then some I think it's probably just the angle because those two look like they have crests. Yeah. And there's the Diplodocus that I was talking about. But good job on both of these, right? On like all of these. If you give me like an estimate as how much it'd be like to ship it to the US, I'd probably pick up like a couple. And also, as she said, the Ghidorah model is real. She's been working on it and getting closer and closer to when it's finally finished and can start being fully animated. So I'm happy with that. Oh. Okay. As I'm like reading chat, but also this, you meant the Diplodocus was what someone got, not Dilophosaurus. Okay. I went on a wild goose chase absolutely for nothing. I did it for nothing! But also right here, we got a piece from the good old Lau with his Godzilla piece, which he actually did a video on it recently, which we can actually probably, if Lau wants to, post it in the comment section or in the stream chat too if he wants to. Because I love the music for it was really good. The sentiment, I understand completely. Like sometimes, especially with artwork, sometimes you just need to stop on certain things. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. But I also think sometimes After a while, you'll finally get to that spot with a piece that you're satisfied with. But I think that's also one of the good things about the creative process too, is just improving and moving on from there. And like seeing this right here is awesome. Like the shading on this is great. The clouds, all this is really cool, man. And like it looks like, especially zooming out on this, it looks even better. I'd still stand by what I said too, where out of the designs, I'd probably say I like Rodan. I like Rodan the most, probably followed by Godzilla. Kumonga's good. I think it's my least favorite design, only because it's so close to just normal Kumonga. And Kamakuris, I'm still not the biggest fan of, but like it's still a really good design. And also as well for anyone, if the thing just sounds on like a little too loud, just let me know. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to stop sharing because there's going to be last two that we have, but they need to be done as I have to share it again as something different. So one of them is actually going to be a video too, which was also done by Lau. And then we'll finish off with Serena's too. Music volume's fine? Okay, good. And I know there's some music in the video that Lau has sent to me, but I'll put the volume down just because I have music already playing in the background. So we'll let it play right here. A little animatic of Godzilla versus Biollante, which is nice. Let's start from the beginning. Send him to Jerusalem. But no, this is really good, man. Like, we've got a few people who've started to animate finally. Obviously, Minecraft did one a while ago with his Pterodactylus, but now we've got this one here with Godzilla versus Biollante. That's nice. Like, really good job on that, man. Again, send him to Jerusalem. And we'll end off here with the final stream submission, which is from Serena as well. So, bada bing, bada boom. Is the current roster of, I assume it's the Monsterversary, right? Which obviously you have Punished Godzilla, missing the hand, although the Kong, it's just the normal Kong render. Nothing really changed on it just yet. And then we got 98. 98, of course. And then Ghidorah, Rodan, still my favorite out of them. Shimo and Geras, Baragon, which was just recently completed. Scylla, Behemoth, the Pondering the Orb himself, Methuselah, Varen, Frostfork, our Lord and Savior, Magma, Baby Kong, Skullcrawlers that don't need 4 legs, the Ion Dragon, and did I forget Varen? Which, again, if I did forget Varen, I'm sorry. And then Tiamat and Lahamo. Now, out of all of these, I'd probably still say my favorite is still probably Rodan. My second is probably still Varen. Behemoth would be my next favorite, followed by Methuselah. I would say out of the ones that are my least favorite, I'd probably say Scylla and Mothra. Those are like the only two I would probably say. So I think like the only reason is that I really like Scylla's normal design. I think that she doesn't really need the claws here, but like I understand, like it's an interesting design. It's just like I don't vibe with it as much as like the actual Scylla design. And with Mothra, it's a good design. I'm just like, there's some times, and it sucks too, where you see something that you think is like technically really well, but you're just not a big fan of it. Like, it's good. It's just not something that like appeals to me personally. But out of like the OG Titans, I would say probably, like I said, I really like Behemoth and Methuselah, and I also really like Shimo too, which may make me rethink my ranking. Like, I would say in terms of improvements, I would say Shimo's definitely an improvement over the actual Shimo. Methuselah, I'd say, is also an improvement, but it's also because we get to see like more of this too. And then with Behemoth, I'm actually torn because I really like Behemoth's normal design, but I also really like this design too. So I'd say it's an even split with Behemoth, but then Shimo and Methuselah are definitely upgrades. I'd also say the Frostbark is also an upgrade, and so is the Ion Dragon. The Skullcrawler, though, I'd say it looks like, especially with the whiskers here and how the face slopes, it looks a little too mammalian-like. So I'd say I prefer the OG Skullcrawler over this, and then 98. Oh, 98. Ew. But no, it's a good design. Anguirus, I'd say design-wise also really good. I'd still say like with both Anguirus and Baragon, I prefer like some of their official designs more. But with Rodan, the hard thing is that I love Monsterverse Rodan. I think it is one of the, like, if not the best Rodan design. And this might actually be, I'd have to mull about it for like maybe a day or so, but this I would on a certain day you could have me saying this is better to me than Monsterverse Rodan. Good job here on the final bit of stream submissions. As always, guys, if you want to contribute to the stream submissions or you just want to be part of the community, the Discord is always open for people who just want to share their art, talk kaiju, and discuss how things are going in life, all of that. And without further ado, let's bring some people who are on stage in the back to the front, starting off with the blackest man I know, the Karoo.
I did it.
You did it.
I did it.
You did the thing. What thing?
The script is done.
The script is real.
I just need to now work on like revisions, but it's done. It's actually complete, and it is over. 11,000 words.
But no, that's impressive, man. I'm happy for you. As well as, like I say, this one, I'm like, I have so many scripts I'm like half work on, and I'm like, I work on script where I just make video. Because apparently, like, I've had some content that's popped off. Like, I had a big subscriber bump, which I'm happy about.
It don't feel real. Yeah. It don't feel really. It don't feel real. Time. Serena's realizing that I'm slowly catching up to her.
It's like tortoise in the hair, but speaking of Serena,
that's what I
bring in Serena.
You will not beat me, boy. You will not. I can't say that on the stream.
You ain't beating me, boy. I'm gonna beat you like a boy.
Hey, we're past the 10 minutes. Do it, you coward.
Do it. No, but then that nukes my channel. No.
Do it, you liberal coward.
Do it, you sissy liberal.
I'm the sissy liberal, or I'm the DEI hire. I have to be like really woke.
The Zimcast DEI hire.
Yeah. I'm your obligatory LGBT hire, or everyone else is like straight heterosexual men.
They made yeah, definitely heterosexual, but man, they made Zimcast woke.
I'm dead.
Well, actually, it was always woke because have you seen Zim talk to Brayden or Rooney? Like, there's intention there.
All right, let's get it a bit more on the red side here, or maybe on the LGBT side with Seaman. Sea Monster, how's it going?
Yeah, speaking of things that are real, in case anyone doesn't know, Darker Moon video has been done for pretty much nearly a couple weeks now. So it is real.
It's finally real and it's finally here. Everyone's getting projects done.
Yeah.
Speaking of someone who's also got a project done, which we just showed off, the toy man himself, the Clitty lover of 98, Vic.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, living. Doing what we can. Obviously, congratulations on getting everything completed with the Pocho. So, what's the price on them?
So I think right now I have them up on my Etsy shop. I think under I have them listed as like $7 on Etsy, and I think maybe depending on shipping, might be a little extra. If anyone wants to like purchase directly from me through like a PayPal or something like that, it's just like $5. And that's for like the whole little package there.
There we go. And the last person on here, the animated man himself, Zimcast or Zalao, as we call him.
All I'm gonna say is hi because I have no questions to make. I'm
Yeah,
kinda
black.
tired. Yeah, hi guys.
You're brown.
Also, Zim, so the price of the Ceratosaurus is in total with shipping would cost you like $23. But when you purchase something on my shop, you don't get double. Like if you purchase one thing and then purchase another thing, your shipping doesn't get like added to. It just stays like that fixed price. So if you like,
yeah, because it's international.
yeah. And I don't want to charge too much for my stuff.
Nah, it's fine. It's for friends, so like I don't mind that at all.
I'd purchase some, but I won't lie. Like, I'm almost out of this tight spot with money. I just need to like actually get another paycheck, and then I can finally like breathe a bit.
It's like those horses stuck up with time, huh?
I haven't paid any money in for Uma Musume in like several months. It's
You can
all
see
from
by the
that we
cadence of his
know.
speech, we know he's lying.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
no,
lying.
it's from G Fest.
He says
I
that
just-
after he came from
Wow,
Unicon.
Tim, you saw how much I spent at G Fest.
I know, and he spent double that at Umacon.
No, I didn't.
He did.
Oh my god, doesn't even exist yet.
See, first rule of Umacon, don't speak about Umacon. That's why I don't go to Umacon, because I speak about it.
The Illuminati ain't
Look,
got shit
the,
on
the
Omicron.
Shin video is just a con. It's just so that Kuru
It's
can
just-
make back his money for
just-
Umacon.
This is truly what late stage capitalism has brought us to.
One day we will see a profile pic with him on top of a pony. Just, you know, like a sun style, like just like with a helmet and all of that.
No,
Kuru's gonna have, Kuru's gonna have an
he'll
actual
donate
boss
to, like-
moment one day.
No, he's gonna like donate to Colossal so that we can get Umas in real life.
Oh god.
Oh no.
See, that was a
greatest-
genuine laugh right there. He knows. He
The
knows.
greatest
Wait,
thing I ever
hold on.
told Kuru
Check
was
what
when I actually
Joe-
told him like what
Look
what
at what
Kuru-
Joe Smo sent. Kuru went to Mare Fair.
Oh.
Oh no! Don't shut up.
There's so
Guys,
faggotry at works
it-
in here.
the greatest day of me and Kuru's friendship was when I told him what Vosh did, and just like seeing the realization like in his voice of like what like that guy did was.
No, it's like literally the you know, like that meme from the Dexter New Blood with Clancy Brown when he's like all excited that he just goes, "Oh no!"
Yeah, pretty much. Just, oh no, oh no, no.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
I hate being
So no
alive.
one's
I
making
hate
you
being
like the
alive.
horses.
We're the
Decide to
same.
go. If you decide to go, just don't do it in the Mr. Hands way.
Yeah, no, it's like I found it. This was literally Kuru's reaction after finding out what about Vosh. Just
Yeah, that's pretty. I honestly, that's pretty accurate to what happened on the call. He was just like fucking like losing it.
It was just like me realizing the exact reasons why she compared me to Vosh.
Wait, I have been comparing you to Vosh for like a year now. How did you not
Yeah,
know that?
he didn't know who Vosh was. I was like, oh yeah, Vosh like pulled up his taxes folder and it had a bunch of like horse fallacies.
and other things.
And he said
Does he know
he
about
said
the
he imagined
goblins?
himself.
The short stack goblins. I'm
The
dead.
show.
But Eric says to
The
catch
shorties.
us up to speed, so we'll end the music here and we'll sort of catch everyone who hasn't watched part one.
All right, everyone, go
Here's
on
what's
2 times
going on.
speed now.
Previously on Zimcast.
Does anyone have the capacity to like mimic the voice of the guy who does the catch up for Dragon Ball?
Previously on Zimcast number 139, Zim and Lao had an epic 4-hour duel on top of the throne of the world after they slobbered on someone's nuts.
I do be slobbering around.
Roby Shaw.
Will the schlong ever continue? Find out now.
Tim, I'm gonna spit my drink. Please don't.
No,
Spin
no,
on it.
no,
Spin on
Zimbaby, we
it.
can't do this right now. Shut up.
Same
and let it happen, baby girl.
time. Same
You're not
Sim
allowed
channel.
to spit. You have to swallow, Kuru.
Exactly.
Disgusting.
Like your Uma girls.
But so what we are doing in this series streams is talking about each of the Godzilla films, particularly their Godzilla's designs and how Godzilla is written and characterized throughout them. In short, we all had our opinions and ideas as to how Godzilla ought to be written and what he ought to represent, and went over the original Godzilla, Godzilla 55, King Kong versus Godzilla, and Godzilla versus Mothra, coming to the conclusion that definitely 62 as a Godzilla is very much a departure away from the Godzillas of 54 and 55, with Mothra versus Godzilla being a closer character to that of the Godzilla from Godzilla Raids Again. And moving in, we have Ghidorah, the three-headed monster, and Invasion of Astro Monster we're starting off on. And since actually, see, you were not here for this,
No, I wasn't.
give me your thoughts about like how Godzilla ought to be written.
In terms of like what I would prefer to see necessarily, or just
I'd
or
say
just-
what you prefer to see, but you also think like as a character, how should Godzilla be consistently written in order to make the franchise as good as possible? I guess if we're gonna qualify that as well.
Well, I mean, I think considering that the whole thing about if Godzilla is like meant to be like representative of like the potential consequences of nuclear power, like essentially, like, or at least the introduction of it, if you will. Like there should be like stories to be told with a character that, you know, can also sort of like challenge of like what happens when nuclear power is left unchecked, you know, and then but then there's also just like having it to where it's a little more complicated, where it is still a little more complicated because of the fact that nuclear power can, you know, like there's still some kind of where there could be some benefits that come out of it, pretty much, where it's like if it's used used correctly, if we have a better understanding of it and what we're dealing with in terms of like that kind of power and the stories, and if the Godzilla stories pretty much sort of, if you're pretty much going to have it go in that sort of depth, that sort of like, you know, thematic depth, if you will, then they should sort of like stick with that, essentially, like understanding the nuances of it, essentially. You know, or if you know, or even if like you want to have it to where there's a character, you have like a character drama or something, you know, like involving like a human cast that's like affected by it, you know, instant by like nuclear power or nuclear weapons or something, or like the effects aftermaths of it, you know, trying to pick out the pieces, essentially. You could still like ultimately, like, I still kind of I generally sort of fall into the aspect of like whatever story you want to tell with this character, like it should at least be like, yeah, like it really is like should be pretty consistent at least, and actually, yeah. Or if you are gonna have it to where Godzilla like changes essentially like status quo wise in terms of what he is in this particular continuity that you're doing, it should be well informed, at least, as far as like that sort of development. But yeah, that's, you know, like whether you have him start out as a villain and become more of an anti-hero later on, what have you, or vice versa, like it has to be like well informed. Like you can't, like, I pretty much still stand by the fact that something like the Monsterverse is an example. It's like he was at least relatively consistent for the first two installments that he was in, but then when you get to Wingard films, and it's like we missed like several beats, and it's so involving him. Like, why is he like why he's pretty much like like he's kind of just sort of like, how do I put this? Like he's damaged as a character, like totally not consistent from how he was in the previous two films. So, they pretty much kind of have that sort of going on. But yeah, that's ultimately where I sit there. I'm sorry if I come off as a little rambly here.
No, you're good. That makes sense. And Kuru, Actually, Kuru did make a point. I just know that Kuru didn't stay for the entire thing. Obviously, I do know that you guys had watched Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster yesterday. So in that case, for those who did watch it, I'm not sure if anyone's thoughts or opinions have changed or if we want to add anything on to that.
I did not finish Ghidorah. They did. I had to go do some errands.
He was the lucky one. He was spared. God decided to free him of the pain.
Yeah.
As if I don't like Ghidorah Three-Headed Monster.
No, obviously, Lau, you've got thoughts, so let's have you start off with it then.
Okay, well, one of the things I noticed, and like the thing is, I told everyone else, like I talked about this on the video I made like a couple of days ago, is how the focus is always on the monsters instead of being on the actual like story. And one thing that was really obvious to the point that it became a meme was the fact that even the fucking composer decided to go drink some caipirinhas whenever the humans were talking. There was no music made for the human scenes, and if there was music, the music started when there was a kaiju on screen. No one cares about the humans. The humans are just there to fill up time. And when you do that, it's like, okay, so I only have to focus on the monsters. But if I don't find them interesting because, like, I don't think that Godzilla should be a hero, then I'm kind of screwed, right? So, like, the whole philosophy about these movies is we only care about the monsters. And even the monsters are just being puppeteered to be child-friendly now and to be turned into, like, kid toys and stuff like that. Or, I guess, child toys. So, yeah, no, I didn't like it. I didn't like what the movie represents. I didn't like the movie itself. I didn't like the humans. I didn't like anything, honestly. And the Rodan thing was spammed to hell, which is funny because the movie is called Ghidorah, the three-headed monster, and it should be called Rodan, the one-headed monster, because his theme is literally all over the third act. And there's no tension because, like, the monsters are really playful to one another, and the humans. How can you have tension in a scene where people are shooting each other without music? Like, you can do it, but you have to give a shit about the humans. So the easier way to do that is with music, but they didn't even bother. There's a lot of things in the movie. I just don't think that anything works. There was nothing there. And Ghidorah, like, we did a little thought experiment. Like, Brayden told Serena what Ghidorah is supposed to represent. And I asked him.
Actually, before you said that, what did Brayden say? Just curious.
He said that he was supposed to... Oh, okay, yeah, you go first.
So I don't remember fully what he said because this was I've got pretty shit memory. But essentially, what he said was that Ghidorah is meant to represent like a foreign nation rising to power, rising in power that causes other nations around them to put aside their differences and settle the ever-growing threat. It's just I don't really get that from the movie. So like when I was watching this, I was trying to see like, okay, where is this like how do they implement this theme? And the issue is Ghidorah isn't like, it's called Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, but like he's not really in the film that much. Like he's mostly an egg for most of the film until like the third act, or like he shows up. But like we never really see how strong he is on like each individual monster. Like he fights the Mothra larva and then just fights Rodan, Mothra, and Godzilla. Like it would have been much better if like it was from the Ghidorah like severely outclassed everyone in just a one-on-one confrontation. Like there's a little bit where like when he headbutts Rodan in the air, but aside from that, it's mostly just like a 3v1 between like the three of them. And I think it would have been much more effective to show Godzilla going to fight Ghidorah because he's Godzilla, he's a massive asshole, and then Ghidorah just like mollywopping the poor bastard and causing Godzilla to retreat. And it's like, oh, we all need to like put aside our petty differences and fight this three-headed fat chud because he's way out of our league and we kind of need to like band together if we have any hope of defeating him. And I'm surprised the humans didn't really have much to do with like defeating Ghidorah, because you would think if the movie's about people coming together for a common goal, you would have the humans who, are at direct opposition with Godzilla and Rodan. to aid them in the fight with Ghidorah, unless I'm like misremembering the film. But like I don't remember much like the humans having much to do with Ghidorah's like defeats. Just like they were just kind of there, and then Venus Lady was like mocking everyone, which is really funny. But yeah, I mean the film did a lot for me because it's the first introduction of King Ghidorah, and King Ghidorah is my favorite Godzilla kaiju. But like on like a story level, it's pretty weak.
Okay. I was gonna say, did Brayden actually cite something about the Ghidorah reference? Because I think outside of like someone referring to something and then referring to someone else's opinion, I don't think anyone, especially I don't think Honda ever referenced that's what Ghidorah's intent was.
He didn't cite a source. I could ask him though.
It's not gonna be like source, what source, but like
I made it up.
I've heard like people like say that that's what Ghidorah represents, but then like I've always asked like what does that like when that actually has been used to represent Ghidorah, and then there's like never anyone is actually able to state where that came from.
Yeah, the alternative will be that Ghidorah doesn't really represent anything. Like there's nothing in the movie. Like whatever the intention was, if there even was one, like it not showing there. I saw some parallels, which I thought was actually kind of nice to Colorado space. How the meteor falls and it starts growing, and it starts affecting the area around it. But it's not really dreadful because you don't really care about the people around the meteor. So not even that cosmic horror kind of thing that was probably just a coincidence manages to do anything for like the space kaiju. I think was he the first space kaiju we have in the Godzilla movies? I think yeah.
In the Godzilla movies, yes.
Yeah.
If we're talking about space creatures, it'd be
no, because that would be Mogera, right?
Yeah, it would be Mogera.
Mogera.
But yeah, because I guess we'd also talked about it earlier in the last stream, where Ghidorah was always supposed to be more of a nebulous, overarching force rather than like a specific national force, which is why, again, I think I mentioned it as it being sort of the hot take that Ghidorah is super boomer coded in that sense. As well as we'd also talked about the fact that Godzilla has now become even more child friendly in terms of like his behavior, especially when it comes to the interactions with Rodan. And I think that like because of the fact that like we have to go from Godzilla and Rodan fighting to Godzilla and King Ghidorah, and Rodan and Mothra all having that final fight, I think it does take away from like where you could have like individual bouts between all three monsters so that the team up feels a little bit more believable. And also bringing in is Minecraft.
Hi,
also, I would like to mention something.
I'm going to try to be a little bit more quiet because I am currently in a library right now. I'm in my break between classes. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's a moment in the film where Mothra is trying to like negotiate with Godzilla and Rodan, and Godzilla says, we don't want to save humans because they bully us. And it's quite funny, like, to think that Godzilla's mad that humans are bullying him, but like you could have done something more there, where you could say like Godzilla like is aware to an extent that humans are the reason that the 54 Godzilla was killed. Because if they're gonna personify him so much, like, you could make him that he's angry at humanity because of like a more personal reason, and it's they killed another member of his kind, and he feels like he doesn't owe humanity anything. You just have to like justify like why he would know that, but maybe I don't know. You could do some like gymnastics to try and justify, or just write the film better, because there's always that option, which is the preferable option. But like, I'm surprised they didn't go with that of like Godzilla's angry that they killed 54 Goji, and then you could tie that back to 54 because we all like 54.
And meanwhile, you have Rodan, who is like, I don't think the film did the film ever even, because it's been a hot minute since I've watched Ghidorah 3-Headed Monster. That movie never confirmed like whether or not it's just another Rodan completely separate from the other two or not.
It's just a Rodan.
That
Rodan just popped up from the ground in Ghidorah the 3-Headed Monster, never showed up until in Ghidorah the 3-Headed Monster. So it's like Rodan would have like no, like, how much of a reason would that particular Rodan have to think that humans are pretty much a-holes to him, essentially?
He saw it in a dream.
Yeah, he read the
Fair enough.
script.
Yeah,
Okay.
because
6-7,
the
bro.
like the thing with Rodan is that where it emerges is where the last two died, but they never like state that outright.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like
you
the
think that they
only-
would have, you know,
Not
to
really,
hammer that.
because like I think, although obviously the franchise is getting like there's already direct sequel with Godzilla Raids Again, the idea and perception of it being a like continuous franchise in the sense that we understand it today is definitely not there. I also did find the quote I was thinking about when people say like, oh, Ghidorah is supposed to be some like foreign nation. It says, while Honda was making Ghidorah, the People's Republic of China successfully tested its first atomic bomb on October 16th, 1964. It has been speculated that King Ghidorah symbolized China's nuclear threat, but Honda doubted that Shinichi Sekizawa, Atrigon aside, was an apolitical writer and had such intents. Ghidorah is basically Yamato no Orochi. It is an old folktale, and we wrote it as a creature from outer space. It is fine for the audience to think that way, but I do not believe it was written with such a political notion.
Okay, so yeah, Ghidorah is
Okay.
literally just, we need a bigger monster. You're gonna
We
need a bigger
fish.
monster. Yeah.
I think I would like to chime in that I don't really
Mhm.
think that hurts the thematic core of the film of uniting against like a greater threat if Ghidorah doesn't represent anything in a political standpoint. That like I'm not talking about the narrative in this instance, but like from a strictly thematic level, Ghidorah really doesn't need to represent anything in order for the story to work. I could say because like if you compare this film thematically to Gorath, since both of them are essentially the exact same theme, like Gorath doesn't really represent a higher power. It's not really an alien invader. It's a natural disaster. It's an impending threat that seeks to destroy, um, like that doesn't really. It's not even seeking. It's just doing what it does. Like Ghidorah, if anything, is portrayed as a more natural force. It's not really a superpower or anything like that. Like I said, that doesn't change much of the story issues, but thematically, Ghidorah doesn't really need to represent anything.
I mean, but isn't every kaiju story joining forces to defeat a bigger foe, in a way?
Wait, say that again. You kind of broke up on my end. I'm not sure why.
Okay. Minecraft, you said that, like the theme of the story is just joining forces to defeat a bigger foe, right? Or did I mishear that?
Yes.
Okay, isn't that just almost any kaiju story where, like, except for Mothra, for example, right? But it's like, okay, so we're going to like all work together to defeat this. Okay, hey, like, I know you have an oxygen destroyer, but we need to talk because you don't want to use it. Like, why don't we have like a discussion? Hey, look at the pain. Okay, we will all come together and help you do this. Rodan, it's kind of the same thing, like the village going up and like starting to talk to people, and everyone in the world like starts noticing this weird thing. And so like the Japanese put a plan to, like destroy him. Like, isn't that just like the core of almost any like huge threat? Like, then what makes it special?
You can even also argue that it's like the core of like a whole bunch of other stories outside of kaiju. I mean, like, what's really the
what's
like the
like the
Avengers or
Avengers?
something?
My
like the
my
Avengers, yeah.
response then is that, and again, this is circling back to the topic that we had yesterday. Is that inherently an issue, though? Can the
It's
same
not
thing?
an issue.
Can
I'm
this?
not saying it's an issue. I'm just saying like what makes it special. Like why should we value it if it doesn't even do it particularly well? Like, it's really
It's a
bare
good
bones.
trope that works thematically, consistently.
Because it
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay, but I can use
because
tropes that work consistently and thematically, and like, okay, like, should I get a claps for that? Like,
But
if
here's
I'm
the
not
thing:
doing
what it
anything
doesn't
I'm
do
not
it.
special,
saying I'm not saying the
Sorry.
film I'm not saying the film should be praised for it. I'm saying that the film doesn't feel the need to diverge into the like I'm not trying to praise the film for that. I'm just saying the film doesn't have an inherent need for Ghidorah to represent anything in specific. I'm not saying
Yeah, no,
that's a
that
good.
is.
I'm not saying that's a
Yeah.
good thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm not trying to praise the movie for it. I was just saying, much like Gorath, Ghidorah is a natural disaster, and I don't. And to me, the whole he represents a superpower thing, that feels like looking too far into what the film is trying to be, or like, excuse me, let me rephrase what the what the character is trying to be and what the story um how
It's
does
trying to accomplish.
how do I know it doesn't have to? That's my question. Because it's worked in the past, Bruni. Because I've seen enough films in the past to understand that this story can work without having to justify what Ghidorah quote unquote represents, what Ghidorah quote any broader message for Ghidorah in specific. I'm not
Minecraft.
praising the film for it because the film has plenty of other because the way Ghidorah is handled is an inherent part of the story. What does it mean work in this context? What entails working? Rooney, I think you're making this question way more complicated than it actually is.
No, I think that's partly what I was asking. Like, okay, like I understand that it might be doing this thing, but like, what's the value in it doing the same thing that a lot of so many other stories are doing? And also the fact that since we're watching all of the Showa movies, I mean, we did skip some for this stream specifically, sadly. I just see the same thing being done over and over again. It's like a one-trick pony. It's like,
What
okay,
is the-
it did the backflip a couple of times. I don't see the point in being here anymore if it's just going to do the one trick.
So what you're asking,
Why-
Lau,
so then why do I need to justify a piece of media existing when when it's already happened?
I think what Lau, I mean, now you could correct me if I'm wrong, if for assuming that this is what you're trying to ask of Lau.
Yeah,
But
it's
is the
okay.
question is the question that like why is Ghidorah like the three-head monster like getting like singled out with like more praise for doing it when as opposed to other stories that may arguably have maybe have like tighter have executed this sort of like story like the story tropes and what have you in a better way.
Yeah, like it's not doing anything special. It's not really adding
If
anything
it's
to
not doing
this.
anything special, then why does it get singled out compared to other stories
Partially
that do something similar?
I think
Yeah.
I think if I may answer that one, I think part of the reason why it is singled out is because of the retrospect. Because we are not looking at these movies in the justification of their time. This is a retrospective. This is looking at the franchise overall and going back to each film based on looking at what they eventually led to, not looking at each film in isolation.
Could I ask?
No
Oh,
Godzilla.
sorry.
I would argue that no Godzilla movie, bar 54, exists in isolation. They always have something built up to them. They always have something within them that has already pre-established itself. Hell, no film, no piece of artwork exists within a vacuum.
Could
Therefore,
oh.
I know
Yeah.
Vic was about to say something. Vic, give your thought.
Well, I was gonna say I think Ghidorah, what makes him special is like he's like the impetus for change, and how Godzilla changes as a character, Rodan in a sense changes as a character here. I think that's what he's sort of like. I don't know, in like either like a meta sense or a thematic sense, you can say, to where he is just that like nexus point maybe to where you see the franchise changing to where eventually it goes. On top of that, he is like the big threat that requires all these monsters to come together, and it just works as a story trope, I think.
Then to that, I would just ask, okay, so like, but what if this change shouldn't have happened? Like, what if Godzilla shouldn't have become like a franchise for
then you
kids?
are asking a pointless question because it already did happen and we
No,
saw
because
the
you said
fallout.
that
No,
everything
but,
exists
like,
in a context.
No, but
So if
like
everything-
as well as if it's a friend, if we're talking about this in retrospect, then what we need to understand too is that even if we're not justifying its existence necessarily, what we are doing is trying to see where certain changes could be done in order to have steered the franchise in arguably a healthier or a different direction.
My apologies.
I would,
my apologies.
I would
Because, like,
ask,
we can
that
say
was me
like,
completely misunderstanding the assignment.
Yeah, like we
Um,
could say like, oh, this film shouldn't have existed. That's fine because it's all for the point of this hypothetical thought exercise that we're doing. And like I think we mentioned earlier in part one, with this film pushing Godzilla in a more comedic and heroic direction, similar to King Kong versus Godzilla, it once again it steers him towards that more child friendly way without doing the legwork necessary to make that justified. And even if you could justify it, I think that Godzilla ought not to have been more child friendly given the nature of his character and his origins. I think it's fine for like children to like the franchise and to have liked the films that came out. But I think for a stronger, thematically consistent character and franchise, certain things would be tackled. Like I think it's interesting here because it's in page 2221 of the Honda book, where Honda says, looking back on Ghidorah, I feel that most fans were elementary and middle school students. We, however, have never once made a film just for children. I am concerned, and this moves into the next page, that we are drifting toward taking the easy route, believing a silly story is okay, though it might be mocked by adults simply because the film is made for children. Kids will not tolerate nonsense. Although obviously Honda resolved to continue working with his usual seriousness. I feel that filmmakers, first and foremost, must be surprised and astonished. What would happen if Godzilla really appeared? What if Rodan actually hatched in today's world? I think that, like, especially in the case of King Kong versus Godzilla and Ghidorah, the three-headed monster, you're looking at the character, I think, has justified itself in terms of its marketability in King Kong versus Godzilla, and having him go up against another character that's justified himself in King Kong is what propels Godzilla's commerciality appeal. And then taking other famous monsters from the Japanese side with Mothra continues to boost that appeal. You do it again with Rodan, and in order for them to justify all three of them as the characters that are already liked, you have to introduce a monster as the antagonist. And I think that's why the film is the way it is when it comes to portraying Godzilla. But I don't think necessarily that was the best choice for the character per se. I'm not sure if anyone agrees or disagrees
Actually,
with
I
that
want
statement.
I would
one more
also-
thing because I was replying to Vic and I got I just had to say the other half of what I was trying to say. So what I was trying to say is, okay, to what point is this like what did it deserve to? And then I said, it was only bad for the franchise. And the other thing is how it was done, because I don't think that this movie even justifies Godzilla being like heroic in any way that makes sense. So like it's not just that the decision, I think it's stupid. It's also like the fact that the decision is like everything leading to it is just
is
bad.
unfounded.
Yeah.
Well, I'd also say too in
Can
that
I,
case
if
is
I
that
may.
rephrase what you're saying about Godzilla, about not justifying Godzilla as a hero in the context of the universe.
If I may.
Before you say
Um,
something, Kura, I just want to hear Lau's rationale on that.
Okay.
Can you repeat the question?
So you're saying that in universe the film doesn't do enough to justify Godzilla being a hero.
Yeah, because we're talking about this as the first step for him to do that, or at least I was replying to Vic, and I'm saying that as a first step, it's not even well done because, first of all, like what Serena said, like they bully me. Why they bullying me? And it's like, dude, we just saw you burn like a cruise ship full of innocent people in this movie, and no one even, like the movie doesn't even react to it. So it's like, also, we are going from the assumption that Godzilla understands that humanity did something bad to him, which now we can talk about that because apparently he can't even talk to other monsters. So it's possible at this point of Showa that he can actually get there mentally. Then we are relying on the fact that he can like look at every single time that he has gone on shore and just destroyed cities, and somehow the guy still thinks that he's the victim when he could just stay in Odo or like swim around or do whatever. Because again, like in the movies, we never see that he has lost his family or anything like that. Like it's like that's outside the movie. If they had established that, I think that's fine. And what Serena said, if he knew that they had killed the original Godzilla, that also would be fine. That would be more justification, but he hasn't. Like, it's all nebulous. It's all on the ether. Like, you have to assume stuff. You have to do all the work for the writers, like almost in every single movie.
May I say something? It's a response to what Minecraft said about Ghidorah being a natural disaster. The issue I take with the idea of Ghidorah being like a natural disastrous character, that this is the only film where Ghidorah is acting on his own accord. So he's actively going around destroying these cities. They call him like the destroyer of worlds. That, he wiped out Venus. He's clearly doing this for the love of the game. Because he's evil. Natural disasters aren't really evil. They're just more like things that happen. Ghidorah, like saying that Ghidorah is like comparing Ghidorah to like a natural disaster, I think is a bit not a very good comparison, because of just the nature of Ghidorah, that the fact he is an autonomous creature in this one, and he's actively going out of his way to like destroy a city. Even though Ghidorah's character is like really underbaked in this film, he is actively destroying, Tokyo. Like that is his goal. While a natural disaster just kind of happens just to destroy things in our general vicinity, because that's just the nature of what they do. So like, I think comparing Ghidorah to a natural disaster is not a very a good comparison. Not to knock your argument initially. I think it's a not very
I get
well
that.
informed point.
I should apologize again. I fell into old habits after yesterday's conversation was really starting to get to me, especially last night. So
It's fine. Just we're all human. But yeah, I think Ghidorah as an antagonist isn't very like he's like it's a bit sad because Ghidorah is my favorite kaiju, but like he's not really that much of a character in this film. He's just kind of like a thing. Like he's like the only time in the show stories he's like autonomously like doing things out of it on his own accord. I think Zone Fight also has him doing like his own thing. I'm not too sure.
No, he's under the Goroba's control in Zone Fighter.
Of course he is. My poor Chud.
you don't get an autonomous Ghidorah until Rebirth of Mothra 3.
The poor fucker.
And there he spends the whole time like isolating kids in a dome and eating them. What do they mean by this?
Jeffrey Ghidorahstein?
Jeffrey Guidostein.
But you were gonna say something, right?
No. K Giddy.
Oh shit!
King Ghidorah. King Ghidorah.
I was gonna say something, but I think Lau was kind of already getting to where I was gonna say is that I think I misunderstood what was being said, because from how I was understanding the way you guys were talking about the film, like this was so just run with me here for a sec. The way like I was understanding what y'all were saying was that this was like the end of like that whole arc of being a hero for Godzilla. Like this was the bookend of that. I was like, wait, no, it's not. This is like he's still very much treated as a threat after this in other films that is to be avoided. Hang on. Sorry, I need to finish this because I'm actually I'm agreeing with you more than you think. But I was then going to say that he's still very much treated as a dangerous animal, especially in like Ebera, that needs to be like, okay, get the hell out of his way. But then you said first steps, and I was like, okay, now I see what he's talking about. That the film doesn't justify this being like, yeah, humans, yeah, like you hate humans, but like you're not gonna, improve your quality of life if none of us take like the first step or something. And that's what you're saying, that this doesn't justify Godzilla initiating that heel turn, if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly.
Yeah, like it's kind of forced because
that I can find understandable is I can agree to that. I do really like this movie. It's one of my favorites, but I do definitely think it doesn't do all of the legwork it needs to, I think, explain why Godzilla's been a big green asshole for the last few films, where it's like, it was very easy. You could have just said, they killed my best friend. And they could have just had a line, because he literally talks in this movie, like, they killed my best friend. Why should I defend them? Where it's like talking about the original 54 Godzilla or something. And like, that could have been very easy if they just... And I think that comes out of... Yeah, like they could have done that. Same with Rodan. They could have maybe made him one of the Rodans from the first film, or like their kid. Like, let's say an egg survived, and he's like, yeah, like more could have been done. Not enough is done with the tools they have to justify the monsters becoming more heroic.
And one more
And-
thing I would say is that the tool itself is really not just stupid, because we always talk about, oh, the monsters are talking as like a stupid thing, but the problem is that they use it as a tool. So it's not just stupid, it's also lazy as hell.
Like, I don't.
It's literally
I don't
Godzilla
think, like,
looking at the
it
camera and
could
saying, "Oh,
necessarily be, like-
I've been misunderstood this whole time."
I don't see the inherent issue with that.
Also, the fact that they're talking.
because I've been kind of silent this whole
The
stream.
fact that they're, I
Hang
don't
on,
see the
Minecraft.
inherent issue with the fact that they actively converse, even if it's translated by the fairies.
You don't see the problem with a bunch of monsters of different species talking to one another.
Yeah, because animals do it all the time.
Yeah.
Hang on, Minecraft. I don't think that's a good. I don't think that's a great argument.
That's a
Like,
terrible
let me like
argument.
try to justify.
Dude, have you seen a dolphin talk? Have you seen whales
Yeah,
and
I
dolphins
haven't seen a
communicate?
dolphin talk to a bird talking to a monkey.
Hang on, Minecraft. I don't necessarily think that's a good argument for like the reasons like Lau stated, but what I am going to say is that like whether or not the tool is stupid to me is irrelevant, because if you can make it work, which I mean we could, even if it is stupid, quote unquote, I think you can justify its existence by the fact that, oh, it serves a vital tool in getting us like one, like Godzilla's motivation for the last few films, and also just like why he doesn't help, why he doesn't like. This is like
It's
me
how
trying to
it's like
rewrite
how
the
things
movie.
are conveyed and presented.
Yeah, it's how things are conveyed in the film that is the issue. I don't think there is an inherent issue with the tool itself, because it is a tool. It is not good or bad. It simply exists.
Well, it's
You
like
could
it's conveyance, but
justify-
also presentation.
You
And
could
you can-
justify the
Yes,
other
please,
monsters understanding what the Mothra Lava is saying by just saying, oh, the fairies are magical, Mothra is magical, so it's like a
Yeah,
auto
they could have just been
translator
like,
for the
oh
monsters.
yeah, they're just kind of auto-translating Mothra's language into
But doesn't
like the way
Mothra need to
Mothra speaks
sing?
into.
Doesn't
What?
she like literally need music? Like Mothra literally doesn't move her ass unless there's music involved.
Well,
The
remember
monsters aren't
that's
singing.
no. Remember at the start of the film when they introduced the peanuts, they already had them sing.
The peanuts?
Mothra
Yeah,
would-
but Mothra needs to. What I'm saying is that Mothra can apparently just talk to the kaiju, but whenever you need to ask for her help, you need her to sing. You need to sing to her so she can talk to people. She just wants to be singed at.
I don't understand the criticism there.
What I'm saying is that, okay, like if Godzilla's not singing, can Mothra just talk to him? If she can just talk to people normally, why do you need to sing to her every single time that you're doing something? I just feel like the writers didn't think of that. So now she's just talking, like literally just talking.
Hang on, let me make sure I understand
Well, I
what
don't
you're
think
saying.
Mothra has to sing every time.
Yeah, Mothra.
Hang on. Let me see if I'm trying to like unpack what Lau's saying. You're saying, if I'm understanding this correctly, that you think it's weird how like Mothra is, and I'm saying controlled here, not like literally like the character's controller, but is like controlled by the script of like her rules don't make
Are
sense,
not
and if she could,
respected.
yeah, and
I
if
don't feel like
they-
they're respecting what they established in the other movies. You know, like okay, so
Like,
she
I
can
think-
just talk.
I think I'm trying to unpack this because something in my head's not adding up here.
It's fine.
And
He thinks. Wait, do you think that because Mothra is sung to by the worshippers, she also has to sing in order to talk?
No, I'm saying that if she can like understand normal talk, right? Like you don't have to speak to her in music necessarily, right? Which in the first movie they say that if like you literally see the fairies, basically they speak in musical notes, right? Like they don't necessarily speak like in a different language. They do like you know, they make weird noises, right? And they start learning how to speak when
was
they
really good.
actually start interacting with normal people. So every time that you need Mothra to help, you have to sing, right? Like you have to like invoke her or do this through music.
I don't think
which
it's...
is. I'm not complaining, by the way. I don't think that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that if
I'm thinking...
Godzilla can talk to her by saying roar, 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 instead of going roar, like speaking stations, then it's like,
wait,
okay,
so you're saying
does
that
she-
necessarily that you think that in the prior films the only way to speak to Mothra is from invoking her with the native language of the Infant Islanders?
Not necessarily, because the fairies do act as translators. What I'm saying is, okay, maybe I'm not explaining it well. If Mothra can just speak normally, right? Why, when you need help, do you have to do this grand gesture of singing instead of like hey, can you like hurry up? Hey, Mothra, we need you. Like, why can't you just do that? Why do you need to do the whole song if Godzilla can literally just?
I'm trying to remember, because I would have tried to rewatch both this movie and Astro Monster, but this, like I said, I went and bum rushed the script, and by the time I finished the Shin Godzilla script, it was already like 4 a.m, so I just went to sleep.
Jesus
But
Christ.
I'm trying to remember.
Well, no, because what he's also saying too is that in a case where if Godzilla can just talk to Mothra normally, then there shouldn't be a need to invoke Mothra in like a grand display, because that is only done specifically to
I think
pad
at that
out
point,
of film.
yeah, you would need to like justify, wait, how are they talking to each other? And just saying we're kind of just you could just be like, wait, how are these monsters talking to each other? And you could have like the Shobijin be like, oh yeah, we're using our magic to kind of translate what Mothra's saying to the other monsters.
By the way, Black just explained it in chat.
I think that's
the
what
rules are arbitrary. Like, I just don't feel like it's consistent.
I think that was.
I'm trying to also remember.
I mean, that was already implied, but I'm trying to see how exactly.
You just said the word that makes Rooney flinch like an abused dog.
Implied the I word. He's gonna come to the stream IRL.
I was under the impression, because I was under the impression of like you immediately jumping to saying the kaiju talking is stupid. I don't like.
Yeah,
I'm with Kuru in the fact that I don't think
more...
it could work. I agree with you in the fact that it isn't fully justified. That was my issue.
Yeah,
because
I think if I am to try to meet both of you halfway, it's not justified enough, and that's why it's stupid. But if
the mechanics of the story are very vague, so that causes confusion with like what this like.
I think that's what I think that's where our hang up is.
Also, I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna grab some lunch. So.
Which, like, yeah, I can agree to that.
Oh, and by the way, the whole thing about the kaiju in this universe, like talking, it just like makes the series like makes it even dumber once you get to Godzilla versus Gigan, where it literally sounds like a DJ is just like remixing Godzilla. We're going,
well, no, that's literally what they did. They literally just fiddled with the way that
DJ Khaled.
See, there you could talk to Mothra. There is justified.
Exactly.
No, we need Kendrick to like
help us.
I'm just thinking of ways you can be like, you can try to like explain this of like, and granted, some of this I think comes out of like, I think these are issues, yes, and I'm not gonna justify them.
1 sec. $10 from Ink Dragon. I don't know about you guys, but I've had enough of kaiju who just stomp around and roar at people. I want to see is the kaiju actually talk and speak, not a roaring tour, but as normal people. I think Colossal.
Yeah, I think Colossal.
Don't you really hate that movie though?
I don't hate it. I just don't like it. It's just not for
me. Watch Rumble.
But oh no, not Colossal. Rumble. That's what I was thinking.
Rampage too. Technically, the monkey speaks in sign language.
Do I think?
No,
like,
I'm
you
serious.
Can make the idea of a talking kaiju work. Hell, I'm actually going to point to a few examples where it's been done.
I would say Aku. Like Aku can technically turn into kaiju. Like he's this giant spirit.
And I know this is going to make some people.
You mean from Samurai Jack?
For a second. The Wingard movies with Kong using sign language, I think that makes sense.
You've just caused Rooney to like die of cancer.
I don't care.
You just gave Vic a hard on.
But like that works. I think if I am to also, and I think this also goes to an extent, and that could then feed into a few other things, but I think another example is Jormungandr from God of War 4, where like the way he talks, but then again, I think in that game he's meant to be like speaking in the language the giants used. So like you could say that like
Well, Jormungandr is
Especially-
also Jotun too. So
yeah,
like,
Jotun, like yeah, he's
But,
speaking
He's
but
speaking
also
his
to
own language.
redirect
yeah, he's
back
speaking
to what we were-
Jotunese, but I think then that gets into the nature of your kaiju. Are they more mystical beings or are they like more monsters? Then that kind of segues into a few things. It's just if you make your kaiju talk, it's how you justify it and also like
The mechanics you set up.
they talk, yeah, the mechanics and why certain things need to be done. It's just one of those things. And yeah, I don't think the film, its rules with how the kaiju talk don't make sense, and I think that's just because, and not to like defend it, but it's one of those things I think comes out of these films, like the way they were made, not to justify it, but it's just like
in which way?
I'm trying to like explain this. I don't know
Okay.
another word for it other than being products of their time.
Oh, we were talking about this the other
Oh
day.
yeah, we were literally talking about this.
Yeah, no, that's not an excuse. That's not an excuse.
No, I'm not.
But-
Hang on. I'm not saying it is an excuse. I am simply explaining that's what they are. It's not a defense. It's not an argument. It is simply
I am a bit
what they
lost.
are. And I think, hell, I would actually say that I'm using this here, and it is a loss for them because of like different things and how these films were made at the time. They didn't either have the time or the creative chops to like think of mechanics like that could make sense because
Okay,
we're only
but-
able
but
to do it
cool,
in like 30
because
seconds.
I know where this is going
Hang on,
since you have
hang
already
on,
said this
hang
in the
on.
past.
Cask,
Whose
like,
fault is
loud,
that?
Just loud. Just I'm getting there. I think we're on a same
Just for
page
my
when
sake, can I
just-
get like some
hang on, let me
context
finish.
behind
I'm just
everything?
about to finish. Because like I said, they don't have the time or creative chops to do it. I think we're able to do it because we have the benefit of like 60 plus years of hindsight, which, you know, hindsight is 2020 and all that. And I think the issue is, again, these films were just not given, I think, the time they need, or like I said, just didn't have people working on them that had quite the creative chops to really work stuff like that in yet, if that makes sense.
Okay, and then again, as always, I would say, and whose fault is that? It's still Toho's fault. So it's
Yeah,
all
I'm
their
agreeing
fault.
with
Wait,
you.
wait.
Yeah,
Just
Lau,
can I,
I'm agreeing with you.
can one
like,
of
these
you
films-
give me the context as to like the argument that's being made?
Because of
the-
like the way that these films just kept getting, because like after this you got King Kong versus Godzilla, and then they basically got a film going, in fact multiple kaiju films going like every year. Hell, 64 had Mothra versus Godzilla, Dogora and Ghidorah 3 had Monster. At some points all three were being worked on at once, and it is just like that is just stretching your resources way too damn thin for 3 entire movies, all of which are very expensive to make. And you're just not enough is being done with what they have, and they have too much. That's what
Well, no,
I'm
there's that, but then also it was the for the time argument. I guess Lau
we
explained
can
that.
explain that. Like, don't worry. I think we will get to that no matter what.
Yeah,
The
Lau, I
thing
think
is,
we're actually
before
more
that, I
agreeing-
even wanted to actually answer to something that Kur said, where he said that he doesn't. I think Kur, you said that you don't think that it's a lazy tool to have them speak, right?
I think
Because that was a
Actually,
long time ago, so now I need to
I
ask
think-
that again.
if that is something I said, I don't really know if I would stand by it because I don't remember if I ever said that. But like, I don't really, whether or not a tool is lazy, if it technically is, I think that is a pointless argument. If it is a tool that you feel like,
Okay,
like-
that's all I wanted to clarify, because here's
Yeah.
the thing. Why doesn't Mothra talk to Godzilla in Mothra versus Godzilla? Why doesn't Godzilla speak to Anguirus? Or did they have like a bar fight? Like, hey, your mom is so bad, like they had to nuke her, and
Wait.
then that's what caused the fight.
Wait,
in
Lau.
Red
Okay,
Scare.
I'm sorry, really quick. That's really funny that you say the whole thing about Godzilla, like saying something about Anguirus' mom, because
James
way back in the day when Cinemassacre was doing his Godzilla videos, that's what he said was the justification for Godzilla and Anguirus' fight in Raids Again.
I didn't know that. That was an accident.
Yeah,
Actually, the
but-
context was like I think he said something like maybe he fucked his mom about
No,
that.
he
No,
said,
no,
Godzilla
just said-
said something about Anguirus' mom
Yeah,
or
occurs
something.
when
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
right.
okay.
It's just really funny.
I have some
Lau.
Mandela effect going
But,
on right
like,
now. With that.
yeah.
But real
Lau,
quick, like I
what I'm
guess
saying is that
real quick, Kuro,
I
I
think
just
you
want
and I,
to.
Lau, are more in agreement on this than you might think.
I think
Because,
that
like-
I think that the main difference is that I will just call it bad writing, and I feel like you don't want to take that step when it's the obvious result of everything. It's like you're talking
I
about,
don't-
like the
because
bad practices
I
from
don't-
Toho. You're talking about the like lack of respect for the rules they set themselves. And the word for this is just straight up bad writing, but I feel like no one else wants to say it. So that's why, to me, it feels like a
is it
defense.
bad? Like, okay, yes, it is bad writing that they like don't have this rule when it could have solved the conflict in, like, I guess, like in Mothra versus Godzilla. Because let's just say, for this moment, for this hypothetical, that given what we see in Ghidorah, you need the Shobijin there, like, to translate. In which case, the only one that can be justified by this is Mothra versus Godzilla. But in which case, yes, that would retroactively make the conflict in that film not make sense, because the Shobijin could have just like translated Mothra. But if I am to justify this rhetorically, because I am agreeing with you, in that moment you could say that Mothra was more focused on trying to defend her egg than talking this out, because Godzilla was right on top of it. But then and that the fight just kind of got out of hand before they could
I would say
stop
that for me,
stop the fight.
I would say the tool itself isn't lazy. I would say how it's executed muddies the waters and makes it hard
Yes,
to justify
that
other
is-
previous decisions.
I think that's where
Because
I'm
I
getting
think
at,
that like
too.
having the monsters all directly talk to each other instead of this Shobijin using their magic to either extract what the monsters themselves are thinking instead of the monsters overtly speaking it, creates a level of ambiguity that would allow you to get across what these creatures are thinking without them devolving into characters that are just overtly talking through like a monster language.
The reason why I said specifically lazy is because it's doing the job of retconning Godzilla's characterization when you could have actually just been consistent from the beginning. So you're just taking the easy route. You're just saying, oh, he feels like a victim. We never see him feeling like a victim. You can talk about 54 all you want, but this will be from Raids Again onwards, and he's always the aggressor. I'm not saying that someone that's an aggressor cannot feel like a victim. We have narcissists, we have like shitty people, we have dumb people, and this is an animal, right? But if you're going to give him understanding to the point where he's able to talk, we should see in the previous movies that he's, like maybe one, he's like chilling and we literally attacked him out of nowhere, like after 2 movies or something like that. But there's none of that. So it's not just lazy; it's also bad. It's like
I'm also gonna
ask.
in this case, Lau, can you justify Godzilla's origins in 50 actually at all?
I don't think that there's any he's like awakened by the bomb.
No.
Well, like-
Not even say that, because we never even see them. We don't necessarily know if that's the case or not either. Because if we're
like
going
the
back,
movie says things, and you kind of have to believe it. That's what we were
but
talking
that
about
would be
the other day.
yeah. But that's what I'm saying, is that would apply to almost any movie at that point.
Yeah, but the thing is, the origin itself is not like the thing. I don't know what the origin has to do with this, because I'm talking about his characterization in the movies. Like
the origin is what motivates the characterization. We're not saying, or at least I'm not saying, that the exact language used in the film is good, but I'm saying that the tool used could be used better. I don't think the tool itself is inherently lazy.
I mean, the tool itself is not inherently lazy on its own. The way in which they used it is lazy.
That's what we're
that's
saying.
what I'm saying.
That's what we're saying.
Okay.
So we're in agreement
Wait,
on
so
that. because-
so we're all just in agreement essentially.
Yeah,
Yes.
pretty much. I think it just took us a sec to unpack that, because I would say the way it is used, they took the easy way out. But if you want to like you can workshop this, because I don't think there is any, like, when it comes to storytelling, I don't think there are any bad ideas, just really bad execution.
So basically, everything's like kind of neutral.
Yes, I kind of look at everything from a point of neutrality, which is literally the fucking definition of objective. And ultimately, I try to look at.
I think you can be objective and refuse that. Like, I don't think that a franchise that started as like the metaphor for nuclear holocaust should become a kids thing. I think that is a bad idea. I don't care how you actually do it. I just think that it's morally bankrupt.
Well,
to
I mean,
just
yes,
say,
I am
okay,
agreeing
we're
with
going
you,
to
but I mean, that I would agree with you. I would like have some serious like questions of why would you do that. But like I said, I'm trying to look at everything from a point of neutrality, and I swing to either positive or negative depending on like everything regarding a piece of media, context, the actual pieces of media in it, and just various other things. Because when I'm analyzing this stuff, I like to go for everything and to not leave like a single stone unturned, and just keep kind of all information on deck in the case that I feel like it might be needed at a later point. But I would have some questions on like, why on earth would you do this to a franchise like this, and why would you like, and I would like to
Money.
What I'm saying
like
is that
why
I
it would
think
be
you can be
justified.
objective.
It would be like why it would be justified to make this shift, because I don't think it is justified in the sense that because I do not think that this is justified in the way that the films are done. If that made a lick of sense.
I mean, the thing is that then if it's not justified in the specific way that this franchise has been done, then it's just a bad idea, and you shouldn't
I
be
don't
afraid
agree
of
with
being
that at all.
subjective.
Like,
okay,
if
so
you-
it's not like so then it would be a good idea.
No, I'm saying it's
Sometimes
not a good.
it's not all
it's
gray.
not-
Sometimes it's black and white. Like there are moments where you can say, no, hey, maybe you shouldn't turn nuclear holocaust into a kid-friendly thing.
What I'm asking is, why would you do that? And if your justification to me doesn't make sense, I mean, like, this is a bad idea because you're doing this for the wrong reasons. And then, like, I could come up with like, give me a few days. I'm sure I could come up with a way to justify a franchise like this turning into a kids show for you. Give me a few days. I could do that. But
They can sell Godzilla at Chick-fil-A.
Rodent fajitas.
Rodent fajitas. Why does that
Spicy
also
wings.
sound kind of good? Give me some Mothra wings.
I guess also
no.
this
If
is
we're
like
doing
an
Monster vs.
easy...
Rodan, it's el mix. It's el taco lodane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess like this would be like we can probably transition also into Invasion of Astro Monster as well now, because I think it just carries over a lot of the same problems.
Yeah.
That Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster has when it comes to Godzilla's characterization.
Really quick, I fucking hate this suit. It's so bad.
Godzilla's looking rough on that far right picture.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think all the rest look pretty good. I actually quite like the design.
No.
This is
No.
Vic, buddy. No, you're gonna get dogpiled.
Like everything.
You are.
Like,
Sorry, Vic.
No, I'll defend most of how this Godzilla looks.
No.
Oh, no.
I think when he looks rough like he does on that one picture, it's
I
pretty
mean,
rough.
I don't think that this is the worst of the suits of the Showa suits, but it's not great at all.
It's like, I would go so far as to say that it is the worst, especially in Ebra, because that shot where he's attacking the Red Bamboo's base, where the suit is just soaking wet, is just like...
I don't think it's not even wet. It's just that damaged.
Yeah,
from
it's
the
that
waterlogging.
messed up, because for some reason, why did you not film the water scenes last? Because now the suit has just like taken on so much water, it is just so bloated. And like looks literally too, because like Because when you look at it, in like the first few images, it's rather form-fitting, but on the far right images, it looks like it's 2 sizes too big for Nakajima. Like, it is bad.
He's a fat chunky boy.
He's I'm so fat. Fucking Toho fed me so much strawberry shortcake. Help me.
He was trying to call.
do this.
The fight against Ebra was just a cry for help.
Like, no, yeah, actually, like, what happened is they filmed the scene of him attacking the red bamboo scene last because they couldn't film anything else because he fucking ate Ebra, and that's why he's so fat.
he was just crying. He was like fighting Ebra because like, Ebra, please help me. I'm too bloated. Help!
Apparently, this suit was designed to be looser, but that also results in the issue that it causes the folds to be more noticeable on this suit compared to the last suit. Even though
so he
they're
was
using
designed to
generally
be
the
a
same.
fatty.
One thing
sorry.
that someone in chat said, Martin Gaspari Smith, the 80s and 90s had a lot of toy lines for kids based on rated R franchises. Yeah, that kind of proves my point, and I think that we talked about this once in Sea Monsters stream, like a long time ago. You don't need to dumb things down to make it for kids.
I think
kids
that's
will
one
just
thing,
like.
You don't need to dumb things down just because it's for kids. Like, a lot of the best kids movies deal with like movies intended for a younger audience. Like, a lot of the best ones don't water down their topics because, as it turns out, children aren't retarded.
Yeah, but
no way.
Toho doesn't know that. Toho thinks that kids are like maybe. I feel like we have. I feel like there's a discussion there. Like, what did Toho make movies for stupid kids
Or stupid adults?
Or stupid adults? And is that the reason why we have so many problems in the franchise? Why it took so long to get a movie like -1?
Or even just like fucking GMK or Against Mechagodzilla or something.
Yeah, I think saying like it took us that long to get a -1, like then I think we should also like. Actually, Lau, do you think GMK is a good movie?
I haven't watched it in a long time. I think GMK is like top 3 movies. I think.
No, I'm asking whether it's good or bad. I'm just asking.
Last time I watched it, I thought it was good.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I just think that the soundtrack is a little bit repetitive, even though I like it. It's like na 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 na, and you're like, yeah. But then at the 9th time that the track comes out, it's like, yeah, you could vary it a little bit more. That's like my main complaint about it.
I don't think it's like. I'm just like. I don't know, this gave me a lot to think about. I spent like the first hour of this just kind of listening to what everyone said. And I think, yeah, I think
it's a huge discussion we could have on just this topic.
I think you and I are more in agreement on this topic than like I think I initially like led on. There's just like a few things. With when it comes to Ebra, the thing that I think. And this is the obvious fact about Ebra that everyone knows.
Oh, sorry, Vic asked something before you continue.
I'm just a little confused on what the topic was again, because are we still talking about Godzilla?
I'm trying to reel things back to Ebra in this movie. With like the main issue with this film's writing for Godzilla is because this wasn't meant to be Godzilla. He was literally filling in this role for King Kong.
Yes.
Like, that is like the main thing about this movie everyone knows.
Godzilla
like King Kong Escapes.
Movie.
King Kong Escapes wasn't supposed to be the only King Kong movie. It was King Kong solo movie, at least, that Toho was going to make.
Because they literally, like, Rankin Bass pulled out of this movie and didn't let them use King Kong because they thought it didn't fit with the style of the show, because this was meant to be like a tie-in to the Rankin Bass King Kong show, if I remember right.
Or an adaptation of it, for sure.
Yeah, it was like an adaptation of a few episodes. Oh, excuse me. But I think it's a very similar problem to Godzilla's character in this film. It is a very similar issue into what I feel is the main issue with Mothra versus Godzilla, where he just wasn't supposed to be in this film, and he's quite literally filling in for another. It's almost like an actor filling in for another actor.
Wait, Mothra versus Godzilla?
Sorry, Godzilla versus Mothra Battle for Earth. I get them confused.
Okay.
And I think because in both, like, he's quite literally just kind of filling in for a role that wasn't originally his, and I think it messes things up.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Not even like in the wider universe, just in like isolation. Not even
Yeah.
talking like.
Well, I think like
continuity
at
with
least like to
Godzilla,
get my
just,
thoughts, like because I think we also skipped over Astro Monster too. I think
Yeah, I was
like,
gonna
we
say
still-
like should we? I mean,
like
granted,
we should go
Justin-
back, but I want to like at least say that going back to both films, I think they suffer from the fact that since Godzilla is now geared towards kids and isn't really tackling the like thematic topics it originally was, like he originally was created to talk about, it misses the opportunity because I think that if Godzilla still represented what he used to, Godzilla being sent to another planet on a thematic level has a lot of interesting ideas that can be toyed with. Like the idea that if there is like other habitable planets, or if we could just ship like our nuclear arsenal off world, that would solve our problems. But like sealing with like talking about nuclear disarmament could be something you could discuss in Invasion of Astro Monster, as well as the fact that you have a random terrorist organization on some island that is now close to creating a nuclear weapon would also be an interesting topic to discuss. But I think both of them aren't really used, or like they don't get to thematically discuss these things. They're just used mostly as set dressing.
yeah.
I'll even go as far as to say that Ibera, Horror of the Godzilla versus the Sea Monster is even more egregious on that front, but we'll get to that in a bit.
So
One
it's
thing I
basically just
wanted
like decoration.
Before we move on, one thing I wanted to clarify was that, when I was saying, a movie for kids, there's stuff like Ang and stuff like that. So, for kids, it doesn't have to be bad. What I meant specifically, just to clarify, even though I think it was implied in what we said near the end.
You said the
The
thing.
I word.
Yeah,
Not the I word.
Yeah, the I word.
Implied.
is that- You cannot make it good a good kids movies in the eyes of what Toho considers to be a kids movie, right? So I just wanted to clarify that because I think JDF is right when he says that there's stuff like the Iron Giant, and then I thought of Ang and the Last Surrender, right?
Yeah, JDF. That's literally what we're saying. Like, you don't have to dumb down something for kids. Like, I think, show the kids the horror of nuclear war. Let the kids get traumatized and have fun.
There should be a Godzilla film where a kid gets like fucking incinerated by the atomic breath and it's advertised to kids. That should be the next Monsterverse film.
It's
Like you see like little Timmy coming out of like his like school's like, where's mommy? Mommy, where are you?
where it's just like mom, and then you just hear wom 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 wom, and then the child just gets fucking obliterated.
No, that should be Space Godzilla in the next film. Like Space Godzilla like noticed the kids. And he's like, Mommy,
No, it is
Mommy.
literally it is the panel of that one comic where he just crushes the infant clone of him. And then he just crushes he just kills a family of 4 and
Wait, no. It's like kids walking in the streets, like desolate city. Space Godzilla's walking around. The kids see Space Godzilla's like, do you know where my mommy is? And Space Godzilla just fucking steps on him. Actually, no, he uses telekinetic powers to like fucking zap the child into like just pure ash.
No,
I'll let you see your parents, kiddo, in the afterlife.
He snaps his fingers and like it's not even dramatic. He's just gone.
You want to see your mommy and daddy, kiddo? There.
Like, yeah, you want to see your mom and dad? Yeah, there you go. God.
Don't worry, kiddo. You're next. Don't worry, kiddo. You're
Or
next.
like the one panel. Oh, right. JDF also mentioned this. The panel in the Space Godzilla versus King Ghidorah comic where Ghidorah just eats a child.
Oh yeah. He kills
Based.
someone's sister. I think he eats the sister. Right
I've
next
actually
to him.
read that comic. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, no,
but,
that's Rivals. I think.
Ghidorah
Godzilla
eating the kid
versus
was the best
Ghidorah.
part.
Yeah. But like, yeah, like I think you could 1,000% make a Godzilla film for kids and handle it well.
Yeah, no, that is true. It's just that the definition of
remember-
movie for kids for Toho and like for actual people that actually
90%
write
of
good
like
movies.
I wouldn't even just say Toho, like 90% of people making movies forever just think, oh, it's a movie for kids, that means I don't have to try.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
like, I don't even think
Remember,
Toho
guys,
is like
they
an
tried-
egregiously bad example of that.
Oh no,
the
there are
first-
absolutely worse, but like they aren't really any better than the vast
Hey,
majority. of
remember,
studios.
guys, they did make the after the first Alien film came out, they literally tried to make a giant xenomorph action figure and sell it, and then Kenner just made a bunch of Alien toys.
Yeah.
I
You
would
could-
have loved to have a giant xenomorph figure.
You can just go
Yeah,
on, just
but
sea
I guess,
monster,
like,
just go to the
going
NECA store and
back
just buy one of the
to-
1/4 figures. It's
Going back
great.
to this, yeah, I think like with both of these films, it's definitely, once again, you're just shifting more and more towards the fact that it is for kids. Like, I think it's notable here again with the Honda book where it says, when they made Godzilla do that Shie thing, Ryuji Honda said, "I knew how pissed my father was. He didn't say a word because he was beyond angry."
Yeah.
Godzilla dance.
Yeah.
And then another quote, "My
this
father
was,
found
like-
it humiliating. I'm sure he was telling himself he did not create Godzilla for that. It is not right."
Yeah.
I mean,
Wait.
he's right.
Wait, whose father was disappointed?
Honda's father.
No, it was
That's
Honda's
Honda's
son.
son talking about what his father
Ryuji
thought.
Honda is Honda's
Oh.
son, and he's talking about how his father, like, this did not sit right with him, especially Astro Monster, to the point that after this he literally walked out. Like he quit after this.
He went to go get the milk.
So
He-
what? Yeah, damn.
You
That's why they
disappointed
started
me,
getting, like,
son.
even like in this film, like in spite of the dance, like there is something I want to mention with Astro Monster, like in spite of the dance, which is just weird. It's like, and I feel like this is gonna make someone like shrivel up like a raisin. It's like if fucking Shin Godzilla, like they made Godzilla dab or some shit in that film. Like that is the equivalent. No, like you're laughing, but that is literally the equivalent to what it would be.
No, I'm just imagining Shin
tiny
in
arms.
Yeah, with the
particular with those
tiny
tiny
arms.
worthless
No,
ass
Kuru,
hands.
he dabs, and while he's carrying a bomb, because Shin Godzilla's
Yes,
arms are
because
pointed
Shin's
to
carrying
carry
the
the
bomb,
bomb.
you
He just dabs with the bomb.
No, it's like he's carrying the bombs and he's just doing the 6-7 thing with his arms.
Yeah, that's how he gets frozen. Like that's the final thing he does before he gets
that's
frozen.
the
Like
fine-
6,
Could you
7.
imagine that's the last shot of the film, and then like, God,
No, instead
Oh.
of the little Godzilla's coming out of his tail, it's just like on each hand is a 6 and a 7 just growing out of his palm.
no, that's the shape of the spines.
I think that the
Like,
reason why
it's
we
like
cannot
if,
really
like, the
focus on
modern
this is
films
because
had
these
brain
movies
rot
don't
or
really
something.
do anything that's almost this like that we can discuss. Like Evira, as you said, shouldn't even. Well, we will
Wasn't
already
even
say
meant
that
to
some
be a
movies shouldn't even
Godzilla film.
exist.
Like,
But
it sucks because like I do really, really like a lot of these films, and it's just like the fuck.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, I mean,
I
let me just
I
put.
look at Toho and I'm just like, why are you the way that you are?
Why
Why
are
do you
like?
make my favorite franchise a fucking abusive relationship? Leave me in the
Oh,
giant lizard alone.
I literally described my relationship with the Godzilla franchise to my fucking illustration teacher as an abusive relationship.
And it's not
I
even
think she
the
was
big
very
lizard-
worried.
It's not even the fucking lizard's fault. It's like it's his goddamn lawyers. And
It's
his
parents.
lawyers are the root
He's
of
got
all
shitty
evil.
parents.
it's
Yeah,
the
He's got
agent.
shitty.
I want to bring this up a little bit regarding Ebera. Well,
Actually, really quick, there is one thing about Astro Monster I do want to mention,
okay.
and like it is very small, but it's just something in that film that I do think, mainly because it's one of the only times it's ever really brought up, is when they're trying to find Godzilla, is they find him by a Geiger counter, like, and it's just like, it's one of the only times I really think Godzilla's radioactivity was ever emphasized at this point, because as soon as they realize where he is and he's literally right below them, they're like, oh shit, we gotta get out of here. Because like he is still
Run,
very much
boys.
a radioactive thing, and it is not a joke. But it just creates a weird like cognitive dissonance between that and the dance later on. And it's understandable why this was something that's a hang up for a lot of people, because like yeah, Honda didn't want Godzilla to dance, but he had his arm twisted into doing it.
Yeah.
And it was like at that point he realized that it was probably better for him to just walk out. That's the thing. There isn't really much to talk about because all the problems from Ghidorah carry over into this one.
Yeah.
And it results in just...
Yeah,
And
it
there's
carries
not-
over into
and-
that one, and then Fukuda kind of essentially is brought in to take over and
really
essentially
quick,
continue the status
sorry
quo
to
that is from
interrupt, but I
Godzilla.
actually am going to dip out here. So if I may do some shillings.
Yeah.
You can find me at Kaiji Kuru on YouTube and Twitter, and also Instagram. That's my ad. I am currently working on a video essay for Shin Godzilla and why the film is a piece of shit. And once I'm done with, I've actually finished up the rough draft for the script. I just need to get it revised and fixed up. And after that, it's then on to recording and editing, which will probably take a while. At this point, I'm estimating the release date for this video to be sometime in November, before or right after the release of -0. Gotta try to spring on that algorithm. But outside of that, I also have plans to want to talk about other franchises I'm into, various like sci-fi and fantasy or anime stuff like Resident Evil or Uma Musume or any of those other things I'm into. And yeah, I do plan to maybe start streaming eventually. The script has just been my main priority for now. But once like the Shin video is done and that's my breakout, I expect to have a lot more projects in the work in between all the stuff of me trying to get all my work and stuff done. And with that, I bid you all farewell.
Ribbit.
What the heck was that?
I want Kuru to suffer unimaginable pain for saying that.
But do you know what he says? Or what he said?
It's the fucking thing he does when he joins a call, and it's just like an audio bite that happens when he joins a call, and it makes me want to like put my hands around his neck and just watch like the light drain from his eyes as he sees like me deleting the Shin video, his pride and joy, with like a smug evil grin on my face.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
But yeah, like I guess moving on from here, because we can also talk about the fact that despite how bad the suits looks for these remainder of the films for Ebra and how Astro Monster's suit cannot look the best at times, I just want to show here. It is interesting that when attached to what I believe is a better suit, it like that doesn't look that bad from certain angles, but it's just purely a design thing, which is when we can move into everyone's probably favorite design and
he's beautiful.
Son of Godzilla.
I was about to like get into something about the Ebra for a sec.
Yeah, sure.
Considering that you sort of that the whole operation that the terrorist group had going on, it just creating nuclear weapons, like it actually like not only does it just raise all kinds of questions of like why did like considering that they live in a world where we have like 6 movies leading up to this film, to suggest that giant monsters are just literally could just come from anywhere, like Godzilla literally popping out of the ground, Rodan popping out of the ground, and so on. Why didn't they just think to just check, the island before setting up shop in case Godzilla may be sleeping in there? And the other thing, and this is like more of a world building thing, so you got this terrorist group that's like trying to make nuclear weapons because either to probably to sell them to the highest bidder, whoever or whatever they're going to do with it. When they have also, and someone could correct me on this if in case if there is something amiss, but they've also were able to create technology that allows them to control giant monsters. Instead
No.
of doing nuclear weapons,
No, they don't. No.
No. What they do is that they have this chemical compound that, as far as we know, specifically makes a thing like Evira come out, so they can
No,
like
it's a
bring it up.
deterrent.
No, it's a deterrent. Yeah.
Yeah.
They specifically
Oh.
make the red. They make the yellow. They take the people from Infant Island to use them to create enough fluid so that they can deter
okay,
Ebra.
all right.
They
I was
can't
about to
control
say,
Ebra.
like, wait a minute. I was about to say, like, so I knew that there was some way that they were controlling Evera, but all right, fair enough.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
don't ever control Ebera. They just like
It's more like an off.
deter him from
Yeah, a
attacking
turn
the
off.
ships.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Like
So
the island
turn
is his
on, it's a
natural
turn off.
territory in a sense.
Okay, all
Like
right,
the
so,
waters around it.
okay,
Yeah.
all right. Then I'll retract my second point there. You know, 'cause
Clearly, you watched the movie wrong.
Tourist.
Well, it was a while ago. Okay, a while ago since I watched the movie, so I misremembered it. Okay,
Yeah.
right. The first,
'Cause, like-
yeah.
Oh no, go. I've spoken for a little bit, so
But that being said, like the fact that these guys didn't even think to check the island, you know, the terrorist group, I mean, didn't check the island just in case there's like a giant monster there, because had they found Godzilla there, you know, they pretty much would have moved their operations elsewhere to an island where Godzilla or no other giant monster would already be on it. And the film would play out a whole heck of a lot differently because, you know, like without Godzilla, our heroes would be kind of screwed because Godzilla is like the Hail Mary in the movie.
I'm not too sure if I agree with the fact that they should have checked every square inch of the island, because I think like they don't even know about the caves and stuff about
I think
that.
the problem is that again it comes down to presentation, because like it seems like our heroes are able to find Godzilla rather quickly. If it was like hard for you to actually get in there and find where Godzilla was, I could understand them overlooking it. I could also understand that, like, honestly, even if they knew Godzilla was there, they could also like advertise it, or not advertise, but also be like, well, we're on an island, an isolated island that no one really knows about. We're creating nuclear weapons, so we're gonna have as much security as we can. And hey, Godzilla's here. No one's gonna want to come to the island and start something with us because they may wake up Godzilla.
But at the same time, well, Godzilla could just wake up, like, you know, just at the drop of a hat, because of like what happened in one of the other movies, like Mothra versus Godzilla. Like Godzilla
It's
wakes
possible,
up.
but like even if Godzilla did wake up, they could also move their operation out of there if need be.
Well, that's exactly that's what I'm saying. Like, not only like, 'cause, again, they're in a world where
but then that mean like hypothetically that could happen almost on any island. Like, essentially, like it's a shitty situation, and they're just gonna have to deal with what they have there. Like, I don't understand the criticism.
The criticism is like the fact that it seemed like the bad guys just didn't even they for some reason didn't even know that Godzilla was there in the first place.
They didn't look hard enough, is what you're saying, right?
You think that they would have, you know, like if not, you know, just to be like, okay, we need to be like as sure about everything as possible. Like, not only do we need to make sure that there's like nothing that could potentially compromise our operations.
I don't even think that's even realistic to like how terrorists operate normally anyway. Like, dealing with a terrorist organization, you're going to be dealing with so many setbacks and compromises on how your operation is behaving, that even in the case of like dealing with something like Godzilla, I think that like I don't think that's a criticism worth having.
Also, they probably chose the island because of Ebra in a way, because if they have the chemical to deter him, they know it's a natural repellent to anyone else coming to the island or leaving.
Is Ebra native to that specific island, or?
Well, assuming that's why he's there.
I had the problem. Yeah, that's another problem too with the film, is that they don't necessarily explain or like give any rationale as to why Ebra is there. Well, wait, no. What did you just say, Lau?
Not that they don't explain anything about Ebra. We just know that it's there, and that's kind of it. Probably because it wasn't supposed to, and this is not an excuse, but probably because it wasn't really supposed to be in the Godzilla timeline. It was probably supposed to be separate, like
Yeah,
with King Kong.
exactly. It was supposed to be it's supposed to be like in a King Kong timeline. It would
Yeah.
if this was in the King Kong timeline where like I don't know if this movie was supposed to come out before or after King Kong escapes. When it was initially planned to be a King Kong movie. Or at least the initial plan. I mean, I believe King Kong Escapes came out after
It
Ebra.
came out in
but,
1967.
yeah. Okay. So yeah. So Ebra, pretty much Horror of the Deep, Godzilla, was supposed to be right before that. So you at least have like some wiggle room, essentially, in terms of like, okay, they don't like. Like maybe this is just, like you could at least say like it could have been just King Kong and Ebra in this world, essentially. But unfortunately, with this film being made into a Godzilla film, you have this history that just complicates everything.
By the way,
At least from what we
how
do
you
know about
guys
the original
think-
script, we don't it doesn't really change too much. Like they don't really say like the whole island explosion is still there. So I think pretty much like for the most part, I think even if this was a King Kong film, I don't think really much changes outside of Godzilla himself.
That's what I was about to say. Like, do you guys think that when they changed the script, all they did was literally just go through every mention of Kong, like put it like with the white corrector, and then on top of it they just wrote Godzilla? Because it feels like that's what they did. Like they didn't even try to
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
match.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's like they didn't do anything to like the film doesn't really do much if at all to mitigate like whatever like implications of like why I get like the whole thing of like we had like 6 other movies where there's like a whole bunch of kaiju that could just come up literally everywhere. Where if this was just King Kong, if this was a King Kong movie that is I'm assuming like either an adaptation or spin-off of sorts from like the regular Bass animated series, like that there's like okay, there isn't really as much of a sort of like that much of a background.
No, the Rankin Bass King Kong show had a bunch of monsters, so I'd say that criticism would apply to that as well.
Oh, okay.
The thing is, how long would it take you to just correct the scene, for example, where he like it's sitting there and he grabs the girl so it doesn't feel like King Kong? Like
he never grabs the girl.
Okay, like he doesn't grab the girl, but he's like infatuated by her. He looks at her and he's like, "Ooh."
Why
would he even have that sort of infatuation when he never had that for any
like
human?
10 minutes to remove that and maybe do something else, or maybe just delete the scene. Like it's so lazy.
Have the girl do something else. I don't know. Like just have something else going on with her.
Maybe that's why Godzilla was roaring at Emiko in '54. He just wanted her.
Yeah, this is definitely a result of like them kind of falling out, like of Rankin Bass falling through, and then just being like, we're just gonna make a return on the investment that we have and just make something. Which again is unfortunate because I think that like you could say something with the premise that's presented, but they don't. Because Ebra isn't like Ebra is like the creature that Ebra came from is native to the island, but apparently is the result of the chemical runoff from the heavy water plants. So Ebra is connected to radiation in a similar way to how Godzilla is, but that's again just not even elaborated on in the movie.
No. And I guess another question would be like that powder stuff that they make essentially to use as a deterrent on Ebra. Like it makes you wonder, like, would that powder stuff like work on any other kaiju?
I think it's because of the fact that since Ebra is from there, that's why it affects Ebra, but it doesn't affect like Godzilla or wouldn't really affect any other monster. Like if it ever returned again as something else in another film, then they probably would have to explain like more of like what's going on with it.
If they even decide to use it, but I don't think it would be a bad idea. Like having something that maybe just works on water, so like. Or maybe, since it's a crustacean thing, right? Maybe it only affects it because of something in its biology or something like that.
Yeah, like explaining why Ebra is affected by it instead of just showing that Ebra is affected by it.
Yeah.
But
it's implied.
It's implied
that the terrorists didn't, never, yeah, I don't know.
I wish I could comment more on that. It's just that I haven't watched this movie in so long that I literally wouldn't be able to say anything. So sorry, C.
The terrorists were implied. This movie was implied. The implications were the friends we made along the way, right, guys?
And I mean, I guess like another question would be like, so did the film establish like how long it had been since like the natives were sort of like kidnapped, by the terrorists to be made into
I believe
slaves?
so, yes.
Yeah, I think they do say, or at least
I think when the brother gets back to the island, they say, like a few months or something.
Mhm.
You would think that a few months of a time would be enough for Mothra to just like do something.
I
about
know,
that.
right? But hey, they
Well,
didn't
like
sing.
she
They didn't
like
sing.
goes through hell. Like then when
She
her
didn't
Shobijin
sing.
get kidnapped, and you have like a whole bunch of people. Like it takes like how many days? Like how long for the ritual to go on?
This is something I asked Minecraft once. Like, okay, so why are the fairies so important, and what happens if the fairies are not in the island? And why does Mothra not care when like Evira in Evira, like a bunch of people get kidnapped for months? I guess they just didn't sing hard enough.
Yeah, exactly. Like you
They
would
just
think
didn't have
that
the
this
golden
would
pipes.
anger Mothra even more, essentially, because like the Shobijin, like they were taken, essentially, obviously to be exploited for money. But the slave labor in Ebra, it's like a whole nother level, essentially.
Hey, maybe they deserved it.
That's implied.
Haven't you
Wow.
considered that maybe they deserved it?
No, it's
Hey,
not
like,
even.
it's
Not even
me.
implied.
It's
Wow.
Mothra. It's Mothra saying that. Like maybe I'm just saying maybe from Mothra's standpoint they didn't pay tribute, so hey, get fucked.
Well, then we
No,
would
she
have
brought
to
him
have
back.
that in the
So
movie.
yes, that's
Mothra, the terrorists are evil, but from my point of view, the Shobijin are evil. Then you are lost.
Yeah, no. She.
You
it
were
was
the
just tough
chosen
love. It's
one.
like you'll be enslaved for a couple of months, and then when I save you, you're going to be more agreeable.
You were the
Yeah,
chosen
exactly.
one. You were meant to sing the song, not cry for help.
But all I could say is like Mothra was like more reactive to like individuals taken off of her island, for for less egregious for less worse reasons than this. So the fact that it took her months to just get off of her lazy thorax and just get to the island. Like, and we know that Mothra would be capable of being kind of hostile to anybody who fucks with her shit,
Maybe they were lower class.
Mothra's classist.
Yeah. Godzilla gets character derailed yet again.
Honestly,
Mothra
Mothra could have just been. It's like one of those things where, this film, if Mothra were just left out of the movie entirely, and this was like a totally different set of like natives, not related to Mothra whatsoever, it would have saved us it would save us so much trouble. At least it saved the film so much of a headache, essentially.
Or like even to make it easier, it's like the people that we see from on the boat. The only ones we actually see getting shipped from boats are the first people from Infant Island. Because then that way it's not that you have a bunch of Infant Islanders on that island for months. It's like the moment that people from Infant Island get taken, they start chanting to wake up Mothra. So it doesn't feel like Mothra's been sitting there for like months not doing anything.
Yeah.
Mothra has bureaucracy. Hey, maybe Mothra was always a Shin Godzilla reference.
Yeah.
Hey guys, have you filled the forms and sung the fucking song? We're starving here. They're raping us, and they're making do all of this. Help me! Yeah, but have you considered singing a song?
No. What would happen was like, sorry, who are you referring to again? It's like, that's the wrong. You're speaking to the wrong department. What you're actually the department you're talking about, they're closed for the day. So
yeah, no. Like this is a total Mothra character derailment, and that's my new favorite word for a Godzilla franchise character term, I guess. Character derailment, because it just happens so often. Derail, yeah. It happens so often that at this point is almost like, well, if you keep it consistent, it's now inconsistent. so you have to still be consistent. It's
Yeah,
We destroyed the
you know what, here's
consistency
thing,
by
maybe-
embracing the consistency.
You know what? I just realized something. Maybe GXK to New Empire was a good adaptation of the Showa
We
era
deserve it.
because they character assassinated because this film assassinated Mothra as the character just as GXK does.
That's the thing. See, and this is something that Sim explained to me, and I didn't know this. When I looked for the definition of character assassination, character assassination has the author do it on purpose, and it cannot be like negligence. It's like they are actually trying to ruin the character. So that's why I said derailment, and that's why I said that it's my new favorite term for the franchise, because they're derailing their characters
Well,
all
here's
the
the
time.
They're
where I would
railing their
stand on that,
characters.
where I would stand on that is like if the character is like is pretty much like acting totally against what we would expect them to do for no reason other than because we want the writers want the plot to play out the way that it does in the newest iteration, then that's still character assassination.
No,
No.
I
Realize
get
it
it.
or
And
not.
No, well, what's it called? Because he wasn't here for the
Term.
shame. Like, a character assassination, it has to be deliberate and malicious effort to damage someone's reputation or credibility. Character derailment is a more accurate term to what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's why we
I
don't
get
say
what you're
character
saying.
assassination.
Yeah, like the thing is,
We
there
don't use
was
that
a
word in this
term
house.
that applies to this specific case.
Because character derailment is when an established character's personality changes in a radical, sudden, or nonsensical way that goes against everything previously shown.
I'm back.
Hmm.
Sorry that took a little longer than expected.
That's all right.
That's
But
fine.
yeah, like I'm with you on Ebera Horror of the Deep. Thing is, like, one thing I would have done, and this probably would have helped establish Ebera as a character, have it that Mothra tried once, but Ebera scared her off or like hurt her in a way that she needs to recover. It's a month, or like she's just not willing to go to the island.
You're
That-
cutting in and out, by the way.
Your audio is like going. Yeah, it's really weird.
I just
Mine
like,
being silenced by the left.
I am on the left.
So am
But,
I.
But like, if Mothra wasn't willing to go to the island, maybe for like Ebera scared her off for some reason, or like she tried and failed because of Ebera, and now that Ebera is no longer a problem, she goes back. That could be a bit more justification.
The thing is, like, when you have a thing like area that's at sea, it's really hard to justify that someone that can literally fly really high over it gets attacked by it.
Yeah, well,
Maybe you
I
can
think,
jump
like,
pretty high.
yeah, like that's the one thing too, is that Ebra works better for Kong because Kong doesn't have any like ranged options. Whereas if Ebra did have something like that, you could justify it in that sense. Like you have to change Ebra as a character ability wise.
Ebra can fly.
Flying Ebra,
Flying Ebra.
which is a thing.
Never a horror of the height.
Ebra horror of the height.
It's over.
I think
It's over Kong. I have the high ground.
No. You know what would be funny? Like Mothra is trying to get to the island, and every time it comes close, Ebra throws a rock at it. Like Ebra just throwing rocks, sniping Mothra from the sky.
No. It's not even that. Every time Mothra gets close to the island, Ebra literally jumps out like Kobe and just like dunks her into the ocean.
It does like the John Cena move.
Can't see me. My time. No, what's it called?
Let me show you how they do
I literally found
things
out how it
around
had
here.
happened to get this to happen. So it's like this fight that Godzilla had with Ebra. So anytime Mothra gets close to the island, Ebra just does this.
You know, Ebra is kind of cool in the way that it's so lame. That
See, no, he can jump. He literally can jump.
Oh my god!
No, yeah, they can fly now. They can fly now.
They jump now.
We
I
stand
love
Ebra.
Ebra.
I love him.
Ebra actually looks really cool for how basic it is, because it's deceivingly basic. It's actually not just a shrimp. It doesn't look like one specific thing turned really big. It's like a mixture of different things.
Mm-hmm.
In that
Yeah.
sense, it's really nice.
It
But
was
yeah,
like
like-
the sense that like the head is very the head looks more like a lobster than it does a shrimp, but then it also has like the mixture of the lobster claws, but they don't look exactly like a specific species.
Mm-hmm.
But not to mention, like, I
It's a
think like I
chimera.
personally I'd prefer if Ebra had like was bipedal, similar to I forget the Ultraman monster's name. It's like Rebaguris or something, or Rebaris. Let me find the monster.
Goobavirus.
Ultraman lobster monster. I think it always reminded me of a lobster. Recubus? Yeah, this one right here. Let me
Pull
pull
up
it up.
that blue lobster.
You.
Yeah, this guy like right here.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something like that. That'd be cool too. But like, yeah, Ebra is deceptively simple. I think
Honestly, that
also,
could be pretty cool, like, to use that to his advantage. Like, oh, you think he's just some, like, big, like, just shrimp kaiju, but then he has, like, a cool, like, it'd be pretty cool if, like, Ebra had, like, an ability to, like, boil water, like, really hot. But,
Mhm.
like, you know, like, he had the ability to, like, I don't know,
Or
like,
something
dispense, like, a really hot
Like that
liquid that would,
pistol
like,
shrimp.
start...
Like a pistol shrimp, yeah, or even
In
like
a
a
way.
punch, or even a punch like a mantis shrimp.
yeah,
maybe-
that was like, I know that's what I did when it came to redesigning Ebra, was I wanted him to have more abilities.
Just give him, like, a really massive, like, right arm. Like even bigger than normal lobsters do. Like, normal lobsters, like, the crusher claw. Ebra just has, like, a fist. Like, just, like, a closed fist.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is my
Well-
whacking arm. And he just
Yeah.
bludgeons Godzilla.
Anyway,
Lobsters
so
taste good though.
So, son of
What?
Godzilla.
what happens when you give nuclear holocaust a kid?
You get nuclear energy.
your Holocaust in the ass.
Honestly, I was thinking about this today and a bit of yesterday. I think if you want to have the nuclear energy thing, what you could do is have Godzilla, like the original Godzilla, be the new allegory for nuclear weapons, but have Godzilla Jr. / Minya / Little Godzilla be the allegory for nuclear like power. So like you can have Godzilla be like, you know, the antagonist, but have Junior be like the more neutral, potentially beneficial version of the character. So that way you can have like kind of the best of both worlds.
Like a Dracula versus Alucard kind of scenario.
Yeah, I don't know who Alucard is, but yeah.
The son of Dracula.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Spell it backwards.
I'm really sorry, guys.
You know that
I'm surprised
Alucard is
that-
Dracula spelled backwards.
I was about to say, like, I'm surprised. Like, I was even thinking of it. Like, did you not even see like Castlevania or anything like that?
I know of Castlevania. I haven't watched the films in ages because I watch real films. Like
The film.
I watch
Watch
real
the
films like
films?
Lesbian
The
Princess.
films?
Watch the films.
There are no Castlevania films.
There's a Castlevania TV show, but
Yeah.
There are
Wait,
video games.
Hotel Transylvania. That's what I'm thinking of. Fuck.
Dracula doesn't
thing
have
is-
a son in that movie.
If you wanted
Okay.
to do the inverted name for Minia, he will be Alice's dog because it will be Alice dog.
all his dog.
Yeah.
Okay.
All is
Okay,
dog.
guys, give me
He
a
got
break.
that dog
All
in
right.
him.
I'm a Brit. We don't have movies over here. We just have like torture.
Yeah. Well, if it's Godzilla backwards, it'd be
He's-
yeah. Yeah, Liz.
Serena, Serena, the UK stopped having movies by the 60s. Everybody knows this.
We stopped having we just like it's all just tea and crumpets now. I'm just sick of it. I want to have real food. There's a reason.
Apparently, there is a Castlevania movie
In the works?
there?
Or
No.
like an old one?
from 2025. Castlevania
Oh.
Awakening in the Moonlight.
Really?
Vindication. Let's go.
You still didn't watch it.
Shut
wait,
up.
it's,
I'm
it's
still
a,
right.
It's a musical. It says it was a movie. I type it goes a letterbox, but no, it's a musical stage play. Okay, so no.
Oh,
That's even,
game?
that is even
off to
more-
hang myself. Watch
that
and
is
learn.
even more- that is even more interesting. I need to watch that now.
By the way, I just wanted to say I made a redesign for everyone explaining how it could defeat really like flying kaiju super easily. It's in main general.
I hate this so much, but I love it.
It's so perfect.
What you should have done is just give Ebra like human legs, like just like photorealistic human legs on the sketch.
Maybe.
Love it.
I made him like super muscular. No flying Kai will pass me by.
No, and like he
Just
can extend
T-pose
them
it.
like Stiltman from Marvel.
No, like
Yeah.
he just T-pose. He's like, you have the large Cloverfield monster, and he just looks up, and Ibra is just T-posing over him.
What you need is Ebra to have like a boxing glove in one hand and like a pogo stick in the other. That's he just uses the pogo stick to like jump up and punch the monsters.
Yeah.
Alright, where's my Ghidorah versus Ebra film?
Going back to Son of Godzilla. Like,
All right.
you have Godzilla with a kid now.
Oh
I
my.
think like if we're gonna
It
do
is-
something like Godzilla having a child, I think it's something that needs to take place over like a longer period than the film has. And like again, it needs to be treated like you can like I think it is like not out of character for Godzilla to take it like have offspring. But again, it comes down to how it's done.
Yeah.
Because like even like one thing Honda says is, or in his mind was that I frankly there's a part of me that felt I had made too many of these movies. There were certain projects I would not have wanted to make. Son of Godzilla is something I probably would not have been able to do. As you take a look back at my past works, you can see that I resisted personifying and giving human-like characteristics to the monsters. Those are things I truly had a difficult time making and filming.
Mhm.
Like, can you repeat the thing he said he had a difficult time filming? Can you say it once more?
I hate you because I just put down the book and I didn't bookmark it.
Never mind. Okay, actually, never mind. Because...
personifying the monsters.
That's like I found it, page 230.
I need to get that book.
See that I resist personifying, giving human-like characteristics to the monsters. Those are things I truly had a difficult time making and filming.
I don't even judge him because I don't think that belongs there in the first place. So like I understand. I cannot even blame him for that.
Like I like the sequences on their own with like Godzilla having those characterful details. However, in retrospect, they should not have. They probably shouldn't have been done not even probably. They shouldn't have been done the way that they were, because like you can absolutely justify making an animalistic character like Godzilla and still giving him those like characterful moments. Like
yeah, it's not like animals can't be endearing. Like like you can look at almost anything.
Yeah, like
My
like
dog
because
is endearing.
JDFEA brings it up like the ending was wholesome. Like I think you can have this film be a like similar cautionary tale to the first Godzilla, but still give it a wholesome ending. Like if this film was like if you drag this film over like several months and it's like, oh, now that Godzilla does have a kid, Godzilla just isn't as aggressive anymore and isn't doing things that Godzilla used to do.
Like, or even like
busy getting a beer.
Or even you treat Godzilla's aggression in a different manner of like now he has more of a reason to go after humanity because now there's something even more dear to him. Like essentially if you treat him like a cat. Because like cats are notorious, mama cats are notorious, or even like a bear. Like bears are notoriously protective over their children. They like when they like if you aggravate a mother bear, it is entirely possible that they will not stop.
Yeah, no, I mean
like
you've seen The Revenant, you know.
Yeah, The Revenant. Where I was thinking like, for example, the scene with Minya and Godzilla's tail, like that scene. The idea behind it is fine. It's the fact that because it's like so personified, that's why people don't like it. Like if Minya wasn't like jumping like a human, like let's just say that he was jumping like maybe once or twice, but like not in the way a human jumps or like biting his tail like a baby animal does.
Like maybe jumping in a cute manner akin to like a red panda, where it's like, yeah, it's cute, but it's still
or like
but the intention is back off.
If you see it in Dinosaur Revolution, I was gonna say Dinosaur Revolution, but that also kind of has a problem where it personifies the dinosaurs a bit too much in certain cases. T-Rex 4D would be an example I could think of where you see like baby or Prehistoric Planet. That'd be another one too.
Yeah. No, that's a great example.
One thing I wanted to like, we were talking about this yesterday. And then, like at some point, we can also go back to the discussion that we had about like product of its time, But one thing I mentioned was that why should we, like be so positive about certain things in the franchise when you can come up with better ideas in like 3 minutes? And given the characterization that Godzilla has had, even if it's inconsistent, one thing you could do is that because he has lost everyone else, he gets hyper protective, and this could actually make him be even more aggressive. Like if he sees humans near, yeah, like
that's
you
what I
were
was
talking about
saying.
that with the bear mother, yeah. And then one other, like a different thing you could do is the reaction on humanity side, which is like, fuck, there's two now. No, we have to kill it. We can kill it because it's smaller and it's weaker, and we should. So you could have conflict just with Manila's existence. Like it immediately could create conflict, and in a way that's believable and that doesn't break character for anyone.
Then also with Manila now, Godzilla is actively avoiding populated areas because he doesn't want to start something because he views those as just as dangerous. But like because he's big enough, he can take them. But his son can't. So like Manila just by existing, yeah, there's two of them now. However, just by existing, Manila is driving Godzilla away because now Godzilla has something else to focus on.
And people could still chase them even if they're going away. And now we can have the thing where it's like, yeah, no, we're bullying him. Or stuff like that. But even then, it's still understandable because it's like, yeah, no, we cannot allow two of these things to exist. We have to kill them.
Yeah.
So like you have that conflict.
That's
then you also establish
Dawn of the Planet of the Apes type of thing, and that's the best movie where you see both sides and you can understand both sides, but like the conflict is inevitable and you feel the tension because it's like, oh no, it's going to happen. Which I think that Toho just doesn't have the skill to do anyway. But I think if you could have had the basis for it.
I think they have the skill to do it, but I don't think that they have, like, the executives don't have the desire to do that because it's easier.
It's less about the.
It's easier, but it's also like it's more marketable. Like, is it like? And I think that's the problem with like a lot of franchises that do tackle like darker material. It's that like when people like don't really want to engage with it because of its themes and just want to see it for the spectacle, then it just becomes easier to continue to provide just the spectacle.
Like that was, I think
and then
that was
just pump out a product just like right off the bat.
That was kind of the case with like the aftermath of the '94 film because they wanted to change it to Godzilla has a sidekick instead of Godzilla fights another monster, and that lessened a lot of the thematic nuance of that script.
By the way, is Godzilla Jr. 5 GI like 2005?
Huh?
Yeah, that's a 5.
Okay. You know, he says that Heisei did the same thing and it did it very well. Like they explored the realistic idea. I wouldn't necessarily agree fully, but it is way better than what they do in Showa because in Showa they don't.
Because Heisei at least illuminates the nuances.
Yeah.
At least in the case of Junior, it illuminates the nuances in the case of Junior.
Yes.
Yeah,
but again, because like in the case of like the monsters in the Heisei series, they are treated more animalistically rather than personified. So as a result, that's like one thing that's.
I was also going to expand on one last thing. If you wanted to have like humans actively trying to defend Junior, i.e., the native and all that, or like Manila, and you still want to have like Manila's harming aspects. Yeah, you keep the animalistics, but he's closer to humanity. Because he has interacted with them significantly more, because of like the native on the island, because of the native on the island, his size, his youthfulness. Like children, no matter what species they are naturally more curious and more open, for lack of a better term. So you could have that nuance, but Godzilla is misunderstanding it. So you have, you keep the animalism, you keep the but you lessen the personification, but not to the point. But you keep the wholesomeness, you keep the thematics.
To make it very us versus them, essentially, Manila's kind of in the middle.
Essentially, How to Train Your Dragon, yes.
The thing
I would
is,
say Planet of the Apes.
Like even in that case, like we're avoiding the fact that like like this will be like a predator, right? Even if he's a baby, like he's clearly based on a carnivore dinosaur. Like that was the intent. So I think that we could even explore something that they do in Game of Thrones, which is okay. Yeah, no, the dragons are technically protecting us, but every so often, like they burn that fucking kid alive. You know, like. I mean, of course, this is not what the movie's trying to do, but as we said, you know, we want to see some children be evaporated.
Well,
So
I was also gonna say, like in the case of like Game of Thrones, the problem too in
the tone
like,
is different.
No, not just that. I'm just saying like, the reason why Drogon is able to do what he does is because Dany doesn't have the network that the Valyrians or even just House Targaryen had at its peak in order to properly control the dragons. Yeah, because like at its peak, House like Targaryen had the Dragon Keepers and the Dragon Pit, and like they had way more dragons than Dany had, and they didn't have to deal with what Dany does with Drogon like killing people randomly.
Yeah,
like that's
like that's why I
I don't think it's a good example.
That's why I drew the comparison to How to Train Your Dragon, where
like, what I'm saying with the comparison of How to Train Your Dragon is that I mean I understand that in the context of this movie that would work. What I'm saying is, if you leave the idea open, just okay, how do we make a Godzilla baby? I think that assuming that the baby would never do anything bad is a little bit too idealistic. For this movie, I get it because it's trying to be like more kid friendly. Not even this movie is not really trying to do the stupid kid necessarily. It's just like being more youthful and childish and like lighthearted. What I'm saying is, I seen a lot of people whenever they depict Godzilla Jr. depicting him like a puppy almost, like, oh, he's really big, he's more like Clifford, but he would never hurt anyone. And what I'm saying is, I think that's limiting because it doesn't have to be evil to hurt people. It could hurt people just because.
Well, like puppy, I would say like, puppies still do things aggressively too.
I was just gonna say my response. My response to people who depict Manila like that is, you obviously have never interacted with a puppy. They bite a lot.
Yeah,
they will run around. They will trample.
Mine bites.
They will run. They will run around. They will trample something. They will slobber everything up. Manila is gonna destroy a building, at least one.
The thing
My
is,
dog would destroy a building.
That's the focus that I think that we are missing. He wouldn't destroy a building. He will kill people. That's I feel like the phrasing is
hashtag based alert.
At the bare minimum, he would destroy a building. At the absolute bare minimum,
and kill the people in the building.
More likely,
that's what I mean. Like our focus should be the people inside the building.
Yes,
the focus should be on the people, but then the focus also should be on like how are we characterizing Godzilla as well in this.
Yeah, it's
because like Godzilla isn't really, even like with 54 prior to whatever happens to Godzilla wasn't really attacking people. So disposition wise, even if Godzilla like the baby Godzilla is like carnivorous, like dinosaur, whatever, that doesn't inherently mean like junior baby Godzilla, whatever it's gonna be, is going to want to go to a city to do something.
I'm not saying like straight up eating necessarily, but as Minecraft said, like puppies like to put stuff in their mouth.
No, I never said eating. I just said like, why would like, if we're hypothetically, why would the baby go to a city? Like if Godzilla knows that people are going to attack him, I think he would be doubly more cognizant of the fact that they're going to attack his child.
Maybe Junior could just like go to a city because he's curious. Like he's just like learning to swim for like the first time, and like his father. Maybe you can have it that like Godzilla's fighting a monster on Monster Island, and then Junior runs off because he's scared of seeing his dad fight another monster. You can have it be ever, or like just another monster like Baragon, and then
or like
Junior
even like just the same monsters from this movie. Like
he runs off.
Yeah, and then Junior. Wait, hold on, guys. Wait. So then Junior, he made like a
You're breaking up really badly.
Water-based vehicle, and he's like, "Ooh, what's that?" And he follows it, and the ship goes to like a city, and Junior walks in the city. He's like, "Ooh, what's this place? It's super cool. There's so many cool lights, and there's people everywhere." And he starts like destroying it. He accidentally kills a few people, and then Godzilla shows up to try and get his Chud son back, and that causes conflict between him and humanity, where like people are now like, well, Godzilla's not really the issue anymore. It's his fucking Chud son, because he's so protective of his son now that like he will literally like destroy Tokyo and burn that shit to the ground to protect it in sun.
What I was just wanted to add is that it doesn't even need to be a city. Like it could be
Oh,
just
yeah,
like,
like a village.
or random
Yeah.
people that maybe are going
Like
on
a
the highway
village,
and
an
suddenly they
outpost,
see-
or a camp, or a
Yeah.
campsite even. Yeah.
Yeah, like Godzilla-san doesn't have to be depicted as this like benevolent creature for him to be innocent. He can still literally like chew on people and not necessarily eat them, just like leave them there. And that doesn't make him evil. He just doesn't understand what he's doing. He's a baby.
Or he could just like accidentally like step on someone when he's like chasing them. Like someone could be running away from him. He'd be like, "Oh, are we playing a game?" And he actually like
I was
fucking
literally
steps on
gonna
like a
say that.
person.
Yeah, like how many
Bro,
kids step on ants on purpose?
It's like
Yeah.
A lot.
puppies do that all the time. Kittens
and
do that
Laura
all
are
the time.
in a
Bear
flow
cubs
state
do
right
that all
now.
the time. Like, yeah.
So yeah, all I'm saying is I feel like the fan base has always focused on depicting any kid that Godzilla has as this like happy-go-lucky, like positive influence when it could be very, very even more dangerous than Godzilla to like
Or
people on
you
a
could
personal
thing is-
also
No,
Wow,
wow,
you could also
'cause it's
have
either-
wait, hold on, Minecraft. You could also have like the military show up when Junior's like attacking like the Ziva city. Well, not attacking, like he's roaming around this city or this village. Or if it's a city, he could start like trying to climb the buildings or like trying to get away, and that could cause more damage as he's like trying to climb a building. Or he could also try and use his atomic breath for the first time. And because he doesn't have the same control over it as his dad, you could have like it just comes out as like basically just atomic smoke and just like burns an entire like city block and just like melts a bunch of people.
You could do a lot of things. And by the way,
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing to see him as like more like goodish kind of creature. As I said, like
even,
in
like-
this
or
specific
even, like,
movie, for
making
example,
it-
I think it fits for what they were
Just
trying
neutral.
to do.
Like
with-
I think
Like,
yeah.
a good example of what I think of a film that I think handles the baby kaiju well, like, is Ultraman Rising. I was just because this
Yeah.
conversation was bringing that one back. Emmy is like we root for her, but a lot of her destructive mannerisms come from the fact that she is a child.
Mhm.
That is
You could also have a thing where like the military is kind of like, should we actually like keep Junior alive? Because there's a high chance he could grow up and just be like his dad. Or like there could be an attempt for like the GSDF or like just a military to try and like essentially groom Junior into becoming more of a protector kaiju than like his father. And that can lead into conflict with his
Groom.
father because you get what I mean. Like they
Yeah,
try
yeah,
to
I know.
influence Junior. Like they I don't know how they would do that, but like they could try their best to try and like turn Junior into essentially like their like weapon. Like how like the makers turn the Slayer into like their little super weapon in Doom the Dark Ages, just like better written than Doom the Dark Ages.
Yeah. So yes, giving him a kid is not a bad idea. I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea with any kaiju. There are some people that would hear that and they would immediately go like, "Ew!" But a lot of people that I knew that would go and have that reaction of, "Ew, no, kid kaiju's in my movie." No, they like Zuko. And that's a terrible fucking movie, but like Zuko is not the main problem with that movie. And his
Zuko.
characterization.
If anything, I would argue Zuko is one of the better things in that film.
Yeah.
I just remembered, when it comes to like things like mind, is it something like in the show era? There's more like fantastic bits of technology. I
Well,
think
there's a lot
mind
of
control.
wind on the
Yeah.
background.
Yeah, I'm outside right now. That's why I'm taking my dog for a little walk. So then
Oh.
maybe
Godzilla
the
fans don't
wind.
go outside.
Yeah, I'm a lifer, remember. I'm a Godzilla lifer, but like you could have it that the military tries to create mind control technology to use it on Junior to mind control Junior, and then eventually they can build up technology to mind control the actual Godzilla. So they can basically kill two birds with one stone and have like basically like two super weapons on their disposal in case any country tries to like go at them. What are you growling at?
See, there's an example of the biting the hand that feeds. The dog has rebelled.
I think another
think it's-
problem too when it comes to like what they wanted to with Manila was that they were kind of like they took the idea of Godzilla's son, but then they kind of patented off other characters outside of the franchise. Because like the character like Manila's face is based off of I think a character called like Shibata. It's from like I think the same manga that the Shie dance comes from, or at least that character from that manga does the Shie dance. So I'm thinking that like again, this is like another thing where they're just pulling from other things instead of really honing in on like the character itself and trying to build a story outside of that. Instead like pulling from popular trends and all of that.
Yeah. There's so much potential with like these characters, and like I feel like a lot of it isn't really tapped. Like we just spent like 30 minutes just talking about like different ways they could like characterize Junior, and like I would love to see this in an actual Godzilla piece of media, but like that requires the creatives, do
Like,
it. And we
Heisei,
can't always trust
like,
them.
there's a good reason Heisei is considered the definitive take on Godzilla Jr. because for all of those movies' faults, Jr. was one of the better handled things overall. It actively tried to lean into the nuance of what happens when Godzilla has a kid. It helped to define Godzilla as a character more because of his interactions with another member of his kind, and it also allowed the humans to have a more direct link with Godzilla and thus his arc within the last 3 films. Again, is the execution well done? No, not really, but there, like I said, there's a good reason the Heisei films are the definitive take on this concept.
And also just the fact that it's one out of the 2 times it was done. Final Wars, I think no one counts.
No, because it's essentially Showa Manila put into
Yeah, it's Showa Manila. There's this one, and then the '98 series.
No. What I'm saying is that Manila and Final Wars is essentially Showa Manila. Like, there's not really too much differentiating him besides from
but Final Wars is the greatest
better
design
design
ever created. So like, okay, that wasn't a very high bar, but like, Final Wars is like the definitive movie of like cinema. So like, we ought not to criticize the Lord's work. You're like criticizing Man of Steel. Like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah,
cinema it was invented by Man of Steel.
Just when Vic said that, and you said it's not a high bar, that's basically what applies to almost everything. in this, like for example, like with the definitive version is like, I mean, yeah, it's over Showa. It's not a high bar. Now, and by the way, I'm not saying that you're wrong.
It's
Minecraft.
Heisei.
Like looking at the whole picture.
We can't be nice to Heisei. We have to.
I know Kuru loves Heisei, but he's not here, so there's no Heisei glazing.
I'll Heisei glazing instead. I'll take you all on. I'll snap every one of you in half.
Mind if I handle the Millennium Glaze?
No.
Please.
I want the smoke. I want the action.
Let me have the Millennium Era, damn it.
I think Zim's learning about Brayden. It seems he wants the action.
I always want the action. I always want smoke.
Shall we move on? Have we talked enough about Godzilla and the concept of giving him a son?
Yeah.
No, we need him a beer fetcher. He needs a beer fetcher as well, to get his radiation.
Like now, like essentially, this is combined because it really was one suit for all of these. You have
this is
Destroy All Monsters, Godzilla vs. Hedorah, Godzilla vs. Gigan, and
there was Godzilla's Revenge.
Yeah, All Monsters Attack.
I think this is like the perfect hero Godzilla design.
I think
the Showa era.
I would say like out of the last couple of designs, I think like it's better in a lot of ways than 65. It's better than 67. But I'd still say, like, if you're going to make Godzilla more personified and heroic from a design standpoint, this is the perfect balance. But I also think in terms of these films, like, you could have still kept with 64 for the most part.
64 itself, I think, is a little too menacing. I think Astro Monster sort of... Oh, wait, no, not Astro Monster. What was it? Ghidorah. Made it smoother, better for that heroic turn. And then I think this one with Destroy All Monsters is where you get like that definitive, I think, hero Godzilla.
Mm-hmm. Well, the weird thing is that with Destroy All Monsters, because it like takes place in the future, it causes issues with the films that come after it, because in that film, Godzilla is like essentially imprisoned on Monsterland rather than being there of his own free will, which would imply Godzilla is still a little bit more on the not like hero side. It's like, what were you gonna say, Minecraft?
It's not even just Godzilla. It's also, this is also completely out of character for Mothra to be here.
Yeah,
like she would not do this. End of sentence.
The future colonized the infant islanders and took their god.
Infant Island was already isolated enough. She was perfectly content with staying there. Why is Mothra on this fucking island?
Yeah.
Because we were the virus all along.
In Monster Island, you mean, right? Because
Yeah,
I was
Monster-
also a little bit.
Monster
So
Island.
the reason
Yeah.
why she was in that island, as established in Evira, is that she didn't want to be with those disgusting peasants anymore, so she wanted to go somewhere else.
No. What's it called? It's from like a rebellion. So they shipped her. The islanders shipped her off for like not answering the prayers quick enough.
Yeah, they got an Amazon Mothra instead. You know, you get her in like the same day that you make the order. That new Mothra is right there. So the old Mothra is now in worm form somewhere else, forgotten by everyone.
Maybe it's like King Kong and she represents slavery now.
Oh god.
Okay, so Mothra would be okay with taking Kong to the city then by her characterization in Evira.
Yes. Good. Monkey.
But yeah, I like the design generally. Shodai is still best Showa suit and best Godzilla design. End of sentence.
It's all right.
54 nailed it. Holy hell, you Bando 5.
Why? What did he say? I didn't even read what he said. What did he say? I'm guessing he said something. I just wish I could have seen it.
Oh my god.
Wait, Zim Bando 5? Like, for real?
Check the comments. Check the comments in StreamYard. I'm sorry to make this a big deal, dude, but Jesus.
What did he say?
Yeah, what did he say?
No, I was just upsetting me at a certain point. Like, I'm just like, I'm kind of done with it. So.
Fair enough.
Honestly,
He
you know
broke
what?
the Zim's back.
You know what?
I think the big thing with this suit is it clearly suffers from its degradation over time.
Yeah, especially when you see Godzilla versus Gigan, there's literally shots where you can see parts of the suit, like the outer layer of it, just pieces coming off,
which I think,
dangling.
Which in the context of the film, when that shot specifically happens, it's not horrible because Godzilla is already.
Context helps it, but it was on. If they tried to use it for another movie, it would just be you.
Like there's a reason they changed the suit after the fact. Also, I'm just gonna state on the bottom right, close number head, he looks like the Cookie Monster.
This is one of those suits. So what happened with this suit and me is that I normally really didn't like, more. I mean, he doesn't necessarily look friendly, but he also doesn't look too aggressive. But he does look kind of like that, depending on the angle of the head, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't really like it, but then they released the SH Monsters figure, and I was going to skip on it because it's like, okay, I don't need this suit. And then Shin Robjira reviews it, and I see how much it can move, and because of this suit and the SH figure. Is that, for example, in Battle for Earth, I drew Godzilla with the falls as if it was a suit. And in the, if you watch the video I made, the first version, the body is actually based on the shape. He has this barrel body, right? You can see how the suit is really... I don't know how to explain it. It looks really square from certain angles, but in a nice way. I don't know. And so basically it was this suit that I drew in the first version that I made on paper a year and a half ago. This one became just one of my favorites just because of a good figure that it has.
No, that's kind of that's what I said last time about 62, but it's also this suit to a lesser degree is in a similar ballpark to me where it's I think it's okay, and then the figure's released and I'm like, oh, that fixes literally every problem I may have had.
I like the type of bagginess it has, it looks kind of I mean, it sounds mean to say he looks like a bag, but I don't know, I just like it. I cannot even describe it well.
I think the problem for me too, especially with the designs that go later into the Showa era, is that they really do stop trying to hide the fact that
The
it
breakage?
is the breakage, but the fact that it is a man in a suit.
Mhm.
Where, like in the case of 64, because of how the body is shaped, you do hide a little bit of this. Whereas in this suit, especially,
Yeah, in
can
certain
see-
angles, it just looks like a dude. It's just a dude.
the human proportions are definitely there, especially like with the arms because they're bigger. It doesn't hide the proportions as well.
Yeah, the arms are bigger. The legs are skinnier too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's one of the things that they changed in the figure. I think that's why.
Well,
I
all
don't
the
think-
SH Monstarts figures are all
stylized to be more
stylized.
animalistic.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all stylized.
I've
and, like,
also never
that's-
really liked this head. Like, I don't like it's not the worst head, but like I've not been like the biggest fan of it. I think there's certain shots where like I think like the shot here with like Hedorah, how it is that when Nakajima is in the suit and he is raising his shoulders up higher, that is what allows it it kind of hides some part of that. But there's some cases where you do have those shots where his arms are further down and it doesn't hide it as well.
Yeah. I still say
same regarding his stare. Tell me that he doesn't look like what I'm sending you on Discord right now. Like on that picture you have.
Which picture?
The one that's on the right top, next to the full body shot.
I hate you so much.
He looks like that.
No,
you cannot deny it.
Show it.
No.
Come on, Zim, show the goods.
Show the goods. Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh my god. He's right.
I'm gonna touch you for this.
He's right.
God.
you think Lau takes that as a threat? He takes that as an invitation.
No, I'm not Brayden.
He's not that kind of Hispanic.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think it's okay. The figure arts fixes the monster arts fixes pretty much every issue I may have had.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's fine. And like character wise, it builds upon what we had before.
I'd say, like, ironically enough, it's like this is probably where Godzilla, at least for the show era, is at his most consistent character wise.
Yeah.
No,
they
it's
just
like
sort of
late.
set that
It
standard
is.
and let it go throughout.
It is late Showa where he's like generally consistent. Early Showa is where he's trying to figure everything out.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. Like in the grand scheme of it, it's unfortunate because it's like if they'd had this consistency with a more 54, 55s character, I think that like a lot of things change.
You could absolutely figure out some way to make Godzilla more not heroic, but like less actively antagonistic. With and keep like Shodai Koji intact without going this route. And like, yeah, these movies introduce some genuinely good some genuinely interesting creatures. Like I'm not denying that Hedorah is one of the most fascinating monsters in his rogues gallery, for as bad as that film is. I mean, Lau, your relationship with Gabara says everything. So
Yeah.
That's his son.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
no,
same
so
thing with
funny
Gigan
enough,
too.
Yeah, Gigan,
again, I
Gigan's a
don't-
fan favorite for a good reason.
Yeah, you know, Gigan, Hedorah is one of my favorite movies. Like that one I like almost most out of all of these. Gigan, the character, I love it. The movie's boring as hell. And then Megalon, I'm not even going to like. Megalon is a really gay movie. But if you don't think of it as a gay movie, then it's boring. Like it's even more boring than Gigan.
It's the greatest gay movie ever made. What are you talking about?
Gay communism. Yes.
Communism.
No, it tells us it's a strong analysis on the difference between good gays and evil gays.
That's still one of the best videos any of us have ever made.
Actually, well, what's it called? I guess if we're going into Megalon, I guess we
Megalon?
can move over to.
Actually, before we move on, I wanted to ask something about this era. Like,
Yeah.
because of all the stuff in between, what would you guys still say that this? Because this is close. I mean, would you consider this like Godzilla, like what he was in '54 and even Raids Again, or has he become consistent? But he's like a mixture between. Basically, would you do you think that this is what Godzilla should be since it became the most consistent version?
No,
No.
it's the most
No.
consistent
No.
version because like of I think like I know Lao probably Black would hate this, but I don't care, fight me. I think just because of the fact like economically where Japan sits at this time, that's
Mhm.
the circumstances that create Godzilla being the way he is at this point in history, where you've stepped out of like sort of where like transitioning Godzilla out of being a destructive force into a more heroic character. You then have Godzilla still being popular enough to make money and be a return on investment, but then the declining of Japanese cinema starts to begin. So in order to get as much profit out of it, Godzilla has to remain consistent, ironically enough. But then because of what's happened before, this is now where the consistent baseline is for Godzilla.
Mm-hmm.
And like I think like it's unfortunate because it's like had Godzilla remained closer to his original two movies, then there's a possibility you get a very, very consistent Godzilla with a consistent output across this period.
I don't know why you think that I would disagree with that. Yeah, no, I think that's true. The thing is, I've noticed.
No, but like it's essentially a product from its time argument, but like
I mean,
explained out.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. When you explain it, I think it's less of a problem because you're not saying that he should be this. You're literally just explaining the facts as they are. And the thing is, I've noticed basically since King Kong versus Godzilla, we have been, at least most of us have been agreeing that, okay, we like this maybe, but we don't think it should exist. And then we see, okay, things going in a direction where it's like we don't think it should have gone here, like we don't. So how many of these movies do we think should have happened? Like it's been most of Showa so far.
I
that
think
we...
like the thing is that like if we're asking the question, should these movies exist? It's like, or like should these movies have happened? I think like I'm fine with the amount of movies we getting having had happened, but I think that what like there's none of the like premises that are introduced in the films are ones to where you can't have a consistent Godzilla in them. I think you can do that, but the problem is that that doesn't end up being the case because of the decisions within the films themselves. I'm not sure if that doesn't make sense, or you want me to explain further.
No, so what you're saying is that the movies themselves, like the stories they go for, didn't need to have like inconsistent Godzillas that just betrayed like whatever the character was trying to do over and over again. It's just that it just so happens that they did it. So it's not that the movies as they are like plot wise shouldn't exist. It's just how they were
That's why
executed.
I'm saying premise wise instead of plot wise, because like when I'm thinking plot, I'm thinking like a lot of the writing specific to the films themselves is inferred premise in that. Like again, that's why I really like the premise of Emperor Horror of the Deep. I really like the premise of Son of Godzilla. I think both of them don't do a good job in keeping Godzilla consistent. And as a result, that's my biggest issue with them. And I think like the thing with these later films is that especially past Destroy All Monsters, it is Godzilla versus another monster. You can do that with a consistent Godzilla.
Yeah.
And they clearly do that. But the problem is that the consistent Godzilla we have is a Godzilla that is pretty like derailed as a character and almost a caricature.
Flanderized.
Yeah. He's a Godzilla at this point is flanderized.
I would say
they radicalized Godzilla.
I'd say going back, it's the same thing with King Kong versus Godzilla. I think that film, premise-wise, is that it's like genuinely interesting. The problem is the way the film was handled, in a matter of, hey, it diverted Godzilla's character in a way that broke the film, not even the fact that it's a comedy, it absolutely, like we were talking about this when we were watching the film, it absolutely could be it absolutely could work as a comedy or even like a dark comedy if you want to take the thematic route.
That's what I wanted. A dark comedy where it's like a scene of just like the JSDF like doing some propaganda, or like, do you want to go fight Godzilla? And they have like a little like suitmation video of like some tanks
or
fighting
like,
Godzilla.
what's it called?
And
Or
it
even
just
like a
cuts to like
sequence-
some like poor fucking Japanese people just getting fucking eviscerated by Godzilla.
or even like a sequence on the island where they're like trying to navigate and like the giant octopus is toying with them or something.
Yeah.
And what I said, because like a lot of people were talking about the dark comedy angle, I don't even think you need to make it a dark comedy to actually make it fit. Because I think that, well, first of all, I would have gone with a completely out of the timeline type of crossover like AVP. And I think you could actually just make it slapstick without any type of dark humor to it necessarily, and you could still make it.
Well, the
work
thing with
the story you
AVP
have.
is that AVP just like depending on which are you talking about, the AVP movies or the AVP comics?
Yeah, no, the movies.
Okay,
You know,
because I was gonna say they end up just making their own continuity at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, exactly. And I think because they work. How do I explain this? I think Kuru put it in better words than me on the call the other day. Caricatures. They're more. If you make them work like caricatures of Kong and Godzilla, and you put them in a comedy, I think that will be way better.
I think
and you don't even need any dark elements.
The problem with that, in my opinion, is that like when people like, I think like giant monsters inherently are a hard thing to get into, and I think that like if you make like giant monsters a caricature to begin with, people who are not invested in taking the concept seriously are going to flock to the caricature first. And since like with investors, with companies, they're going to go where the money follows, then they're going to keep on honing in on the caricature aspect. And that's the problem with the later Godzilla films, is that like as children are becoming more and more of the appeal to it, and they just sort of listen to what the children are saying in terms of like, oh, I like it because big dinosaur and they fun, that like ultimately takes over why like the Showa films like all the way till 74, I'd say, and then with 75 being slightly like a course correction with Too Little Too Late, and then you ultimately get 84. Because
I think I get it. Yeah, no,
yeah.
Well, yeah. In this hypothetical, it will be a replacement for what we have, so it's actually like a good movie on its own. But yeah, no, like the problem is that just conceptually having like a comedy at all in the middle of Showa just kills Showa, I think.
But that's the thing, is like you can have the comedy, and I think that's why we're saying a black comedy, where like you can have jokes and stuff, and like or like really poke fun at it, but like make it like cynical, like a kind of cynical comedy, but not like irreverent. Like irreverence, I think kills it. Like
not irreverent, but like it's funny, but it's also cynical and it kind of bridges the gap better than just flat comedy. Plus it also highlights, plus it keeps the horror intact of both Godzilla and King Kong. Like you could absolutely emphasize the island a little bit more for Kong, as well as just Kong himself and his nature alongside, and like why the natives fear him aside from just big monkey with electric powers. Also, I need to get going. My next class is going to be starting in about 15-ish minutes, so I should probably pack up and start getting ready for that. Is it all right if I do some shilling before I leave?
Yes, you can.
Alrighty. You can find me here on YouTube at Minecraft World 1954. That's my @ or just Minecraft World. I have some video essays in the work, though I haven't. Mainly my One Monstrous Moment for this year. I don't know if we're still going to be doing that collaborative project. If not, then I'll just work on it myself. If we are, then okay. But yeah. Also, I want to apologize for like if I was being a little bit rude or like hardish earlier, because I wasn't quite understanding what was like being said and all that. But yeah, and yeah, you can also find me on Instagram and Kara and Blue Sky. I am not as active on Blue Sky or Kara, but I am very active on Instagram, so check me out there. and go watch Kaiju Girl Caramelized, go read Gaia Team of the Gigantis, and bye.
Real quick, Minecraft, before you go, one thing I was thinking of, like for Lau's sake, if we're thinking about the idea of like still keeping King Kong versus Godzilla like a comedy, like you know what other film is like really dark but is still like considered a comedy is American Psycho. Like
Scream.
or not, I'd say Scream can be a bit irreverent at times, so that's why I didn't think of Scream. But I was thinking something more along the lines of American
Werewolves in
Psycho.
London.
American Werewolf.
Yeah, I think that will be better than Psycho, honestly, because Psycho can be so fucked up at some point.
Not
so I
Psycho,
think that's...
not
No,
Psycho,
American Psycho.
American, sorry,
American
sorry,
Psycho.
American Psycho. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I just
but-
confused the title.
I mean, like both examples work, but yeah.
Yeah, like either American Psycho or an American Werewolf in London. Both of those two films are like dark comedies.
But
The
yeah,
American
and again, before I leave, I'm sorry for how I acted earlier. That was, like I said, last night's conversation got to me a little bit too much. So
I'll never forgive you.
It's-
Yeah,
It's-
no,
it's
I
fine.
don't even remember what you're talking about from the beginning of the stream.
it was me being
You-
stupid about Ghidorah the three-headed
it's-
monster.
It's
Um,
you're human. It's fine. We all
I'm
we all
only
say stupid shit.
human after all.
I'm
only
only
after
human
comedy.
I'm only
after
human
all.
I will let you guys-
after all to put
All
the
right, I will
blame
let you
on
guys
me.
go. Also, one last thought with Megado Goji, because I'm assuming you're going to end it off with Megado. I like the design. I like the Mechagodzilla duology generally. I need to rewatch versus Mega One, but yeah.
Bye bye.
The thing is, I just wanted to propose like an idea when we end with Showa, because we're talking about how you ought to write him. Should we make a tier list with just 2 tiers, like how you ought to write him and how you not ought to write him, and we just put the different movies in there so we can see how each era manages the writing when it comes to what he should be?
I don't think we should do it as like 2. I think like definitely not as like a tier list of like I think definitely like a tier list of quality, like with setting the bar as 54 being the most consistent and then seeing where they land.
Mm-hmm.
That could be fun.
Yeah. Like, would we want to do that as the ending for this as Showa, or once we get to the end?
I
we
think
do
each
that as,
era
like-
reimagines things. So just to keep it, we could divide it by eras and then do like a whole thing as a whole. But I think that, you know, to just take each era for what it's trying to do, maybe it would be fairer to do it by era.
Okay, that can work. Yeah. Let me just pull up one of the tier lists in the back in the meantime while we do that. But yeah, going back into this design, like I really wish he had like some more features of 54. Like the fangs, the ears.
The ears could look really
Good
could
on
really
this.
help this.
Yeah. As well as making
wish-
the eyes a little bit more like making the eyes a bit smaller, or like what they do in 75, where because of where they position the brow, the eyes look more aggressive. Because like he still looks friendlier, but like
Yeah, he looks roundy. Like you could hag it.
Yeah, I think.
And I think that like compared to like this suit, I feel like in a lot of cases this one hides the suit proportions a bit better often sometimes.
Mm-hmm. But the face, I would say the face is kind of like a downgrade. And the
Which
Megalon specifically, the Megalon one, he looks
Oh, yeah.
way. I remember that shot where he's like roaring in 3 different directions. Like he roars to the left, he roars to the center, then he roars to the right. I'm like, holy shit, that looks like
I know,
trash.
right?
He looks like a crack addict. Like his eyes are like they're like bloodshot. Even I think to a certain point, he looks
Yeah, they
stupid.
are.
He looks like something that's meant to be for kids, but the kids will be traumatized. And he just doesn't look like Godzilla to me. He looks too. He does what is he supposed to be? I look at this thing and I don't know if it's supposed to be just the head. I'm only talking about the face and the head. Like the body clearly gives you the context that it's supposed to be like a dinosaur thing. But when I look at it on its own, I don't know if it's supposed to be like a T-Rex thing. I don't know if it's supposed to be like a Muppet. I don't know what it's trying to be.
I think they all look like a deformed
Like,
muffin.
It always reminds me of
Muffin,
just like a
The
dragon.
Muffin Man.
Like not even like a dinosaur. Like it just kind of looks like how some dragons look like. Where they have
Yeah,
like very
but-
poofy cheeks, but like it doesn't Like again, it just doesn't
Yeah.
have the menace.
Yeah, like it's like how
He-
you know
he
how in
doesn't-
medieval times people drew horses, but they
Yeah.
could draw dragons really well for
Hey,
some
buddy.
reason. Well, imagine if they drew dragons as bad as they drew horses, and this is what I would think of.
Mhm. Is yeah, I really
How-
like it.
How
Like
ought to
between the
design
three
Godzilla.
designs, yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
especially
I'd
when
say,
you
like,
have like Megalon Goji here, like the top left, he looks way too slim. Right
I don't
there.
mind the slimness. Like retro dinosaurs, like are
Maybe it's
either
just the
really
shot,
round
I
or they're
don't know.
really slim.
Maybe it's just
Like,
the
it
angle.
depends.
I don't know. It just it doesn't look like he looks like he's standing way too straight.
But that's the thing too, is you don't usually like when I think that's probably like something they also did for the sake of the actors too, because in Nakajima's case, when portraying Godzilla, in order for Godzilla to have the proper sideline, he's hunching over more. And I think like in the later films, the actor is standing up more directly. So I think that also kind of messes with the eye line. But I think they did that because it's just more comfortable instead of hunching over the entire time.
Well, also, was it a different actor from Nakajima at this
Yeah,
point?
it's a different actor from Nakajima at this point as well.
Yeah, maybe it's just the way. Maybe it's just the angle of the shot. I don't know.
Ears are just standing there.
You already said that you don't want Godzilla to be straight. There's no going back from that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, I walked into that closet.
Yeah.
It's
And
a-
again, like I think at this
yeah,
point,
you
when
did,
it
and you
comes-
clearly didn't come out of the closet either.
stay there, boy.
imagine a kaiju that's literally just a closet. Like Orga just transforms into a closet, and it's every single kaiju. They're all gay. Orga is like a gay machine.
Godzilla
Only
more
Tom
like
Cruise
more like
can stay
Godzilla.
Well, yeah, like definitely character wise, 73 is probably the most flanderized for Godzilla at this point.
Like
Especially
the
because
thing
like that,
is actually
yeah.
same. I would say Flanderize exaggerates elements of the original character. So I would say that the previous one we were talking about is Flanderize. This is just another. This is like the Flanderization of the derailment.
Yeah. No, that would be fair too. I'd agree with
So
that.
so it's like Flanderized to the cube.
I guess
Flanderized
like out of
squared.
the three, like what would we say is like the best? Because I do kind of lean on 75 being the best looking of the three here.
In terms of design,
Yeah, in terms of design.
I this may be like my own hot take. Kitty.
We came to interrupt.
I've never been like the biggest fan of a lot of the Showa suits. I like, aside from like really 54 and Godzilla vs. Mothra and Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, like a lot of these suits have never really appealed to me. I like my Godzilla with his fangs and his ears.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you had to pick one, if you had to pick one of the
gun
three.
gun to my head. Shit.
Come.
I've come.
If you put a bazooka to my head, I'll say the Terror of Mechagodzilla one for me.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Except it's not
Yeah.
hard for me. Like at 75 easily.
But I would say this
pretty
isn't a
alright.
high bar.
If you're trying to shoot
low bar,
me,
man.
then and I have to choose one, I think I'd rather just at
Bullet.
least the Megalon one is so ugly that you can kind of laugh at it. Like it's like the deformed ugly, like crackhead ugly. Like you find this like beneath a bridge that smells like piss ugly. So
Jesus.
I would say that one just for
Fucking
the
hell.
entertainment value.
It's like the hobo in Halloween Ends or something.
It's like the type of peasant that Mothra like doesn't want in her island. Is there a reason that justifies slavery in Mothra's eyes?
I'm dead.
Yeah. I mean,
It's a flanderization of it's flanderization squared at this point for the
Yeah.
character.
Yeah, and it's like
Um,
Terra Mecha Godzilla's like trying to salvage it, but of course it's like at that point people are like, go away, Godzilla, please.
I would
And then
definitely
they look
say
out the
I
storm.
think this is like the most definitive hero personality for Godzilla. I think. At least that's my impression.
Yeah,
but I think
this
that's
is
only
the
because
one.
of like the work, like the legwork that goes into this.
The problem is that the legwork never really worked. So like we got to a point where he has now become a hero, but the path to becoming a hero like doesn't really make.
Was pretty rocky.
It shouldn't have happened. Yeah, it's one of those things of like the character was never meant to be this. Yeah, the legwork is paraplegic. It's noodle leg. It's like
Yeah, I mean, the way I
Xavier
could
level.
describe it is kind of like going
Oh,
from Michael Keaton's Batman for the Tim Burton movies to George Clooney's
Clooney.
Batman and Robin, where he whips out a Bat credit card and says "Never leave the cave without it," and more gay because of course we got
Wait,
the line. It
no,
has to
not
tie
Dark
into
Knight.
that.
No, it would be Zack Snyder's Batman first, and then Batcard Batman next.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was trying to.
So like in
go
that
with
case, let me
The
pull up.
back score. Why do you know that name?
Let me find. There you are, my beautiful little 54. So we put in. We'll do 84 as part of the Heisei series. So even though it's a Showa film, we're putting it with the Heisei stuff. So like obviously at like S tier as like definitively like this is Godzilla. 54. That's obvious. Where would
Raids
we put
Again
Raids
is one
Again?
of the most consistent because it doesn't do anything that necessarily like deviates. Like the quality of the movie aside, Raids Again should be. I mean, I cannot point it to you from here. That's the problem. Let's see.
Where's my child? I see it. There's my son. Yeah, like I would say, like in terms of just how Godzilla himself is written, like I would say he goes right next to 54.
I think you need to feed your son a bit more, Zim, because he's really thin, and I'm really concerned for him.
Yeah,
he's getting muscular. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
Oh, he's on the cut after the bulk.
Yeah, I mean, since I wasn't on part one, yeah, I mean, like 55 suit isn't really, yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, it looks a little. He looks a little rough.
Look, I got to see just like a broken RC Godzilla in that one overhead
He looked
shot
like
where they're
he
trying
looked
to
like
trap him.
Godzilla
It's
if he
beautiful.
bred with Weasel from the Suicide Squad movie.
When it comes to King Kong versus Godzilla, like character-wise, Godzilla is still like antagonistic, but character-wise is now more personified. Like I'd put it like right at either C or D.
Bro's got Fortnite emotes.
I would say D only because of the fact that like one, they had to personify Godzilla, but then also had to add like a bunch of like random weaknesses for him in order for that film to do what it does.
And the personification was a little bit too gleeful.
Yeah.
Just from, like making this a comedy, which yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then we have Mothra versus Godzilla, which I have to find my other child.
Yeah, at that point they decide to go back, so like that should be
right next to Megalon. There you go.
Yeah, I'd put it like at.
I wouldn't even say A.
I'd say
honestly.
A. Yeah. And then with B, like for Ghidorah, like C or B.
Is that where it all began, though?
That's where Godzilla, like, in terms of like. They don't really call like Godzilla a hero in this film, and they like the idea of like Godzilla being like a protector of Earth isn't there. It's pretty much more just like a plea for help in that case.
The retcons though, because the thing like them.
It's like asking your local cartel member for assistance against the other cartel member.
Yeah.
But the cartel, your first cartel member is like, they bully me.
Should we make B the dividing line? Like B stays empty?
Yeah.
B.
I'd say like
bully.
Yeah,
the bully tier.
Yeah, because I'd say it's better than King Kong. Like there's some things that Kong does, like King Goji does better than this Goji.
It's different flaws. Like
It's different
conceptually, the
flaws.
comedy, just like flanderized Godzilla, not in a terrible way, but the writing of the movie is so bad and it's so contrived that it affects how he's depicted and it retcons a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
The-
it's
the
different
best-
flaws.
The best
Yeah.
part about King Kong versus Godzilla was just like the film looked really pretty because of the transfer. That was like the best part of that film for me.
Mhm.
It's just it was a
And
very
in
pretty
some
film.
shots, it doesn't actually look that much
Yeah.
better.
In Invasion of Astro Monster, I mean, he's kind of like brainwashed for the majority of the movie. So
As well as like character wise, it's like
He's just there.
he's just
I
there,
know.
yeah.
Just
Well, in that
there.
case, it's like, what if he's just there, really?
Well, he
Then
does
would
the
it-
dance
necessarily
as
a bad
well.
thing.
If
so
if like
that's-
Oh, the
movie,
dance.
movie, yeah, the dance, yeah.
Yeah, no. Should we make stuff like the dance that's like hyper humanized, like go on X, maybe?
Yeah.
Because if we're taking 54 as the
I also-
base, yeah, no,
I
that's
hate that so
super
much.
far apart.
Yeah. Because I mean, I'm gonna say like,
It'd be like having Tarn from the IDW Transformers comics part of flute and start like singing. Well, actually, that'd be pretty in character for Tarn, but you get the idea.
the audio isn't carrying over, right? By the way, like no one can hear that. Correct.
No.
No, I couldn't
I can
the
hear
moaning?
it in my head. No,
The
the
moaning? Okay.
like this video.
Wait, are
Ah,
those just
yeah.
the voices in?
Oh God.
No, it's okay. It's okay. By the way, just to explain to Leader of the Lost Souls,
Like you
because
just
I think
heard.
it's-
Like, did you just hear that?
No.
I just want to make sure. Okay, good.
No.
All right.
So, for example,
No.
Leader of Lost Souls is asking, it's weird to have B empty. It's more like a frontier. How do you say that? A border? Because
Yeah,
there will
borderline.
be a
I was
point-
thinking, like, honestly, for B just there, it could probably be it because
But
if
it's
he's
just
just-
there based off what? Because, for example, that one, Astro Monster, he's just there, but he's like coming straight from the previous movie, so he should be in the same tier.
I'd say, like, definitely, like, I'm not sure what they like just there because I was thinking, like, going out of order. Son of Godzilla, I feel like could be just there because he doesn't do like, a
Anything
full-
that's out of character.
that's out of
Actually,
character.
Yeah, you know what? Son of Godzilla, yeah. Should
Wait,
be
but out
the
of
one
character to what?
to 54.
How to 54? Yeah.
Here's the thing, like him having a kid, that's something that we cannot say 54 will do in one way or
Oh
another.
wait, did we skip Ebra? Did we skip Ebra?
Well, we skipped Ebra, but only because of the fact that we have Son of Godzilla like kind of justifying not keeping B empty.
Mhm.
Yeah, but Ebra has the whole thing of like him having some weird attraction to
That will be
Say that
to
again?
F. Then Evira should be an F.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
honestly, I think
Also, real
that-
quick, I'm definitely gonna move it over to another browser because I am not gonna deal with that ad block again. Or deal with that
Okay.
ad like blaring in my ears.
Okay.
Oh,
Because at a certain point, I just could not hear what anyone was
wait,
saying.
could you just like mute the tab?
Yeah, maybe you can do that.
Can I just mute the tab?
Yeah, I think you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can, even if it doesn't give you the option to mute immediately, you can just right click and then press silence or mute.
Oh, there it is. Okay, perfect. Thank God.
Your
Good.
your chud child saves you again, Zim.
Thank you, my chud children.
Isn't it
Yay!
not a podcast?
Will we get to see our mum again?
No.
That's the way.
Oh,
Oh God, who did that?
But
not
just,
the way.
like him dancing, I think that should be an F as much as him like being King Kong.
But how do you know
That's all.
54 doesn't dance?
I would say, like, in the case of like how they personify him in King Kong versus Godzilla, some of it you can wave away as being slightly animalistic, but Godzilla doing a full-on dance as well as the Muhammad Ali shuffle definitely would put Astro Monster lower down.
Mhm.
And I don't know if you heard it because of the whole ad thing going on, but like Godzilla like being attracted to a human, like that would just alone put Ebra at
yeah. Godzilla
Yeah,
should
in
be
a-
attracted to King Kong, not women. That's very stupid. Totally out of character.
Yeah, like the woke people, they want to tell you that he will be attracted to Mothra, but the base ones know that he will be attracted to that monkey milk.
Oh, God, dude.
Yeah, because like if Godzilla has like a whole
These
thing about
animalistic
not being a fan of
urges.
humans, like why would he be a fan of this one human? Like it just
Yeah.
doesn't. It doesn't make sense.
I would
Maybe
actually
I should go
that
on it.
also would justify what Son of Godzilla's position, because the entire film they're trying to like avoid Godzilla because they think probably Godzilla's gonna kill them or something. So yeah, with evolution,
We need to
Destroy All
put-
Monsters, he's just kind of there.
He's brainwashed for most of it, then he beats the shit out of Ghidorah at the end, and yeah, it's really.
Oh yeah, the
just
poor
kind of-
fucking dragon just gets his utter shit rocked.
He gets gang raped
We didn't talk about All Monsters Attack all that much because one, it
because
doesn't take place in
Godzilla's pretty much
timeline.
in the kid's sight head, pretty much.
Well, it's not just in his head. Godzilla's a character, so it's like pretty much just a meta thing for Godzilla in this case.
Meta, like the metaverse.
I'm gonna kill you.
Please do. I can't take it anymore.
Because I'd say, like in that case, there's like downhill and then definitely flanderized.
These commenters,
Yeah,
these
flanderized.
people in the chat saying that Godzilla's attracted to women, you clearly are LARPers. He's attracted to Kong. Like, how do you not know this?
But I'd say in this case, yeah, like all of these films would put. Like,
But you didn't. You missed Godzilla's Revenge.
that's one thing is that what are our thoughts on that?
It should go on it
Um,
since it made him straight up not real. I think.
Mm,
He's literally a boy's dream, so he's not even just there. Like, it literally says that the movies are just movies. I think that the meta context.
that's why I'd be like, it's just like it's like a weird outlier in that case.
Yeah, it's like I myself barely would even want to qualify it as as a Godzilla movie because the fact that it doesn't
not
even
even-
seem like it's in the same canon at all.
It's
with
not
the rest.
Godzilla. That's the thing. Like, it's a kid's dream, so it literally cannot be counted as Godzilla. So,
But unfortunately, it is part of. I mean, unfortunately, it is part of the franchise, so we have to count it.
no, I know
Despite-
what I'm saying is that Godzilla is based on the flanderized versions, so he should go in
With the
same
other
tier as all the
flanderized
other-
versions, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'd also
sounded
say
you were
like
saying that Godzilla's based, and I was just like, I was having a little giggle about that. Sorry.
mhm. Yeah, no, like I'd say this works right here because Raids Again doesn't do anything that 54 really doesn't. Out of like moving past like those first two films, Mothra is most consistent. Son of Godzilla doesn't do anything really too out of character. Same thing for Destroy All Monsters. It's really these two films that start that decline and then lead to the general flanderization here for the Showa era.
Mhm.
So it's like okay.
And it's like for anyone who's just coming into a 3-hour live stream, this has nothing to do with the actual like whether we
Quality
like these
of the
films or not,
movies.
or quality or anything like this. This just is down purely to writing and characterization
For Godzilla himself.
for
as
Godzilla himself. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we're not
Yeah.
even counting the other monsters.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're not. No, we're not. Yeah. This is not like a tier list for the movies. Everything encompassing in each of these movies, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise, the tier list would look very different. But yeah, it's
Oh.
just Godzilla.
Basically, everything below just there is like a big problem.
Yeah.
Different like magnitudes of problems, but like it's all a problem.
Order of magnitude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can see it got literally exponentially worse to a certain extent.
But considering that we didn't talk too much about the characterization of Godzilla in versus Mechagodzilla or Terror.
Well, because it's like
There's not much to say anymore. It's like
there's
it's
not much to
just-
say because at that point it is just carrying over what we know of from the other films, and is because of that it's like again continued like more of like the flanderized Godzilla.
It's
So
called
that's why there isn't
character
really much.
progression.
Vic, please, buddy. He's
I will-
gonna kill you.
But
One
Yeah.
one thing I wanted to point out is like the more they humanize him, the more they fuck it up. The more he kind of like rationalize stuff, the more they just ruin things. In the first three, he's acting more like a realistic animal would to a certain extent, right?
mhm.
And in just there, that the reason why, yeah, like that they're literally just there is because like he's not doing anything wrong. And even then, when he has some humanizing moments, it's mostly Minilla, right? Like
Yeah.
he's still acting like an animal that's like raising a kid for the first time necessarily. He's kind of being a little bit brute, and that's something we can even see with gorillas, for example, where the poor bastard who's the first son normally gets all the abuse. Even if the father is not trying to be abusive, it's just, like it's a gorilla, it's a little bit brutish. And
Mhm.
then in Zeus, we have noticed that the more kids an alpha or grayback or silverback has, the kinder he gets because he learns from, the mistakes of racing. So it's all really animalistic. And that's, I mean, I know it sounds like this is like the big like Shyamalan plot twist that I'm going to go back to this discussion, but couldn't it be that it's maybe a mistake to make him capable of understanding really complex things? Like maybe he should remain like an animal.
I think it's the problem is that like him understanding complex things isn't the issue. It's the fact that when they make him understand complex things, they also then have to make him act and behave like a human. I think that's like the biggest thing I would say. Well, like, what are you gonna say, Lau?
No, I just think that it's just to a certain extent a byproduct of like the fact that people think that smart is only like smartness is only like a human thing. Because for example, he could be really smart like a bird is, and I think you could even make him creepy if you make him as smart as a bird can be, because birds have this thing, and they even describe it in the Jurassic Park book. The way a bird looks at you, or the way the dinosaurs look at you, it's like really creepy because it's like analyzing you.
Mhm.
Pelicans, for example, like, if a bird could eat a person, they would be eating us all. Like we will be dead. Like if birds were bigger, like basically dinosaurs, we will be dead. And
Big
that's
bear.
the problem. It's just this need. I think it comes from ego, where it's smart, so we have to make it human.
I think it's not just ego. I think it's like the fact that it's smart needs to be human. They're also because it is suitmation. It's easy to give them when you make them emote and think that it's going to be like human like. And that's a problem too.
That is, yeah, no, that's also part of it. But for example, Heisei, with all its improvements, to the point where it's a guy in a suit, but it doesn't look like a guy in a suit necessarily anymore, or at least never as much as Showa did.
Mm-hmm.
Still go to stuff like, these animals were so stupid that they needed two brains, right? Like I think there is a factor in
Well,
like all
I don't think it like they never say that in Godzilla versus
yeah, they,
Mechagodzilla
they never
2.
say that, but that's where the theory comes from. Okay, you know what? Maybe they used that theory without the understanding of what it was. But yeah, it
Yeah.
was basically dinosaurs were so stupid and their brains were so small that they needed a second brain on their lower back to
Yeah, but
maneuver.
I don't even think that idea was like widely believed when it came to all dinosaurs. That was more something for like certain dinosaurs, like
Stegosaurus, I
Stegosaurus
think.
specifically. Yeah.
Yeah, no, what I mean is, when it comes to the study of nature, lately we are starting to respect it a little bit more. But back then, for example, with dinosaurs, which is the closest thing to Godzilla, we were always like, they were like these slow, lumbering things, like.
I think that's like in a way a flanderization of like our understanding of those animals that or like those like early paleontologist ideas of animals. Like a lot of people talk about certain like tropes from like older paleo media, but then when you actually look at that older paleo media, it's not really true. Like one of the most famous pictures of retro like theropod dinosaurs is leaping Laelaps, which is literally a dinosaur on its back defending itself while another one literally does like a judo like jump onto the other one. Or
I know which one. Yeah,
that's
let
the
me
Charizard Knight one.
Yeah, like even looking at Knight's like work, like
Knight's work is beautiful, by the way.
Yeah,
it's gorgeous.
Like you have things like this, or like actually let's just look at all Charles R. Knight's art. Like
actually, since we're looking at old paleo art, like I just wanted to like say this to you since you like really like this like kind of stuff, retro stuff. Old paleo art has like a really interesting vibe to it. Like it feels a lot of it feels very like textured. It like in a way, like it feels like you're looking like actually something ancient. That like I feel like a lot of paleo art these days doesn't really capture. There are artists who can definitely capture that. Like I think it's Mark Whitten.
Mark Whitten,
right?
Is who you're thinking of, probably.
Mark Whitten. Yeah, he can capture that kind of like ancient-esque look really well. But a lot of other paleo artists, like the art is incredible, but like it kind of like there's something like that feels too perfectiony and like a bit smooth, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, like these kinds of things have like a lot of texture to them. Like,
yeah.
Maybe it's just because I love textured like art that looks like has like a texture to it. Like I've been incorporating into my work. My new favorite artist I found is named Dominic Maya. He does like stuff for Magic the Gathering, and I've always just liked that kind of like really textured look.
Yeah, like a lot of
this kind
like
of
a
stuff.
lot of Burian, like even Burian's paleo art too. Like people like would say like dinosaurs were like slow and lumbering, but it also had to do with the fact that like they were large too. But like even looking at films like Ghost of Slumber Mountain, King Kong, The Lost World. Those
also
like,
one problem with what I said that I just realized is that even now we have the same problem and we have a better understanding because Monsterverse is getting like really humanized and made like really stupid in this human way where he's like egocentric and like he rushes decisions instead of actually acting the way that he should act just by how old he is.
Yeah, because like in 2014 they were kind of going for like this like kind of old samurai thing where like he's like picking up the blade again to like do like essentially like he's kind of just like a really old samurai master, but nowadays he's basically just like a jock. He's just like this like really powerful asshole, and I just hate the way that Monster vs. Godzilla is characterized these days. It's just it's a very pathetically childish way to characterize someone like Godzilla that you think, oh, he needs to be this like egocentric asshole that just like kills people because.
And the thing is, I wouldn't even say that that's necessarily comparable because the samurai thing, how they did it in 2014, it was more like, I cannot believe I'm going to use this word unironically, it was more of an aura than what the character was.
They wanted him to have like a swagger to him.
Yeah,
they wanted him to feel like badass.
I'm hearing aura and swagger used unironically in the year of our Lord 2026. Nature truly is healing.
We just talked about the show era, okay? We don't have any brain cells left.
Yeah.
but yeah, like... no, the thing is, it wasn't his character. It was something that they were trying to make you feel when you looked at him, you know, how he like stood and did all of these things, but they didn't define his character. And the problem is now they don't have any of that, and they cannot separate whatever they're trying to. I don't know how to explain it.
Is it like G14 kind of like exudes his character, like he oozes personality for the way they animate him, like the way they like use him as like just a creature, like the way that Gareth like directed the animators to like make him like feel.
Walk, we should honestly save that for the
Monsterverse discussion.
The Monsterverse when we get to it.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make is that we see the same mistakes like 70-something years later. So yeah, no, I was wrong. It's not about, you know, the understanding of the natural world or anything. It's just stupid people writing stupid movies.
Yeah, that'll do it. Also, Substance Painter keeps like fucking crashing, and it's just like making me lose my goddamn mind.
I'm dead. But yeah, like there's not really too much else to say on the show era before we get into Heisei and how Godzilla's written there. I'm not sure if there's anyone who wants to make any last statements, and then we can get into Z Shillings.
I wanted to reply to something that I think sadly this was like 10 minutes, 8 minutes ago, that leader of the Lost Souls was saying, it's not about him being too stupid.
Oh
It's
no,
just
that's not that far back.
okay. Yeah, but I think he was saying that when I said that people were making him human. I don't, and he has been commenting about this for some time. So I don't know if he understood what I was trying to say. What I'm saying is that I don't want him to be stupid. Like, I'm not saying that he shouldn't be able to understand certain things. I just think that if he's able to understand certain things, it should be like, this is something I said last stream. We should be able to see that in the movie instead of using it to justify the movie. So there should be like a thought process. For example, I think -1 is a better example of how to do it. Even then, even Sim actually managed to point out some flaws that I hadn't noticed in how Godzilla reacts to certain things in -1. So I'm not saying he should be stupid
I
or
wouldn't
that he
even
shouldn't.
like. I guess like to fight myself or jack myself off. I don't know. Like like as I said in
Minor
the last
flaws.
stream, I think that it based on the metrics that we propose, then they'd be flaws. But I would also argue, and I guess when we get to it with -1, like, do we think animals are always going to respond to stimuli exactly the same way every single time?
Not necessarily, but when it's a character that has been tried to be like replicate itself, even if they fail to replicate it, I would say that that's different because it's not just an animal; it's also a character. The writers will try to conceive him in a way that he kind of does what he has done in the past.
Yeah, but then I'd say that also comes down to like how much like variance in behavior will ultimately be seen as a divergence or a flaw versus just like there are certain cases where regardless of whether you're a person or an animal, you're not gonna like go through the motions in exactly the same way, even if the animal's intelligence is lower. Like
I mean, they
like for
don't have
example,
to
like
work
with how
exactly the
bears
same.
bears aren't going to. I don't think are bears an animal that like can recognize themselves in a mirror. I don't think.
They have been noticed to be one of the few animals that just sit and look at water. So we really believe that they can actually contemplate certain things. And
Okay.
if they cannot do that, at least they admire beauty, which is still a really unique thing for
Because I was gonna
mammals.
say, I think bears like, and I just like where it says like bears don't pass the mirror test. Although with the mirror test, it could go down to the fact that like, because like mirrors are a foreign thing in the environment, unlike water. That's why they don't pass it. Oh, some animals do.
I know there's a video where like it gets startled and attacks it, right?
Yeah, there's like some
Yeah.
where like the bear just runs, and then there's others where like the bear runs, then comes back and then attacks it, and like that applies for like almost any animals, where even if they're introduced to like this a stimuli in almost the exact same way, they're like that. There's like going to be a pool of behaviors that I would find acceptable for an animal to do, versus like a person where a person's going to have to rationalize through it to a
The thing
greater
is
degree.
also animals also have personalities. Like one bear won't act the same as another bear, but also like that changes from species to species, as you were mentioning. But
Yeah.
even
one
within the
one
same
bear is a
species,
Freddy, the other one's a Fazbear.
yeah, exactly. So that's the thing that I was talking about. Like, I just feel like in a movie about a lion that kills people, you can characterize the lion to have certain behaviors that let you know how smart he is. For example, let's say I write a movie with a killing lion. And the one common thing that everyone has when they are attacked by the lion is that they I don't know, they have like one light on, right? So I don't know, there's something about the lights that attracts this lion, right? So I'm building something that I'm not necessarily explaining it. You don't even need to like make it a line in the movie. You could also have someone notice that, right? So they turn all of the lights off to avoid being attacked. But I'm creating an animal that attacks in a consistent way, and maybe this is not part of his personality, but it builds the characterization for
Yeah,
the
which I think
animal.
is fine, but I also think like at a certain point, especially when you're writing and you're in control of every single event, you're not going to see the events every single animal is going to take. I think it makes more sense to have small variants because if they're going to respond to it in almost the exact same pattern, not action pattern, but like a recognizable way too often, it can come off as like a Pavlov response because you're writing the character rather than letting there be a level of variance that is acceptable if you want to immerse your reader in the world with this with a creature.
There can be variance. The thing is, what generates the variance in the behavior? For example, I think that there was a movie where 98 actually does this. You know, like he goes up to the fish, he has a bad experience. So next time when they try to do exactly the same thing, he once again just goes up to it, but in the moment of okay, actually now that I think about it, last time they tried to shoot me, so he runs away. So you can vary things. It doesn't have to always be like a consistent fixed thing that the animal does, because I'm not talking about the animal as just an animal.
Yeah, but like that's also like a drastic response to stimuli, like because I think because that's a drastic response to stimuli and it's gonna the result is pain. I think you're gonna have a greater response to that versus something that's not going to affect the animal like that.
Well,
I'd say like an animal may pick up a shiny object, but it's not always going to pick up that shiny object because there's nothing at stake for it to always pick up that object. Even if like they are more naturally inclined to like grab these things because they themselves are more curious. I think like if I was writing a story with a creature that does something like that where there's nothing at stake for it to do an action, even if like those small things can tell you something about the animal, I wouldn't always have them respond to it in a variance at all,
or on screen, as you were saying, like they could be reacting to other stuff. What I would say then is, can you pull up the tier list once more?
Yeah,
I think that the ones that we had was 54 and rates again, and then behind, like right below that one was Mothra versus Godzilla. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Then those were the three, right? Okay. So what I would say is, if Godzilla's character was consistent between these three movies, shouldn't you be able to point out, okay, like if he's capable of understanding that humanity has wronged him, in 3 whole movies, shouldn't he be able to show us a thought process that reflects that he's capable of doing that?
What would those actions entail, though?
Well, if he can connect things like, okay, people to boats to bombs, and then go back from the bombs to people, shouldn't he, for example, when he's attacking Mothra's egg, I don't know, and she's like defending it, if he doesn't want to get into a fight with her, like couldn't he just like I think
Godzilla wanted that fight.
No, I was going to say I'm using retrospective because I'm going off the fact that apparently Mothra can communicate with him, so that doesn't count. That's
as well as we're also saying that that's a problem too.
Yeah, exactly. So he shouldn't do that. But like I don't know, like any situation, like if you can write a movie, write 3 separate movies in this case, and you have this character that you know has this higher understanding of things beyond what like a normal like dummy animal could do. Shouldn't you have like one situation at least in all of these 3 movies that are like the most consistent, where he's able to outsmart something? Because in Raids again, like they're burying him in ice, and he has literally a fire power, and he doesn't use it until like the very end. So he cannot actually plan at all. He cannot do anything that's all that smart, and he gets outsmarted by 2/3 that bukake the shit out of him until he's trapped. So he doesn't come off to me as a smart creature, and when he comes off as smart,
what do you mean by smart though? Do you like by smart
in
like
the sense that it could actually have the understanding of, you know, making the connection from A to B to C to D, and then going from D back to A, you know, like humans, boats, explosions, people, right? Like
I would like, my question to that is like, even if you're able to make a connection, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're also able to then plan out a well thought out strategy as well.
It's not that he has to make a straight up like master strategy, but if you're
I'm not talking about like a master strategy. I'm just thinking because like it's not even like Godzilla just sits there and lets it happen and raids again. Like you see him just trying to shove the ice out of the way, and with how fast that event is going, it just sort of topples them, and the atomic breath is the last ditch effort instead of just using it right away. So
But if
I
he
like,
was
but I
smart
also
enough
think
to make,
I
Yeah.
also think too, it's like making a connection. I think is easier to do than planning out a strategy or like maximizing the tools at your disposal. Because I'd say like in Godzilla 54, Godzilla doesn't maximize his destruction of Tokyo. Because I think that you can like making connections is easier to logic out in your brain versus like contemplating like in order to create the most maximum efficient destructions possible, I should do this, 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 and that. Because I think that requires more planning in and of itself and long-term thinking than going from something you can
actually,
just recognize on a panel.
2005 literally explained it. His intelligence was perfectly shown in the late Showa films. And yeah, that's my point. Like when he's intelligent, he's literally inconsistent with how he's depicted in 54. Like when he's at his most intelligent, he's like literally just a flanderized version. So I'm saying, at which point do we have enough points in the graph to say, maybe he shouldn't have been that smart in 54, and if he was, maybe
Is
the
it
movie
is
should
it his
have
intelligence
depicted
shown
it.
because he's able to act in more human ways though? That'd be my next
Y'all
question.
are cutting off.
Maybe Serena should try to get out and back in.
Yeah, because a lot sounds fine on my end.
Yeah.
Oh no,
everyone
no,
should
no!
try to-
It's fine now. It's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, it's fine
Yeah,
now.
no. It just so
Don't worry about
happens that when Toho decides to make him smart, they make him human as well because they cannot see the difference between smartness and humanity. But what I'm
But
saying
I think
is,
it's also not even the fact that I don't think they can tell the difference. I think it's just easier. I don't think it has anything to do with they like think that like smartness is with humanity. I think it has everything to do with the fact that like to portray something as smart, it's easier to visually just show it doing a human action.
then
rather
why
than,
didn't they
like,
just make him more human in 54, Rights Again, and Mothra vs. Godzilla?
because I think in their eyes that would be personifying Godzilla too much. And I think when he means personifying, it is giving human traits to the character, which would be like human actions in and of itself.
It's
Because,
just
like-
so then maybe the difference is that they cannot differentiate reasoning from humanity. Could that be it?
Possibly, maybe. Because like I don't know, just like whenever I've like observed animals either like at zoos hunting, I can understand them rationalizing a pattern, but not necessarily like being able to create like a complex strategy of like evasion or like problem solving.
Zim, Vic's backstage. I think he accidentally left.
Oh, he left.
I noticed that.
There he is.
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
Hi, Vic. Yeah,
Martin
noticed
asked,
someone
I have
had
not seen End of
disappeared.
Oak Street, so I'm not sure.
I might see it tomorrow. So
I've not
could-
heard good things about it, so I might not.
I've heard
Although-
mixed.
I'm waiting
I heard the
until
main
it gets
protagonist.
digital.
Wait for my
And
review, Zim.
Without
Daniel wants to.
spoiling, I just heard that the main protagonist is really potentially evil, and the movie like glosses over it. I don't know if
Who's
that's
like Ewan McGregor's character or the
I'm not going to say which one, just so I don't spoil it for him in case he hasn't watched it.
text me it. Like DM it to me. I'm curious.
Yes. I'm just going to send it to you now so I don't forget later. Why is the mouse so slow? Okay. What was the name of this actor?
Because you're saying lead, just say like which one. Like
I just sent you.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not surprised. Yep.
I think yeah.
Yep. I kind of like some of the reviews I've heard, but kind of was the impression I got. So yeah.
Yeah. But
without
the thing
fail,
is,
every single time, 17 Black, let it ride.
If they fail to differentiate reasoning from humanity, and that's the only reason why in the first movies they just didn't humanize him more, wouldn't that still show that they decided to not necessarily make him reason in a valid way or well portrayed way?
Yeah, I still just don't get the idea that like an animal that could recognize a pattern wouldn't be able to make that connection versus to personify it out.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is, okay, maybe I'm not explaining it well. If you were a writer and you know that your character is able to recognize certain patterns, which means that he has a level of smartness, right? And the thing with him is that
My question would also be like, am I writing a monster? Or am I writing a person?
a monster,
Okay.
Godzilla in this case, wouldn't you use that at some point unless you're just like either forgetting or it was just never really that important that he was able to actually think? Like it was just a means to an end instead of actually part of his character?
I think it would depend on what I'm trying, like what my story is about with Godzilla. Because I guess like when it comes to, I know Serena had asked or someone else had asked about like how we ourselves would write Godzilla.
Oh yeah, that was me. Yeah. It was
Yeah.
I think something like that. Like I said, like it'd be pretty cute if we did like how like at the end of this we talk about like how we write Godzilla and like our own stories.
That will be nice because the thing with Godzilla, I think, is that a lot of people think you can literally do whatever the fuck you want with it and it's fine. Even Ishiro
Yeah,
Honda said to a
no.
certain extent that, like problems will change in the future and you can like reimagine him. The thing is, I would want to try and do like my own version of like me just going crazy and also seeing how to make a Godzilla that feels accurate to what he was meant to be, have his own story. But yeah, like that will be like the decision I will have to make. Which route do I want to go? Like limited,
Mm.
but like more accurate, or just go crazy and do whatever the singular point style.
I know definitely like
Make
for
him
me, I'm
make him
more on the
higher
consistent
dimensional but
end.
still behave like a 3D object.
Because like I'd say like if like when I'm writing Godzilla, I don't necessarily want to make it appear like Godzilla is exceptionally intelligent. I think like I want Godzilla. There's certain basic things that Godzilla would be. I think would be able to just derive based on instinct alone. I think there's a level of basic and like intuitive processes any animal can make in certain like settings. And I think that like we also in some ways, and I think it's like hard because I don't really see too many good examples of it, of animals like being shown to have like emotion, like thoughts and preferences, and them being personified and like behaving too much like create like people, like not people, yeah, people, but in like an animal form that are able to like rationalize to like a degree with like the amount of context and what's the word I'm looking for, like biases that like I the writer have.
Yeah. To me, I guess that the problem also like leans on the meta, like the reality of our world, which is that Toho just doesn't really care about writing like good movies necessarily. Like we literally have here a graph about the characterization, but if we were writing about the quality of the movies, that's a completely different thing. And like when you asked me the other day, like, okay, so why does he blow up the boats if he doesn't get it, right? Like if he couldn't make the connection, then why does he go on the whole rampage? I was thinking about that, and couldn't it just be that he's in pain? So now that he's like mutated, he started lashing out. Because technically, like, there's nothing in the movie that would contradict that. It's not necessarily just like, it's not just the fact that
Well,
he
would that
understands
be
everything.
implied?
The I word.
Because like to give you the benefit of the doubt, that is like the way like when it's written in like prose and they're describing Godzilla's action in written form, they describe it as like irrational anger and him like not necessarily being in pain, but like I could glean the idea of him being in pain because of what he's been through. Like,
Yeah.
let me
I mean, he must be in pain. I mean, he's about to create, the Godzilla franchise, and that's pretty fucking scary.
And
What
I
the
don't know.
fuck
I'm
was
just
that?
assuming that breathing fire should probably maybe hurt him. I don't know. Like
I wouldn't
you don't
I
have
wouldn't
a way
think
to
that
know that.
because
He just spams it a little bit in 54, so I don't think so. But maybe like all of his body's like itching or like hurts. I don't know. I think that since we now have a depiction like Shin, that's the most extreme form of it, we can say, well, no, because they didn't do the Shin thing. But I think that it's more like a spectrum. Like if he's mutated,
Yeah, like for
I'm not
example,
saying, by
like
the way, because I think before we move on, I wanted to clarify. Anyone that thinks that 54 has like radiation burns because his skin is supposed to replicate that, that's not actually the case. So that's not what I'm saying that he's in pain. I'm just saying that he's in pain because he's fucking mutated, period. Right? Like if he's that big, he probably didn't get there in a natural way.
His bones must he must be like his legs must fucking kill the poor bastard. Like he's not a sea monster because he's not. Oh my god, a sea monster reference. He's not in the ocean all the time because he's a sea monster. He's in the ocean all the time because it fucking hurts to walk.
And he's also walking in 2 legs, and I think that if he swims, maybe he just isn't really used to that. Like, I mean, but then you go into the meta where he was supposed to be a retrosaur, right? So people thought that they walked like that. So I guess you kind of need that context to understand that that's not supposed to be part of the mutation necessarily. But at the same time, because he was also based on a Tyrannosaur with a Stegosaurus and he swims, he probably actually was on all fours a lot of the time. And I think that there are some pictures of pre-mutated Godzilla that don't necessarily depict him in 2 legs. So even
it depends on
context,
where you come from, but at least pulling again, I know we don't like doing this, but with the books, taking for example the Odo Island mountain scene, it says Godzilla saw her and opened his mouth, but she found herself unable to move to make a sound. Godzilla's face got closer and closer. So and there's cases where you could see Godzilla is able to recognize people, or in the Attack on Tokyo, where it says Godzilla was enraged with each violent, angry breath, he set a cloud of dirt flying into the air, and then Godzilla. Blah, 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 blah. I just lost my place. Oh, no, there it is. Godzilla grew even more enraged. So and so. Right.
Oh shit! I used the wrong color.
This is the clock tower scene in terms of prose. Standing in the middle of the intersection, Godzilla raised the upper part of his body and looked around with a sharp light in his eyes. The clock tower on top of a building on the other side of the street began to chime like usual. Ding dong, ding dong. It sounded clear and refreshing in all the chaos. Godzilla made a confused face as he looked at it and let out a single sharp roar, then crunch, and he suddenly grabbed hold of it. I will hit you, as a father should.
He just tries to seduce the tower with he does the Spider-Verse move where you grab the shoulder and you say, hey. But he goes, roar, roar.
Please kill me.
Well, I mean, they have the intention to do what you're saying. I know that the intent is to make him understand the thing. I just don't think that I think they failed in the part where they're supposed to make him a character that's
Well, that's the thing is do you does the intent matter in that case? Because if you don't regardless of your belief or my belief, if the intent is there and someone could glean the intent correctly, does that make it true? what the swagger of a young black youth.
Yeah, the thing with intent is I think that's the biggest discussion we have, and that's something that also happens with Shin. I wish Kuro was here, and honestly, I would say.
Well, what's it called? Black says, I accidentally. If you have the intent to do it, you don't accidentally do it. So that's just not even. an accurate read of the situation. Like if
The thing
someone
is-
didn't mean to do that and then someone else gleans something from it, then yes, that is what you're saying. But if
You
someone
could
has the
accidentally
intent,
make a separate character, like you wanted to do something, but maybe you did something else by accident. But yeah, your question is which one would be the actual character, like what you understand or what someone
No.
else understands, or is that
so
okay?
if let's just hypothetically say, I like someone said, like director A says, I wanted to make Godzilla seem wrathful, and someone else says, oh, I thought they were trying to make Godzilla seem enraged, but then another person says, I thought Godzilla was sorrowful. All three of those words are different, but two of those words are similes, not similes, synonyms.
Yeah. And the thing is also like the intent of the writer and the intent of the character, because like Godzilla could be again mad at everything.
But
just
if
because
it's the
he's in
intent of the
pain,
writer,
or-
it's the extension. The writer, the character is the extension of the writer, though.
Yeah, but like, wouldn't that be lazy writing if then we just see it for what the writer was trying to do when he doesn't actually substantiate it in the movie?
No, but
Like,
what we're saying
because
is
it's
that
a- it's a
you
really
don't
big problem
believe
if-
you
Yeah.
yourself don't believe that it's accentuated in the movie. The director is trying to do that, and someone is able to pick up on that. Does that mean that it's not there?
But if it's off screen, and
No, I'm saying on screen, like the director saying in this scene, A happens. Someone says A.1 happens, and then someone says B happens.
Mhm.
What is actually happening? Did the
I
director
think,
fail?
for example, the Godzilla, for example, attacking the boats. The thing is, we can all say he's attacking the boats. The question is, why is he attacking the boats? And the why is something that the movie should make clear. And it's
Wait,
fine
no,
if
no,
you're
no, no,
making
wait,
an-
wait, before you say anything, Black, how is that subjective? If anything, that is objective. If someone has an objective intent towards a certain scene and a audience member is able to glean it from there, but then someone else says, well, I didn't see it, so therefore it's bad. Like, who
But
has
is
more
he
authority in
replying
this
to that,
situation?
or is he replying to something
I think he's
said?
no, I think he's implying to what I'm saying because he's agreeing with you.
Oh, yeah, but maybe he agrees with something I said, but then I made a mistake on something else, or maybe I.
Well, no, he says, thank you, Lau.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That wasn't the same moment. In other words, that's subjective.
Ow.
Maybe
Who
he's
just
just
said
trying
ow?
to phrase what.
Me, sorry, I was moving my leg.
Okay.
Accidentally, yeah.
You can also invert it and ask the question too.
What does that even mean?
Invert. What's it in this context?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you can also invert it. Are you talking about the boat thing? Well, actually, I'll let him write.
He's saying what I said. So
Okay.
no, what I'm saying is that if a director has the intents behind a scene, does the scene as they intend to do it, and an audience member is able to glean what the director's intention behind the scene is, and draw the same conclusion, while someone else says no, that's not the case because I don't see it. Who has more authority to say what the scene is doing?
What I
Is
would
it
also
is it audience member A or audience member B?
what I would
Saying
add
you
is
invert the
also
question doesn't make any fucking sense.
What question?
What Black saying to invert the question doesn't make any
Inverting
sense.
the question. So what I would say to that is that we're also talking about a movie that's like 75 years old, and a lot of people that go into it having explained the movie beforehand. And this is just a reality. Like, you can say, well, not everyone does, but a lot of people just go into 54 knowing what it's trying to do already by osmosis or by retroactively knowing what the franchise is doing, right? Because Showa, again, it's a flanderization, but it's trying to tell you that Godzilla is smart enough to know these things and that he feels bullied and that he, even if he's bad, he can redeem himself. So it gives you all of this information. Even Heisei and other movies imply that Godzilla knows. -1 has a line in the trailer which I would really have liked to see, not put into the movie.
I know
But,
which one you're
like,
talking about. It's the
yeah.
only line in the movie in the trailer that's not
in the movie. Yeah, that monster will never forgive us. So it's something
Oh,
that
I like that
honestly
line.
Toho, I love that fucking line, but it's not in the movie, and I think that it shouldn't be in the movie for its own sake. it should be in the movie that actually like works around the whole thing, so it feels natural, and it's maybe like a realization, the point where they realize, oh, he knows we did this to him. It should be like a big thing. But anyway, a lot of people will go into 54 with all of those preconceived notions, and I'm not even blaming the people for that, because like you just start with the monsters, then you go back your way back, through Millennium, Hazy, all of that. So how many people will go into 54 and immediately assume the thing just because they already know it? And is that more valuable than someone that maybe goes into the movie trying to see it as like a first time without the context, like literally just trying to blind yourself as much as possible?
That would
saying,
inherently
I don't see
imply
it.
that the person who is seeing it for the first time wouldn't see that, though. That is sneaking in the assumption that the person going into it blind wouldn't be able to see that, though.
I wasn't able to see it. Like when I watched 54 and I tried to like look for this, I just don't really think that Godzilla is shown to be capable of understanding these things. And that's why when you asked, okay, but why does he attack the boats? I feel like maybe you're starting at the conclusion and you're saying, oh, well, he attacks the boats, therefore he must know what happened. But what I'm saying is, okay, maybe that's a bit too much to have off camera. Like this defining moment for the character, not his themes or what he represents, the character of Godzilla. Is it really a good idea to have that off screen when that's literally what's going to define him for the rest of the thing? Like, is it so wrong that I don't see it when it's literally not shown and I just have to assume that that's the case? If we're going with the meta context also, like we need to understand that Toho is not really good at writing. So why is it so wrong for me to assume that that's just bad writing? They didn't quantify their character. They didn't actually like explain it correctly. And again, this is
because I think that in this case, I would say that then if we want to, again, which is why I said from last time, if we use that as the metric, I don't think many films really at all can quantify themselves good enough by that metric. I don't think most can. And I think especially most speculative fiction works as a whole can't do that.
I mean, you don't have to do it like 100%, but we're talking about
not by 100%. I would say like there's going to be in a lot of cases like linchpin details that you could probably pull from any material because like they don't spell out the world building to that level of satisfaction to where we could call it that good of writing.
By the way, I just wanted to reply to Leader of Lost Souls. Yes, I'm using the whole knowledge to justify the take because it's the take that I had as someone that actually goes back and just watches the movie for the first time. Like I actively try to do that, and that's why I'm saying, when you erase the understanding of what Godzilla's supposed to be, yeah, I guess that in a way I am also using my preconceived. It's not even a subjective thing. Like Toho has like we just saw it. Like they don't respect the character necessarily. Like they just flanderize him at convenience. So is it also that wrong to, once you get to the conclusion of I don't see it, to say I think I might not see it because of bad writing? So that's the question I would ask Leader of the Lost Souls. I don't just use the Toho doesn't know how to write characters for that. It's a justification once I see that I don't see what Sim sees, for example, because like I don't think that 54 does a good job. And again, it's 3 movies, the most accurate movies to his characterization. I just don't feel like they show at any point that he's able to have that reasoning, except for the fact that it's like self-explanatory. Oh, why can't he understand it? Because that's Godzilla. He knows we bombed him.
Let me ask a clarifying question to Lau.
Before you say anything, Vic, based on Lau's standards, he's not. You can say he's not anti-implications, but by the logic he's using, we could pick apart almost any take given and see what the implications are, which would crumble the argument.
Could you do an example? Because, for example, with the alien, who I feel is the xenomorph in the Alien movie, right? There's different intentions when you're writing the movie.
What is the motivation of the xenomorph?
I think he was meant to be something that's cosmic horror. He's not something that you should understand. So the intention of making him so ambiguous with his
What do you mean by
motivations,
cosmic horror? Like,
Wait,
you know, that he's supposed to
could
represent
I
the
answer
unknown.
this?
Wait, before you do that,
Oh, yeah,
I'll
sorry.
just finish. So, what are you trying to represent with Godzilla? Are you supposed to make him impossible to understand, or are you trying to make him understandable? And if you're trying to make him impossible to understand, he will be more like the Xenomorph, where everything's really open. Like, what is this thing? Why is it
except for the
attacking
fact that
everyone?
with the Xenomorph, we kind of know pretty well. Like, the Xenomorph isn't some unknowable creature, even in the first film.
Okay, how would you define it? Because in the first film, I think again, like he's left very open. It's just that the aliens came and defined it as an ant, basically.
No, I wouldn't say it's an ant. I would just say that in the first film, the Xenomorph's just an alien predator. Because it lays an egg within the first stages. It's a parasite species, and through its parasitism, it is able to lay its eggs inside of a host. Once the chest burster bursts out, it needs to find somewhere so it can grow. Once it's grown to a certain point where it can start hunting people, that's what it does.
Yeah, but then we don't really know if he just eats them. We don't know if he turns them. Like the egg morphing thing wasn't then like decanonized. Like there's a bunch of.
But the thing is, like, we don't like if we say it's decanonized. Like, besides from special features, was the Hive ever like shown in any theaters or movies or anything like that? Because then we'd also be talking about things like deleted scenes.
The egg morphing wasn't shown until after it was shown. The
That's the
egg
director's
morphing
cut,
wasn't.
right?
Hold on, Vic. Well, actually, the director's cut isn't even really like Ripley's director's cut. It was basically just he was asked to make a cut because he was the director's cut guy, and they wanted him to make a director's cut. But it was mainly just him trimming down the film. But the egg morphing scene wasn't shown until 2004, I believe. With the Xenomorph from the first film,
actually, I'll let you finish that and then I'll say it. Yeah.
Yeah. The Xenomorph in the first film, the kind of implication is that it is kind of like a predator. But there is one point in the film which kind of like throws this off. It's after Ripley escapes the Nostromo, where she's inside what's the ship called?
The little like derelict escape pod thing that she's in before she
yeah. I forgot what it's called. Fuck.
It's not important.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, really but the Xenomorph.
You're saying it goes beyond. You're thinking it goes beyond being a predator because it chases Ripley off.
Oh no! So there's a scene where it's in that, and Ripley sees it. It's in the tubings, like it's like hiding, like in the mechanics, and it's not really doing anything. It's just kind of like, just not even sitting there. It's just laying there. It's just laying there, just not even sleeping. Oh, sorry. It's not even sleeping. It's like doing like weird things. It's in a mouth. It's just kind of like going,
yeah. He's like, yeah, and even the creators are not like they all say, okay, he might have been at the end of his life cycle, or maybe he like there's not like a definitive answer. They want to make it ambiguous, and they want to like leave you wondering what's going on. There's even the sexual component and all of that, like, but that was the actress saying that wasn't the writer or the director. And then you go into so who decides what it is that's actually going on? Is it the writer, or is it the director? Is it the creature designer? Right? Everyone has like this different idea. So the alien, in the end, you don't really know what he's doing. That you could say is predation, but also like how much understanding does it have of things? Like there was this idea that they had where they were even going to make him talk at the end. He was going to contact Earth.
Yeah, he was gonna like kill Ripley and use her voice to like contact different the Earth colonies.
Then you have a big sequel like Aliens, and it just cements the idea, which you can say it's a good idea or a bad idea, but the problem is it closes so many doors to what the alien can actually be, where they decide, okay, he's like a space bug. But in 74, you didn't know anything. Like he could have been, he could have been smart. He could have been evil. Maybe he's smart and evil. That's why he chooses not to interact with anyone. It just kills them all. He might just be like a space animal. and he wasn't hungry, and that's why he didn't attack Ripley. There's so much
it's
we
not
don't
even just
understand.
like the xenomorph. It's also things like the space jockey. Like, why did the space jockey have all those eggs? And like, they did like in like behind the scenes stuff. Ripley and HR Giga did say they always view the space jockeys like benevolent, but basically like a
Benevolent.
good guy. And yeah, he
Benevolent,
didn't
yeah.
realize the eggs were like dangerous, and that's why he got face hugged. But like, the first Alien film was like a really good showcase of kind of like that unknowable cosmic horror thing. It's why I'm pretty sure that's why they kind of had the title be the way it was, with like the constant formings of the letters, because they wanted it that more unknowable fear of the unknown. Like the first Alien film can be kind of described as like the fear of the unknown, and that's why the xenomorph is like such an effective.
But is it
creature, because you
really
don't
a good
get
fear
to
of the
see it.
unknown? I would say, because like
Maybe it's not the best example.
no, because
but
like
then-
if we're talking about fear of the unknown and we're relating it to cosmic horror, all the alien
Cthulhu?
really does is just kill people. Like I'm not even just thinking of Cthulhu.
That's the thing.
Like Dagon doesn't kill its
like right now,
protagonists.
I want to stop
The
that because
Intimate
we
Foe-
don't really know what he kills them for. That's the thing. We don't really see what he does with them. And there's one scene where he kills the girl, and I'm just gonna say she's moaning.
But
She's
what about
moaning
like
while
what
Ripley's
about
run-
Kane
like,
though? Because like if we're talking about like, oh, it's fear of the unknown, we don't know what really happens to them. Like they're obviously dead. Whether they're like
yeah, exactly. But why they're dead is the question, and that's why I'm asking with Godzilla. Like why does he do all of this? Like the action is he attacks the boats and then he attacks people, but why? And the alien again when he kills people, yeah, I think we see him eating one person. I don't think no in the original movie we don't see that.
No, he
When
doesn't
he
eat
kills the
anyone in the original
girl.
film.
Again, I'm just saying, like she has her pants down, like you see that shit, and she was moaning when Ripley was running to help. You don't know, like let's be honest, we don't know what the fucking alien was in '72, and then aliens changed our definitions, and now we go and we watch at the original movie and we retroactively say, oh yeah, it's like in Aliens, but we close our eyes to all the possibilities of what the movie itself was and what it was doing because we have that osmosis knowledge. And then if it's further polluted by Prometheus and Romulus and all that stuff, it gets even worse. But if you see the movie, the OG movies for what they are doing, and you actively try to ignore everything else, you will get to different. I think you get to different responses to why he's
they don't
doing
even
these
show
things.
the xenomorph's full body until the final bit of the film. Ripley ejects out of the airlock. Like you don't even notice it's a humanoid creature until the final moments of the film. It's just now.
Okay, sadly, I
you
have
can
to
go back
leave for a little bit.
up. So
well, what's it called? We're probably gonna be ending the stream soon anyway. Because I was saying, like, even if we don't see the full body of the creature, like we see enough of it to know, like, generally what it looks like, even before like we see him kind of T-pose outside the ship.
Yeah, I gotta.
he was asserting his
genuinely
dominance.
Honestly, I genuinely just like dozed off, during the
Oh,
last
sorry.
portion.
I had
Sorry,
trouble trying
Steve.
to comprehend what I was saying because I wanted to ask some clarifying questions.
Do we can have C do some shilling before he leaves. Vic can ask the clarifying questions, and we could probably end it off, I assume.
Okay,
Baptism
that
was
sounds
strong.
good. All right. Well, this is the Sea Monster essays on YouTube. I have a Dark of the Moon video. It's been out for a couple weeks. Check that out. Speaking of aliens, I'm hosting a stream on that movie this coming Saturday. So
Ooh.
hope to see y'all for that one. And follow me on Twitter, the usual socials. Anyways, I don't know if I'll be back for part 3 of this. Obviously, it depends on the scheduling for everyone here. Supposedly, but
Yeah, that'll be another Monday.
okay. I might be off I might be off then, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Take care.
Take care, man. Have a good one.
Vic, what was your clarifying questions?
So, Lau, are you saying that the thing we aren't seeing in 54 is the origin point for why Godzilla has his motivations to attack humanity? That's like my clarifying question, because that's what I'm gathering from your arguments.
I'm sorry that I was gone. I just had a
Uh
kitty emergency. He was breaking something.
oh.
Oh, Silen.
My question was, are you saying that the thing we're not seeing in 54 is like the origin point for Godzilla's motivations to attack humanity?
Yes, and the problem with that, because it's not a problem in on itself, is that that motivation has never been explored in like the next three movies, to the point where it's like you could easily just say, why does he do that? Well, because he's Godzilla. Which
I
is
don't.
like what someone like Max Alle would say, and it's like, okay, but how did Godzilla understand this? Well, he must have understood it, or else he wouldn't be doing the thing. But it's like, okay, so when do you have evidence that he's capable of this level of reasoning? You only get that evidence when he's like literally being shoved towards the worst writing of Showa, which is the again, I now don't want to call it kids movies because, as everyone pointed out, like kids movies can be good, but it's like bad kids movies or like movies for stupid kids. You know,
I'd
like
say, like, in this case, then, like, the problem has to do with the fact that the later films don't really expand on Godzilla's characterization. Because they'll do anything but that.
My thing is like, I think I don't think it's necessary to show that because Godzilla ultimately is characterized as an intelligent animal, and we know that
how
intelligent animals.
that's the thing. Like in 54 and even Rights Again, how can you define that? Like because I don't see anything that defines him as intelligent. If he was intelligent, I feel I'm just saying like he doesn't need to again be like a master strategist, but when he's being buried in ice, he could shoot at the thing. Maybe he could learn.
Well, I
Oh,
mean,
I was trying to shoot a plane, but it turns out that I melted some ice. I might as well. There's no reasoning. He's just a stupid animal.
well, does he not shoot down planes, or at least attempt to
No,
during
no,
that fight?
I'm not saying. I was just giving an example. He could try to shoot the planes, and maybe he falls one of the planes. And when they explode, he sees that it melts the ice, right? So when they're trying to bury him,
Well, no,
he
again,
starts melting.
I think what Lau was, the hang up with Lau is the fact that he feels that we don't see it on screen, and he also feels that what Godzilla displays on screen means that he wouldn't be capable of the logical leap that we're saying he is, because he feels that that's too complex based on the action shown.
Yeah, and also just from a writing standpoint, I feel that giving your character his whole motivation off screen is like imagine. Funny enough, we have Brand New Day. Imagine having the Punisher, and you don't you just start with him already like just killing people, and you don't know why. Like is like his whole core of his character is being done off screen, and we just have to like roll with it. The problem is that with the Punisher, he can at any point, you can decipher it because first of all, it's unfair because he's a human. Okay, so he will have pictures of his family. He will have this. He will do all of this stuff. So you kind of have to think of ways to justify your characterization for monsters in extra ways that fit a monster and not a human. And I just think that they never do that in Toho. Like in the first three movies, which are the most consistent with 54, I feel like they never do that. Yeah, but even if Punisher is very well,
I think also
because
too is that when it comes to monsters versus your human characters, like you said in your video, we focus too much on the monsters. I think there should be more room given to explain the humans and their motivations in response to what Godzilla is doing. Like, I think there should be a better balance, I think, in a lot of the Godzilla films when it comes to the human characters. And I think that in a lot of times the screen time given to the human characters is fine, but the issues we have with it is that it's not well written. I would rather get more time devoted to the human characters with fleshed out motivations, better dialogue, etc., than having more scenes to flesh out Godzilla's motivation when I can infer that well enough.
I would say that too, because I think there's enough. Also, in the first movie, there's enough information to gather that you can sort of logically conclude that even the characters do this. Like with Yamane's evidence of where Godzilla likely originated from, you can infer that the reason he's lashing out is like purely an animalistic reaction to like these context clues given in the film.
Like it could be
again, you
interesting,
could
like
just
to
say
have
that
other.
he's like really angry and mad because he's mutated and he's just lashing out. Like then his intentionality doesn't matter. And if you can just throw the character's intentionality out the window, I think that's just a badly written character.
Wait, say that again.
So basically, if I said, well, actually, he's just attacking everything because he's mad, because he's like angry and in pain, there's nothing you can say to really prove me wrong, is it? And then, like, his intention as a character is completely thrown out the window, and you cannot prove
what
me
is the
wrong.
intention of what's the intention of Godzilla's character?
I mean, you said that he was getting back at humans for what they did to him, wrong him.
So you mean like his internal character? I thought you meant like thematic character.
No. Themes and character are different things. The character should work in function of the theme, but the character can have like his own stuff, even outside the themes. As long as it doesn't contradict it shouldn't really be a problem. But yeah, no, I mean, Godzilla's a character. Like his intentions, why he does what he does. I could easily say that he's just like a stupid dumb animal that's just like trying to lash out because he's in pain, or he's really angry.
If he's a stupid dumb animal lashing out in pain, then again we go back to why would the logical leaps given be impossible? Because just because he was able to identify the character, like what's going on, doesn't necessarily mean he's like exceptionally intelligent. Because I think you still keep saying he's just a stupid dumb animal, but then saying that this.
By the way, I just wanted to say that I don't think he is actually. I'm just for the argument. I'm just.
But yes, even like for the argument, I would still say that falls apart.
Why? You cannot really prove it wrong, can you? What in the movie proves him not to be just an animal that's like lashing out for no reason?
No, what I'm saying is that even if that is the case, that still would not exclude him from being able to.
It would not exclude him, but if I decide to say that that's the only reason why, you also cannot disprove it. The problem with too much ambiguity is that if no one's right, no one's wrong, and if no one's wrong, no one's right. I could just say that he's that, and you could say, well, yeah, but he could also just have an understanding, and I could say, yeah, maybe, and someone could say, yeah, he's not stupid, he just has the understanding, period, and we could just go all over the spectrum.
Yeah, then who has the authority in that sense? Is it the director who's...
I mean, we know that the intentionality of the people that made the movie was that he will have a certain level of reasoning, but the thing is, if they fail to make it clear...
No, but you're saying they failed. You think they failed. If someone else thinks otherwise, and they are on the same wavelength like as a director, who is correct there in that case? Are you correct because you think it failed and the director failed, or the person who understood what the director was going for in that scene?
Then I would say that again we go back to the person who understood it. How I would need to see what the reasoning for that person who understood it is, because I think that we are then
because I think again you're implicitly implying that there's no way anyone will be able to get that unless they had prior information, which
it's not impossible. Yeah, no, that's not impossible. It's something that people could imply, but the fact that it's been decided, and this is why we're talking about how he ought to be written. We have decided that this is the intention that they had. It's like, is that really strengthened by the movie, or can we just...
So real quick, my question is where is the bar for failure? I would ask that question with a question. It's like, where do you want that bar to be? And I'm not saying for Black specifically, but I think anyone who asks that, it's you. Like, I don't know. It feels like it's like the question itself is implying something, and like it's like a leading question, kind of.
Do you think that maybe this comes like outside of movies as a whole, like maybe like worldviews and stuff like that?
I think this to one degree or another, yeah, of course. But I think generally, like, if there is
wait, sorry, same Leader of Lost Souls, am I skewing it? How? Because all I'm saying is that I want to see, like, if I'm supposed to understand that Godzilla is like capable of this level of reasoning, I would just want any characterization in the first 3 movies Okay, actually, no, discount King Kong versus Godzilla because he's a caricature of what he's supposed to be. So, but 54 rates again, or Mothra, that actually substantiate that he's capable of reasoning. And I just think that it's really weird that in 3 movies you could never prove that he's capable of anything like that. In 3 movies. 3 whole ass fucking movies. I would say that's a bar for failure, actually. In 3 movies, you cannot do anything that shows me that he's capable of reasoning besides the fact that, he's just attacking people. But it's like, okay, yeah, in movies, like, giant monsters just attack people.
Yeah, but
like,
wouldn't that also be an assumption in of itself? Like,
that
oh,
he's
giant
just
monsters
attacking people?
just attacking people, yeah.
It will be the most basic one, and because it's the most basic one, it's easier to get to that conclusion than to say, oh, yeah, he understands that people bombed him. Sometimes the simpler
What do you
answer
think I
is
mean when he says
one.
he understands that people bombed him? Like,
Whose dog is that?
Vix. For example, because the other day, like, the reason why this whole thing started is because I think Minecraft defined it as him doing what he does because people wronged him, and you said yes. So that's the thing. He should be able to. And one thing you did was you defined it as him processing A to B, and I don't think it's as simple as going from A to B, which will be people bombs. It's as you start talking about the boats and all of this, it will be from A to B, which is people to boats, B to C, which is boats, like smallest boats in the islands, to like the big cruise ships that we use in war. Then
I'm
those
gonna
cruise ships
stop you
to
right there
bombs.
because what you're saying is that there's more than just A to B.
Yeah.
In that case, how smart does someone have to be to make that mental leap?
Well, clearly, the more letters we would add, the more items, the
Do you
smarter
think that's
they will
the
need to be.
case?
With Godzilla?
If it's more letters, does that necessarily mean that it's more complex?
Yes, because I think that not only you have to follow the pattern in a straight line, then you have to realize that the pattern is also a circle. It goes all back to humans. You need to make him understand that it's humans who caused this. It's not that, hey, look, humans have these boats. Oh, explosions. Explosions are bad. Like me and the poor boats are being attacked by the explosions. He has to understand that the boats are part of the problem with humanity. That's the problem. How do we know that he doesn't think of the boats as weird animals? How do we know that it's not, oh, we're riding giant metallic turtles? He needs to have a level of understanding to connect the boats to the bombs in the first place, the cruise ships, and then relate all of that back to the humans. And I don't see that level of processing in any of the movies. So I would call that a failure. There has to be something to substantiate the fact that he's even able of thinking like that, and he never does that ever again in any of the movies.
So if Godzilla is baptized or if Godzilla is bombed, where does he think the bomb comes from? Or like, what do you?
That's
like,
my question. Why would he assume that it comes from humanity? If I suddenly spontaneously combust, I wouldn't blame a mosquito that's next to me. I would assume that, oh shit, I'm burning. I don't know, maybe the sun exploded. Maybe spontaneous combustion is a thing actually.
Black actually kind of said it. I think that the bar that's been given is like an unfalsifiable statement, because I don't think there is anything that could be given outside of like direct exposition where someone else is commenting on what Godzilla said for you to get to that bar. And because I think honestly the only way would be for like us to prove otherwise would be like outside of like the whole it's not on screen thing. We would have to go through like data sets of animals and their cognitive abilities and then show hundreds of cases to prove that the cognitive process I'm thinking that Godzilla has does not require also a large amount.
No, what I'm saying is that what you're saying is unfalsifiable. Because again, like you can just prove me wrong if you show that he has like any level of understanding in those 3 movies. I think 3 movies is plenty of time to explain how a character can think. Call me crazy.
Yeah, but in this case, one of those movies isn't even about that character in the first place because it's not just about them.
54 rates again, and in Mothra, and the fact that there's another monster doesn't mean that he cannot show reasoning. If anything, having another monster could show more levels of reasoning in different ways. Like, it's not an excuse.
I don't think that's not. I won't even say that's an excuse. That's literally just not what that movie's about.
It's
That
not
wouldn't
about
no because the thing was that it would
if it has
require you
Godzilla
to
in the movie.
so
he-
if Godzilla's in the movie, it requires us to understand his motivations clearly.
No, not necessarily
That's
in every
no
single
kind
movie
of.
because that's okay. What?
You just like I think by the metric that you're proposing, yes, it would require that every single time.
Well, I'm not doing that because I'm not saying like 54 is the first one. 54 is the one that should do it. You don't need to reestablish the same thing over and over again. In that movie specifically, you will have to specify why he wants to attack the Mothra, and this because of the eggs or whatever. It's fine. What I'm saying is, in 3 movies, you have one motivation, and he never works off that motivation in a way that shows you, oh, he will be able to actually have that
Again,
as motivation.
you're still saying I still think that the what's it called? The stance you're giving is an unfalsifiable claim.
And I think the same about what you're saying. Like,
Okay.
I just don't see anything about him being smart. Like, I don't see it.
Again,
And
if I
three
wanted
movies.
to, we could just like go through a bunch of data sets on animals if need be. Like we could set up time for that. I'm fully capable of doing that.
Okay, like this is actually way more simpler. Would you not say that you need to be smarter to connect like more and more items together from like A to B? I think a bird could do A to B. A to B to
And
C
birds
to
do a
D.
lot of dumb things like all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, but you still see
But, like,
crows doing smart things often because they're smart. So even if they do dumb things from time to time, they will do something that it shows. Oh no, they understand things.
not all the time. Like if someone's never seen a crow, like observed a crow doing that, could they then make the claim that crows are smart?
So
If
what
they
you're saying is that
themselves never
Godzilla could be capable of this is just off screen, conveniently off screen, and in 3 movies we cannot actually have any evidence of it.
Except again, in this case, why would you also say that -1 is consistent then? Because then I would accept you just saying all the movies are bad in that case, because then that would be more consistent as an argument.
I think it's more consistent because of the
But
things I
still
explained.
bad,
But then
yes
you
or
gave.
no?
I wouldn't say it's bad because I think that the problems it has are minor. For example, what you explained of how.
Like if we're gonna say that there's inconsistencies in -1, and by the metric that you're giving, it's still an issue, then wouldn't that follow?
Because as I said on last stream, should I explain that again? I think that most of the people that are here are the people that were there last time. Okay,
let's
what
restate
I
it.
was saying is that in -1 we see more like on screen. We see Godzilla first of all going into shore. He's not necessarily attacking anyone until there's a really bright light. I gave that bright light making him angry as an example of something that we can imply without anyone actually explaining it, because if he's in deep sea waters because of the deep sea fish, then light will hurt his eyes and he will go a little bit more aggressive. So there you have like the movie doing everything without any explanation. You don't need any dialogue and you can infer things logically with evidence.
Again,
and so
when Godzilla gets to shore in Ginza, there's not a light doing that to his face to cause him.
But he's already mutated by then. We literally see his eyes change.
So then why would the mutation
what I would say is that the
mutation
aggressive? Changes him in different ways, and like
it just makes him angry. Aggressive for no reason.
Well, because he's angry, like he's literally regenerating.
But then the same thing would apply to -1 as well, which would make it bad because we are
talking about -1.
That's what I'm saying. The issue you have with 54 would also apply to -1. That's what I'm saying.
No, because here's the thing. So I was just giving this as an example for the setting. Then when he goes into land, people get scared of him, so they attack him. At this point, there is a
except for the fact that he doesn't get hit on land first. He hits the sea mines. Wasn't he just respond to the boats that are around him? And we've already seen the fact.
Are you talking about 54 -1?
No, -1.
Okay,
yeah, so in
-1 in Nodo Island, he goes into land.
No, I'm talking about after his mutation because you're saying he's just.
I'm talking about the mutation because that's my main point for why that works better than 54.
You may say it works better than 54, but by the metric that you're still giving, it would still be bad.
No, it wouldn't be bad. It would be flawed, and being flawed is not
it would still be bad by that metric. Come on.
No, it wouldn't.
Why?
You're assuming that I'm saying that 54 is straight up bad. I'm saying that it's bad characterization and it's a bad choice to do that off screen.
That's
like
not
the
what I
whole
said.
weight of the character. Then how is it bad according to my metric?
By the metrics you're giving, we don't see enough of Godzilla. Like, there's no reason Godzilla would just start to angrily attack people in Ginza.
Yes,
just because
yes,
we
there
know
is.
he respond. What?
Yes,
What
there
is
is.
it? Please, why?
As I was explaining, he goes on land at the beginning, while I'm premutated. He is attacked by people. There's violence initiated.
Except for the fact that he has a light shined on his face first.
Yeah,
he
exactly.
Does not so the first time he ends up on land pre-mutated, there's a light shown in his face. He attacks first. The first time he lands in Ginza, there's no light in his face.
No. Stop interrupting. Okay, then stop interrupting. So he goes on land.
They're not analogous then.
They don't have
I
to be
think I get what Lau is saying. If I can be a mediator. I think what Lau is saying is that there's okay, so the way I understand it is that because Godzilla was on land in Odo Island and associates lights and gunfire with humans, there's sort of a more clear line of how he can connect the bomb with humanity if he views it as like a weapon, and that's why he has the motivation to attack humanity.
Yeah, we literally see him experience explosions, and it's all in a human setting. So of course, when he gets mutated, I'm not saying, again, I said this, it's not perfect. I'm just saying it's better than 54. When he experienced the big bomb, he has a reason to say, okay, this is a big bomb. I've seen small bombs before, like small explosions. So big explosions comes from small explosion
that he caused himself.
It's not important. Like the things he relates explosions to civilization and humanity. So when he then
except there's no humans there in that spot.
They already shot him.
No, they haven't shot him yet.
They haven't shot him yet?
No.
Yeah, they shoot
him all the
him
way here.
Yeah, they shoot him after Cook.
What happens after they shoot him more? Okay, play this. After they shoot him, play the scene.
So, well, I'm not going to play it entirely. So, as he's going here, the only one thing that's made an explosion is him right here. So, if anything, the only thing he should be experiencing with fire is this stuff here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just hypothetically say he recognizes.
Okay, no, but just keep going forward. Just after they start shooting him, go bit by bit.
Don't make any explosions.
Doesn't he literally explode the plane?
He explodes the plane himself. It's not people.
That's not important because he's still in as you said, he's an animal. Like he's in a negative situation where there's violence, and he relates
himself
that
is causing. It's
he
not
doesn't
like
know that. In Showa, himself is saying, "Why are they bullying me?" When he's the
and we still think that's a flaw. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm saying is, an animal doesn't need to understand that it did something wrong or bad. Like if, for example.
Yes, then the only problem with 54
is
that
a dog pees on the carpet and he gets told off, right? Like he's not going to really make the process. He's just like peeing in the carpet and like being screamed at. He's not going to be like there's a connection there. The dog is just he just knows that he's being treated in an aggressive way.
Well,
what I'm saying is that this whole experience as a whole involves three things: civilization, it involves humans, and it involves an explosion or two. Whether he caused that or not, there is now a relation in the environment between civilization, humans, human violence, I guess you could say, and explosions. So when there's a big explosion, he could relate that technically to small explosions, which he can relate to people.
They'll relate to people, specifically Japan, and not any other boats.
He has attacked like different boats, right? Like
he attacks different boats, but he was heading towards Japan, though. The only reason why the boats are there is because they're intercepting his movements.
If he's going to Japan, then actually, that might be bad. Straight up. If he just
then it would be -1 would be bad then in that case.
Yeah, because it's not explaining the character well enough to define why he's doing what he's doing. And you have to just assume that he has this magical understanding of Japan as humanity. And why doesn't he go to any other place instead? Or the islands?
Does it make is it better because they assume that Godzilla moved to Japan because he viewed it as part of his territory in the film, or no?
They could have done that, but then
They
it's
do.
like, what happened to Odo Islanders? Like, does he attack Odo Island again? Like when he gets after the mutation, shouldn't he have done that like in 54 then?
I don't think necessarily that. Like again,
I mean, if he
that's
was to
if-
blame humanity, yes, and we know that it's the intention because they literally had a line in the trailer that said, "This monster will never forgive us." So they're doing something that I hadn't realized. 54 is doing the same thing. And
what
yeah,
would
no,
be
he
then
doesn't
one
have
example of a
motivation.
monster that is written consistently? Then
I don't know, dude. Like the fact that there might not be well-written monsters might be an issue on itself. I don't know. King Kong, maybe, like,
No.
but not between movies. Like, you know, just the fact that he is infatuated with this person, depending on, like, I'm talking about 2005, right? So his consistent trait throughout the movies that he cares about this girl. Why does he care? Because he's been alone for a long time, and maybe this is the first time that he has been, you know, like he has like a quote unquote human connection. I think we understand that motivation, right?
Well, because the thing is that supposedly the point with 05 Kong is that he was going to kill her, and then because he stood up and stands up to Kong, Kong respects her, and that's why he saves. And he's still like,
he instead of seeing her as a thing that fears him, he sees her as a thing that treats him almost like an equal. So she breaks that barrier between food and person.
well, it's not even food,
quote,
because
unquote.
remember we see all the skeletons at the
Yeah,
in
he
the
was going
graveyard,
to eat
and
her.
then no, he wasn't going to eat her. He was just going to kill her because we don't see any damage to the bones from like chewing, and we also see Kong eating bamboo, and we also know that the reason behind that scene was they originally want to have him eat a dinosaur, but they wanted to emphasize that Kong wasn't supposed to be eating people. He is just he was just
Killing
going to
them?
kill her. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like people almost give him a toy, and he's like, okay, he might have killed them even by accident. But the thing is, even with all of these like problems that I might have with the reason like of the context of the movie itself, like it doesn't change the reason why. He just sees someone that treats him like an equal. So he
But that's
feels
I don't even think that's like
it's a reason why, and it's explained throughout the whole movie.
That's not a reason. Well, they never explained that he views her as an equal.
You see it. It's explained visually. It's the difference between showing and telling. You can explain to people things through both mediums, showing and telling, or showing or telling.
Well,
right?
because
Like,
the moment he's like, what does he do the moment she stands up to him?
He gets mad and then he leaves, but then he comes back because I mean, there's this moment where he's like really happy and she's entertaining him, but then she sets a boundary. So it's already like, I think the moment where he like starts seeing her differently is the moment where he sees her more like a toy. Like, oh, you press a button and she does the funny thing. But then when she stops, it's like, okay, so this is something that hasn't happened before. Never. Probably no one ever even entertained him. Like, that's like, we don't know that, but by his reaction and the way that he, you know, like acts and protects her differently from anyone else, because otherwise other people wouldn't be alive. We can deduce all of these things logically. There is something about her that makes
But
her.
wouldn't we just will be assuming that based on like our interpretation of the scene?
No, because it's reinforced throughout the entire movie. He treats her differently because if he didn't treat her differently from anyone else, whether that connection is for one reason or another, there will be more people alive.
Then why isn't he entertained by her the second time she tries to do the same thing he was doing? Because
maybe
remember,
he's
after he kills the
asking,
V-Rex, he
she tries again when they're looking at the sunset.
Yeah,
There could be different reasons.
But we have to assume that, though.
Actually, if we're talking about intelligence and he's just looking at the sunset, that will also correlate to the last scene where he's also looking at the sunset on the building. Not only we're shown that he's smart because he can do that thing. You remember the thing I told you about bears, that some animals can like see beauty? Also, like literally her saying beautiful and him doing the thing with the sign language. Fake sign language. Because of course it's not actually sign language, it's just her doing the thing and him replicating it. And then when he sees it on the building, he does the same fucking thing. So he has related this sign to
whatever the words that Anne is saying.
Yeah, or the sunset, which
Couldn't that just be wouldn't that not even really be like relating to the sun? It could just be
It's
what
a
she's
pattern
doing.
and it's intentional. It's in the movie for a reason, and the thing is, in 54 you don't have any similar to that. You cannot make any comparisons to this. That's why I would say that if Kong is like way more consistent in 2005 than Godzilla in 54, his characterization is shown to be a smart ape who has, like, for whatever reason, always killed people. This one finds a way to dissuade him of killing her, and when he's given enough time to actually interact with her, he has this connection that makes him want to protect her. Probably because he doesn't want to be alone. That's the assumption. We assume that he doesn't want to be alone
Yeah,
because
it's
we
weird
see
they
that
didn't
he
kill
has
the
been
other
alone
ones
for a
then.
long time. And also we know that she's special because there's no other people alive around him. He's not carrying anyone else. So
Well, it's
she's the
special
first
because
time.
for some like reason why, like another reason why they also say why he doesn't kill her is because she like jams the bone thing into his hand too.
And also, it could even be just that she's blonde and she looks funny. Like, there's a moment where he literally looks at her hair in that chaotic scene, right at night. She's like sniffing her, and he sees like the blonde hair. There's many reasons, but the initial reasons are not as important as the moment where it changes, where he just again develops a connection. However you think the connection starts, there is a connection, and that's the main point where everything changes. You might say, oh, well, maybe he saw her differently when, like she stabbed him, or maybe when he was laughing with her. But the thing is, there is a change, and we see it in the movie.
I'll say there's a
one-
change, but I wouldn't say it's that.
I would say it's
consistent.
a change just based on the fact that, again, he hasn't really done this with anyone else that we've seen. Because then there will be living people around him. He will have like someone near him at all times.
We also don't know necessarily like how the natives would react. Like I feel like how Anne goes about like
it's differently. Yeah,
leaving. Like there has to be something different, but we don't see what that difference necessarily is to justify her being the one to survive versus any of the others.
I mean, that is true, but we know that there's a difference. Again, like we know that, and the difference could be either when she made him laugh or when she, like stopped him, or a combination of both. I think that will be the main thing. The thing is, whether we cannot pinpoint exactly which one, it's still on screen. You can choose which one it is, but it's on screen, and you cannot deny it either.
No, even if it's on screen, the context behind it is not shown on screen for that to be the case.
How can you explain that?
Because again, everything that Anne does would imply that none of the natives would have done anything similar to like try to entertain him, try to escape him, anything like that.
Do you think the how's the name of that thing? The wobbling rocks in the air. She's literally an entertainer, like a Broadway entertainer. I doubt that the natives have Broadway.
I mean, you don't even like necessarily like. Are we saying that because she juggled that is the like
juggling
so entertaining?
Yeah, I think that it might be an assumption, but I think it's a very logical assumption to say that the natives probably weren't juggling and that they weren't dancing.
So the secret to solve, but the natives are definitely like dancing, not to the same degree as Anne, but to think that because of how Anne specifically is able to entertain Kong, that's enough to keep her alive.
Yeah. I think that's a way more based. No. I think that saying that 54 is intelligent is a way more baseless assumption than to say that, for example.
That's fine. Like I would still say that the assumptions that were given still would require information that we don't see on screen.
Yeah, but it can be implied to a certain extent because of stuff we see in the movie. She's different, otherwise there will be more people there. So she's
different just because.
Again, juggling. Again, if you want to say that the people in the now logical assumptions you have are valid, but are assumptions because my assumptions are always based on stuff that I see on screen, and if they're not based on
things
screen,
that are
it's
implied
like
on screen.
Okay, yeah, and then when I make assumptions that are based on when I make assumptions that are not on screen, for example, no other islander has done this. I think it's way safer to assume that, because I don't think, I legit don't think that the fucking villagers from Kong 2005 were juggling. I don't think that they were dancing with a stick.
So what you're saying is that there is
balancing.
nothing that the villagers could have done to save themselves.
Yeah, no, I don't think so, because otherwise
Okay.
they will be alive. Yeah.
And then going back to -1, with all of the inconsistencies there, it would still be that -1 would be bad by the logic you presented.
Yeah, because if Godzilla just decides to go for Japan straight up, like in a line, like it
And
could
regardless
be just
of any
I think
exposition on screen would not be enough in that case.
to why he goes there and not to Odo, for example, once he mutates again. Yeah, I think he will go to Odo. Like straight up, I think that in this case, fun enough, sticking to 54 will be the most logical thing, where he goes to Odo first. And if this is a destroyer who can never forgive us, then we should see him, like destroying Odo and like enjoying it. It doesn't even need to take away from the movie for too long. We could just see snippets, get teased to his distraction. Oh, he's coming. We see him mutate. We see him like moving around for like a couple of seconds, and then we could have like this really brief scene of the Odo Islanders. Like
what
just,
scenes? What scenes do you detract then out of -1 for that to happen?
I don't think you need to detract. Actually,
No,
like,
I'm saying in order to like maintain the film's length, because if that's the case, then wouldn't it make sense that films should just be as long as they need to, so that everything can be
because you
explained?
don't need to spend 2
Then
hours.
what
Doing this thing.
scene?
You could do it in like 4 minutes.
Then what scenes? Then what 4 minutes would you cut from?
I wouldn't cut 4 minutes. I would just add a little scene, really brief.
So you'd have to add something then. That's what I'm saying, is that you would like films would need to be as long as they need to in order for everything to be explained and shown on screen.
Yeah, why is that a bad thing?
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just asking a clarifying question.
No, I think if you add just like a really short scene showing that he goes to Odo, you're like maybe explaining it better. Okay, no, he's just destroying like all around him. But if he just goes straight to Japan, I don't know why he goes straight to Japan.
Maybe he was following the different boats, because we know obviously there's the Shinden and the other boats that are defusing bombs.
The line goes to Japan through boats.
The line goes to Japan, but the boats aren't going to Japan themselves. They go to intercept him.
Yeah, because there could be boats that he could have attacked that are going in the opposite direction, but he hasn't attacked those. Like the line doesn't go back and forth; it goes straight in a general direction of Japan. And it's like, why does he do that? I don't know. Like, why? Like, I would ask the same. Why? What does the movie show to show us? I mean, if my evidence wasn't good enough before, same, okay, then now you have to give me an explanation for why in -1 he goes to Japan. Yeah, exactly. What Minecraft is saying, I would have just mentioned it during the montage. Like, you could mention it. Like, it's not wrong to show, to tell instead of showing. Hey, like, he went to Odo. Like, we could even see it in the map. No one really mentions it. We just see that he,
and then in that case, should we have it even said at that point instead of showing it? Because like then
you can do both. Like it works
because like I feel like if that was the case, I think almost all the same people would be like, well, it was told, never shown.
Yeah, but that's not the discussion we're having. Like I'm saying,
I know, but I'm saying like in the context too. If that's the fix that we're doing to make it better, does that really fix?
I'm not even saying it's making it better. I'm just saying that if he's lashing out to everything around him, okay, Odo Island should be there. But the problem is that he's not lashing out. You're right. He goes straight for Japan, and why does he do that? Because he's Godzilla. That's what he's supposed to do. He goes to Japan and he attacks it. Like for real. Like I'm actually asking. Like why does he do that? He could have gone anywhere. And you were right, because I was saying he can make the connection from humans to explosions and violence to big explosion. Therefore, it must have been humans. So why is he going straight for Japan? It could be just that it's the first place he goes to, and therefore there's no intentionality to punish Japan, as you were implying. He will just go to Japan and then he will go somewhere else.
I think
you know?
and Black is saying, well, it wouldn't matter if someone else says it. I think that in a void, sure, but like in actual like discourse around it, I don't believe that for a fucking second, honestly.
Oh, sorry. I'm just reading what he's saying. Exposition is not inherently bad. Yeah. There is such a thing as good exposition if the exposition is properly yeah, exactly. Like, it doesn't matter if you show or tell as long as it's organic. I think that a lot of people are obsessed with show and
What would it
show
be,
not
or
tell.
how would it be organic then in that case?
Well, for example, in the scene where we see him attacking the places, you could just add Odo Island as one of the places he goes to, and you cross it, and then so basically you're just showing or telling, or like half and half, that he actually did go into Odo Island, and he's just going to other islands, like he's just attacking everything around him, right? If he wants to punish humanity. But if you ask me the question, why does he go specifically for Japan? If you're assuming that he's going specifically for Japan and that he's not actually going just to Japan because it's the closest place, okay, that's a different thing, because now he's targeting Japan. But I wasn't saying that he was targeting Japan. You said that, so I'm just trying to go off of that.
It was Black's not saying. I mean that someone's saying that the potential good exposition scene is bad because exposition is irrelevant. What the fuck does that even mean?
I mean that someone's saying that this exposition should have been shown, and it wouldn't matter if someone else. I mean that someone saying that the potentially good exposition scene is bad because it's. Yeah, this is one of those things where I think that we say so many things that I just kind of have to connect this to what we were saying before, and I just it's like my mind is going back and forth, like it's yeah. But what I'm trying to say is I don't think that he's just like aiming for Japan. I think he attacked the closest place to him. I think that if he destroys Japan, then he would just go somewhere else and attack that because he's angry at humanity. But you said, okay, why Japan specifically? I think it was just the first place. But if we're going to go with it's attacking Japan in specific, then there would be there's no reasoning, and then the movie would just be bad because it's like, why is the monster just attacking?
Well, because I don't think that Japan is the closest place to where he would have been mutated, which we also don't. Well, we know it's Operation Crossroads. I think that there's definitely other places that would be a quicker trip from Bikini Atoll than Japan.
In that case, yeah, he's targeting it, and then again the question will be why.
My bad, I didn't put any comments. I'll respond to that. All the session is added. I still don't follow it because
well, I think what he's saying is that the exposition like being added wasn't really a problem. But I think we can move on. Like we're not actually disconnecting in that regard, I think, anymore. So my question is, why is he attacking Japan in specific? Why Japan of all places? In -1, like how even with all the examples I gave of him relating bombs to violence and humanity and civilization, which again you said that it was flawed, even then he wouldn't have a reason to say Japan specifically. So that will be a problem with -1. Yeah, that and that's the core for why the movie happens, so it will make the movie bad. You're right. Because at that point he's just doing it because he's Godzilla. And the movie doesn't need to do that, because the thing is, I think that it's super interesting to see Godzilla actually learning about the world. Oh, this is a plane, this is a tank, this is what the fuck is that thing? It's a submarine? What's a submarine? And then he gets it in the head. Oh shit! And he like adapts and learns if he's smart. Because I think that -1 has a level of smartness. I just realized during the stream that maybe that level of smartness is not really justifying that he apparently target a specific country for no reason. Like since the last stream, I've been thinking about it more and more, but like the more we think about it, the more I realize, oh, actually, there's no reason for this. And when you hear the line in the trailer, the monster will never forgive us, then we go to the other discussion that we're not even having, which is, okay, why is he blaming Japan if he understood these things he should be blaming in the US? And if he's just blaming humanity, then he shouldn't have gone to Japan because it's not the first place he can go to. So how much is -1 relying on our osmosis and our understanding of the franchise retroactively throughout like all of this time for it to do what it's doing, and we just accepted it because we understand it? Kind
I
of
would
like
say
what
very
Jim said
little in
about,
terms of osmosis, because like in that case,
You're right. You're right. The MonsterVerse has made Godzilla way more universal than just the Japanese monster that destroys Japan. Like that was.
is it a bitter
way
pill though?
bigger.
Is it? Is it?
I mean, like, could you say why he's attacking Japan?
Oh no, like I'm not trying to like give a reason why. I'm just asking why would it actually be a bitter pill to swallow?
Oh no, I was just asking, like, if you
Like
kind of,
I'm just thinking through the scene. I'm like I wanna if I could I'd just pull up the shot there. Either I'm misremembering it or misremembering
the scene where he
lines that would
moves.
explain it. No, not the scene where
Yeah.
he moves. The scenes where they explain where he's going.
Hmm.
Yeah, it might be something. It might be something to look at for another stream, or at least when we finally get to minus. I feel like every time we like with both of these, we did -1. It was the discussion on things.
And that mostly happened because I was trying to say that -1 was the better version.
Maybe Adam does movies right. No, I'd rather shoot myself than actually say that in all seriousness.
in Adam we believe?
No.
Question mark. Because like if there's no explanation for this, it will be the same thing as why did 98 go to the US of all places?
Hmm.
He hates Americans.
No,
I legit
He went to
hadn't
Japan.
thought of this kind of thing until now. Like it does feel kind of like a bomb unless we can explain that, because then that will be a problem. Has Brayden told you why he doesn't like -1?
I know the
This
last
might-
time we discussed it had been mentioned that the what's it called, the Noriko scene was really the only scene we had talked about.
Okay. I would like to ask him if this was part of it, like if he had thought of this, or if this is because like I never talked to people about -1 this much. Honestly, it's one of those movies that came out and everyone was like, "It's so good," and I was like, "It's so good." So I never actually discussed it in a critical way. Actually, haven't even talked about it in a critical way before until right now.
Because I'm seeing like I'm seeing like part of the map. I'm trying to find like just clips of it.
Oh shit! Wait, it's 8 p.m.
It's 7. I'm supposed to be somewhere as well.
Yeah.
It's midnight, boys.
I'm sorry we
It's
dropped
barely
that.
4 p.m. for me, guys.
Okay, at least you have the rest of the day free. That's nice for you. Oh shit, Serena. Dude, wait, what time is it for you?
Midnight.
Yeah,
No.
12. We were at
Sorry.
it. No,
Sorry.
it's fine. Don't worry. It's chill. We get down in these little spirals, and it's an interesting thought experiment to talk about this kinds of things, especially when it comes to movies.
I'm gonna lose all my
often-
subscribers. I've gotten so many subscribers recently, but this probably may kill the channel.
The only conclusion I can
-1
come
is
to
bad.
is Godzilla's just inherently bad.
Yeah,
That's the
all
only
Godzilla
conclusion.
movies in F tier. Like, but like, yeah, no, like it's fun to talk about this kind of stuff, even if like I can't really contribute to it much because like I'm a dumb, stupid, but dumb.
I mean, even then, I would say like it just opens the idea of what happens if we make a movie where Godzilla like legit actively learns, and we see him explore the world and starting to understand what the enemy is. Like, I think that will be so good.
Will you have a wishing well?
like,
I wish I had one.
Because like I guess like based on the discussion, then it probably like never would happen.
Yeah, no, with Toho, and that's when we get
Not
to
even with
discussion.
Toho, like it's like in general. Like on
Yeah, Monster
like
Versus
I
also
on
there 98.
like at a certain point I just be like, it's probably not gonna happen ever.
I mean, but the more we talk about the flaws, the more fans could actually, be less Wingardium Leviosa and more like
Wingardium
trained
Leviosa.
individuals.
More
and
like Lao.
I'd say like at a certain point,
I don't even think
like,
people need to be like me. Like
it'd be like a
if we-
discussion of futility, honestly.
Oh,
Wingardium
wait.
Leviosa.
I think you're grieving. Are you going through the nihilism? Because I still think we have hope. I think Yamazaki did really well. It's probably that.
No, like
I
for
mean,
me, I'm like I'm not. It's not even for me nihilism. It's like at that point, I'd be like, why not? I guess I'd be like more acceptance than nihilism at that point. Because it's like first.
Sorry, it's so fucking.
Okay, we should have used that one sooner. I feel.
What?
Wingardium. Like
Ow.
Wingardium Leviosa from Harry Potter. When you want to make a movie shitty, you just Wingardium Leviosa the shit out of it. Dead Note got Wingardium Leviosa. Fucking Hawks or whatever it's called. I don't know. Hawkcats? Whatever. The other one he was making that he didn't make in the end.
Wait, who?
Alan Wingard was making a cat.
Thundercats, I think he was.
Thundercats, thank you. Yeah. Thundercats is going to get the Wingardium Leviosa soon.
I can't wait for Onslaught to come out, though.
Yeah. I don't even know what that is, but it's going to get the Wingardium Leviosa soon.
Oh, wait a second.
Wait, did he work on the newest Blair Witch?
He worked on the Blair Witch sequel. It was supposed to be. I think it is a sequel, technically.
Oh my god, then it did get Wingardium Leviosa. Yeah, I watched that movie. Bad as a sequel, but a standalone thing is not necessarily bad. It's just that it doesn't really do much that's unique. But it wasn't terrible or anything.
I'm gonna start using that from now on. Like anytime I see a banner, I'm just gonna like turn to my best friend and go, "Wingardium Leviosa." See,
what's it called?
GXK was just a Wingard reference.
We'll have to look at this scene if someone is able to either send me where a good download copy is, because I am looking at right now. He doesn't go directly towards Japan. It looks like.
Okay, that would be nice.
He goes to the like apparently like it doesn't say whether he made landfall or not, but like there's like a small island chain that's below like southward of the Ogasawara Islands that he goes to first. And the Odo Island is part of the Ogasawara Island chain, but it's not specifically shown here.
See, exactly. That's what I meant.
But like, we don't like.
That will be a good exposition to show it. Like, oh, if you notice, you notice. But if you don't,
yeah. But like, it runs into the same problem where there's like several like smaller islands. It looks like that he gets either near to and then moves away from. So we don't know whether he actually made landfall to those places or not.
Yeah, maybe those were sightings. Yeah,
well, there's some that are sightings, like radar checks, and then others where you see him interacting with boats that are sunk in water, and then he doesn't follow the island chain up. It's apparently he sinks a boat in open water and then heads for Japan. But
well, we always have -0.
Nah, come on.
We could have -0.
No. But we can look at for another stream. We'll go into the shillings. Look, Vic, you go first.
All right. As always, you can find me here on YouTube as Kaijunaut, where I do various streams on kaiju media, creature feature media, anything I like really, figure reviews, things like that. I do as well, again, have my figures for my original Kaiju Pocho out on my Etsy shop. There's a few options there where you can get different colors. You can get the the first wave pack that comes with a cool little art card and a button badge, as well as the figure itself. So if you're interested, go there. Or if you want purchase from me directly, if you're in the Discord or on Instagram and whatnot, you can hit me up there to purchase directly. Other than that, my commissions are open as well. And that's about it from me.
Yo, so you can find me on Twitter at Serena Barina with 3 X's at the end. I mainly post my Monsterverse redesigns, but I do take commissions, and I will hopefully set up a prints where I can sell art prints very soon, because I know some people have been asking for that. Aside from that, you can visit my shop at Dinosauria Model Shop on Etsy, where I sell a lot of dinosaurs that Zim showed up at the beginning of this stream. If you want to speak to me directly, you can join the Discord. If you want to commission an art piece from me or just ask me a question, I'm currently working on my Ghidorah model right now. I don't think my laptop is very happy with me. But yeah, aside from that, go watch November and the Estonian film. Go watch Alien and Aliens. Be good to people, play the Doom games, and have a good one. And take care of yourselves.
I'm not even gonna fucking chill. Like, let's be honest, I've been making too many questions, and the FBI is on my ass right now. Like, this fandom will be on me like the CIA trying to kill a dictator in a different continent. Okay, so I'm not. I already had someone calling me a fucking idiot, and I don't even know why. So in chat, so yeah, nah, fuck that.
I would chill, but I do like I didn't think I was gonna make it all the way to 7, and we hit 5 hours. So you guys know where to find me. Next stream is going to be what's it called? Monday next week, hopefully. Have fun, guys. Be awesome. Peace.
We're never gonna finish this series.